Good morning, everybody. Requesting all the dear delegates to please reoccupy the venue. Allowed venue. Like seated down on the request, Yana. We are immediately starting with the presentations of the third day of the International Energy Festival of Kerala. So, allowing the next couple of minutes for everybody to be settled in, please. Once again, good morning, everybody. Energy is not only about generation, it is about continuity, commitment, and collective responsibility. Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you all to the day 3 of the International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026. Over the past 3 days, we have been having great discussions around empowering energy future, and today, hosting by the Energy Management Center under the Department of Power, Government of Kerala, this festival has stood as a powerful platform for collaborations between policy makers, industry leaders, researchers, technologists, entrepreneurs, and young minds who will carry this vision forward. So, aligned with the theme of Empowering Energy Future, Day 3 focuses on translating learnings into long term pathways, strengthening policy frameworks, encouraging innovation, and reinforcing the role of communities, institutions, and individuals in Kerala's green transition. So, ladies and gentlemen, today's sessions will highlight scalable solutions, future ready technologies, and inclusive energy models that ensure sustainability is not just aspirational but achievable. So, thank you so much for your continued participation, enthusiasm, and commitment. And once again, a very warm welcome to the day 3 of the International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026. A big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. The Energy Management Center, Kerala, Department of Power, Government of Kerala, in association with the National Service Scheme of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University and the CET Institute Innovation Center, jointly organized the Project Expo as part of IEFK 2026. Engineering colleges from across Kerala actively participated in this expo, and we shall now proceed with the presentation of the participation certificates. I invite the faculty member of the NSS KTU cell to please kindly take over for the proceedings. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Anchor പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ International Energy Festival 2026 ന്റെ പാർട്ടായിട്ട് the Innovation Center CET in association with APJ AKTU NSSL across the state school college കുട്ടികൾക്കായിട്ട് ഒരു പ്രൊജക്ട് കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻസ് ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതിൽ നിന്ന് സെലക്ട് ചെയ്ത 30 മികച്ച പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾ ഇവിടെ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ എക്സിബിറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. And now it's time to appreciate and acknowledge the efforts of the team. I would like to invite the director of EMC, Dr. R. Harikumar, to do the honors. So please. From Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Mr. Adul Santosh, Alex James, Aman and Illat, Ashwin A.B. Matthew. Team. Okay, we'll move on to the next team. From Adi Shankara Institute of Technology, Feba Eldo, Sri Lakshmi VM, Anashwara PS, Nandana KB. From NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad, Mr. Ashish P.S., Anas Kumar KG, A. Hiba Fatima, and Faki Lakshmi. നമുക്കൊരു സ്കൂൾ ടീം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഫ്രം പി എം ശ്രീ കെ വി നമ്പർ 1 നേവൽ ബേസ് കൊച്ചി മിസ്റ്റർ ആദിഷ് ഡി ശുഭം സയാൽ ആൻഡ് സാഹിൽ കുമാർ അവരുടെ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ ഇസ് ട്രൂലി ഇൻസ്പയറിംഗ് ബട്ട് ഡ്യൂ ടു സം ടെക്നിക്കൽ റീസൺസ് അവർക്കിടെ എത്താൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. മൂവിംഗ് ഓൺ കെ എം സി ടി ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓഫ് എമർജിംഗ് ടെക്നോളജി ആൻഡ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് നിന്ന് അഹമ്മദ് യസീൻ അമൽ റഷീദ് കെ ഹാദി ഇർഫൻ ആൻഡ് അഭിരാം പി എൻ. മുത്തൂറ്റ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓഫ് ടെക്നോളജി ആൻഡ് സയൻസ് നിന്നും കെ ബി സായി കൃഷ്ണ മാധവ് എസ് കൃഷ്ണ ശ്രീരസ്യ ജി. From Christ College of Engineering, Abhishek Biju, Steve Sebastian, Jilin Raj CJ. From Mar Athanasius College of Engineering, Kodamangalam, Mr. Pranav Vinoy and Srirag B. Kumar. From RIT Kottayam, Tejas KR, Devika C. Anand, Anjana Ajit. College of Engineering, Trivandrum, Mr. Abhinav S. From College of Engineering, Trikkaripur, Anuket Sunil, Pranav, Abhishek Vadake Madam, Devamrud A. and Mohammad Siyad. From NIT special appreciation. This is from the College of Engineering Trivandrum, CET, Innovation Center to MyOC LLP, an EdTech company registered under CET. Valuable support in 3D modeling, prototype development, services, and social media publicity for this project expo. I invite Mr. Mohammad Ramis, alumnus of CET and CEO of MyOC LLP, to kindly receive our token of gratitude. Thank you, Ramis and team, for your technical excellence and dedicated efforts. So we have one more certificate distribution. From Rajagiri School of Engineering, Adul Sandosh, Alex James, Aman Illat, and Ashwin Ebi Matthew. Thank you, dignitaries, for your valuable presence and engagement. Thank you so much. Over to the anchoring desk.
Thank you so much. So now we're starting with the presentations of the day. The first technical presentation will be on the topic role of demand flexibility in enabling Kerala's clean energy transition. And following the presentation, we'll also have a panel discussion on the topic enabling Kerala's clean energy transition through demand flexibility. So to lead us through the presentation and then for the panel discussion, let me please welcome our wonderful set of panelists, Mr. Malik Evi, Senior Associate, CSTP, to please come and join us on stage. Let's put a big round of applause and welcome our speaker. Welcome, sir. And let me also introduce our panelists. Our moderator, Mr. Malik Evi, Dr. R. Harikumar, Director, Energy Management Center, Mr. Dilon Subramanian, who is expected to join soon, Rishika Ranka, Senior Associate C-STEP, Mr. Pramod Kumar Singh, Senior Director and Research Programs AEEE, and Ms. Parthi Ravuri, Research Scientist C-STEP. Over to you, sir.
One announcement for the attention of participants of Project Expo. All the participants may please be seated in the auditorium itself. Only team leaders are requested to move to the stall. All others, please be seated in the auditorium.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity that has been provided to C-STEP. Special thanks to the organizers and the Energy Management Center for providing C-STEP the opportunity to be part as a knowledge partner for this IEFK event, the third edition that is kind of successful, and we look forward for more going forward. So the session will start with a brief technical presentation followed by a panel discussion on demand flexibility. Before that, I would like to provide an overview of C-STEP. So C-STEP was founded by Dr. V.S. Arunachalam in 2005, and we work in various spaces from energy and power, renewable energy, air quality, climate, and AI and digital platforms. Our mission is to enrich policymaking using innovative approaches using science, technology for a secure and inclusive society. So we work closely with various governments and ecosystem players to bring in the change in the ecosystem. So under the clean energy transition, we work in diverse area. It can be from rooftop, or from the power grid modeling studies, hydrogen economy, storage, e-mobility, and more. So there has been an increasing footprint over the years. We have been currently working with most of the governments across the states in India. To set the context for this session, as we all know that there has been a national goal to have the 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. And also achieve net zero emissions by 2070. Kerala being a state and pioneer to set the ambitious goals, it has set remarkable targets that like it will meet 100% of its RE to meet its energy demands by 2040, and also attain net zero emissions way beyond before national goals by 2050. So with this, looking forward, the outlook of power sector in Kerala, both the CA resource adequacy as well as the energy transition roadmaps that was developed by C-STEP clearly hint that there will be a huge capacity additions that is required going forward in next 10 years. And we might expect close to 18 to 19 gigawatt of capacity that has to be added to the grid. And our peak demand, which is the key problem for the state, might be reaching close to 10 gigawatt by next 10 years. So in order to do this, why demand flexibility matters at this point of time is because the power sector as a whole is becoming very harder to regulate. This is because of the increase of higher RE penetration into the grid, and there has been more expectations from policymakers as well as the consumers on the reliability perspective. And going forward, there is also a very limited scope with respect to tariff, which tariff is the key, and consumers always expect tariff to be more affordable in nature. So when we look conventionally how the power system planning or the supply planning was done, it was all more focused on the peak demand, where the state entities used to look at the projections for the peak demand and start adding the capacities down the line. This was a huge capacity investments and also would lead to lesser utilization of the capacities that is deployed and would lead to the tariff burden on the long term for the consumers. Going forward in the next decade, it is ideal that we look the demand side alternatives so that we make sure that the peak demand is looked from the way that it can be managed so that the technologies can be adopted on a lower investment scale, which can return the higher efficiency and also the improved tariff for the consumers. So in that way, one question comes is that like, is demand has to be looked just as a load or a system resources? From the perspective of demand flexibility in the going era, the demand has to be looked such a way that it can be shifted, modulated, and definitely not curtailed. Even the smaller changes when aggregated altogether at the state level will definitely bring in effective results which would enable through the technological enablement across the sector. There is various opportunities the demand flexibility as a whole lies, and our panelists would deep dive on that in the panel discussion. So one of the things to highlight from the demand pattern analysis we did for Kerala, though the quantum may vary, but across the seasons, we are seeing a similar pattern where the demand is rising from the 18th hour, close from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And the frequency of the occurrence of highest demand is somewhere between the 2,400 megawatt to 2,500 megawatt. For this kind of demand, definitely we can go for the capacity additions, but the rest 5% of the demand is somewhere we have to look, and the state needs to focus from the demand flexibility perspective, where this demand can be more flexible and modulated so that the high investments for capacity additions to meet this peak demand and also the short-term power purchase cost can be avoided. So Kerala is placed in such a way that there has been very effective and diversity that lies in the Kerala's energy consumption. We have a diverse consumer category, whether it can be domestic, commercial, or industrial, which can help pave way for demand flexibility. And all these sectors can be equally targeted to achieve the goals. So at CSTEP, we are also looking to bring in some of the tools and platforms on demand flexibility. The whole aim of the tool is to bring in the decision makers on platforms so that they will know what is the potential that demand flexibility has and what is the financial savings that it can produce. So we are looking from both system as well as consumer-centric. This is one snapshot of system-level benefits that will be looked at. Even if Kerala's at least target just 2% in next 5 years to accomplish the Vision 2031, so it can closely save around 150 crores annually just from the energy savings as well as the capacity additions, the capacity charges that are incurred through the various plants across. So what has to come together in order to make demand flexibility at scale in Kerala? So definitely there has to be an evidence that goes in for the cost benefits, which highlight the technical as well as the economic benefits. And all these things has to be quantified such a way that like the decision makers can clearly go for implementation of this at scale. And when we say at scale, definitely the market integration where it is not just consumers, the aggregators on demand flexibility has to play a key role. And also the communications along with the policies and regulations has to be in place so that the demand flexibility can be implemented at scale in Kerala. So with this, I would like to conclude my short presentation, and I would like to hear more from the panelists on how the demand flexibility can be scaled in the state going forward. Thank you so much. And with this, I will hand it over to my colleague Rishika Ranga, who will be moderating this session. Thank you so much. Welcome. Yeah, yes.
So before we move into the panel discussion, here is one announcement. From 10:30 onwards, we have a closed group stakeholder consultation that is happening at Hall Periyar. So if any of our delegates are interested to attend the same, please move to Hall Periyar. The representatives from government, technical practice, finance, academy, and industry who will be joining for this closed group stakeholder consultation. So if anybody is interested, please move to Hall Periyar. So now, please, we are proceeding with the panel discussion for the day 3 of the International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026. Thank you so much, Malik sir, for that wonderful presentation. And over to the moderator for the next panel discussion, Ms. Rishika Ranga, Senior Associate C-STEP. Welcome, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all for joining on a Monday morning. I'll just invite the panelists one by one. I ask everyone to join us on stage. First is Dr. Hari Kumar. We all know him. He's the face of this program, and he's been very instrumental in making this happen. He's a director of Energy Management Center, which is a state-designated agency and has been instrumental for the implementation of Energy Conservation Act, which includes Energy Conservation Building Code, Perform, Achieve Trade Scheme for energy-intensive industries. He was also instrumental in launching SAURA, the joint program of KSEBL and ANERT. Next, I would like to invite Pramod Kumar Singh, the Senior Director of Research and Programs at AEEE. He has more than 16 years of experience, and 15 years of those are in clean energy research and consulting. He has led projects related to energy efficiency, renewable energy, climate change and power in multiple countries, including Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, Europe, Nepal, and India. Next, I'm not sure if Dylan is here. Okay, we'll just wait for him. I'd like to invite my colleague, Spurti Ravuri, who's a research scientist at C-STEP. She has a background in city planning and architecture. Currently, she is leading the electric vehicle program at C-STEP and has expertise in transport planning, transit network analysis and design, and urban economics. I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Rishika. I'm also part of C-STEP. I come from a legal background, and I worked for the past 10 years in energy research and consulting. Thank you all. So just some housekeeping rules for the panelists. The way I thought we could organize is that we'll do one round of around 5 to 6 minutes, and I'll keep track so that every speaker has a chance to speak. And after that, we'll do a wrap-up round for about 2 minutes per speaker. I hope that's okay. And whenever Dylan joins, please ask him to join us on stage. Okay, so firstly, thank you, Malik. As you know, demand flexibility is going to be a very important aspect for our country. We already have 2 states that have issued regulations, Karnataka and Maharashtra. Just last week, Rajasthan has also issued the draft regulations for demand flexibility. So this is a very important, significant, and relevant topic. I'd like to start with Pramod, sir. So my question to you is that, how would you really differentiate demand flexibility from demand-side resources? And going forward, how do we treat DF as a system resource? And how do we incorporate that into our current regulations, whether it's MYT or resource adequacy or even market regulations, power market? Yeah, Over to you.
Thank you, Rishika, and thanks to C-STEP and EMC for having me here. It's a very pertinent question, especially when I see a lot of students in the room. And over the last 15 years, we see how the demand response and demand side resources in the system have been increasing. So fundamental difference between what is demand response and demand flexibility, I'll start from there. When India was going through peak and energy deficit situation almost 20 years back, at that time, the demand side management regulations were framed, and demand response was identified as a tool that will help to manage peak demand. Fast forward 20 years, now the system is different. Of course, we have some instances of deficit, but because of the renewable addition in the grid, there are new challenges with respect to grid stability, reliability. We also see a lot of events, climate triggered events that are becoming more and more frequent. So the whole idea of demand flexibility is to have demand side resources that can be brought into picture as a solution to help the grid become reliable, affordable, not just at the time of peak demand, but it could be any time in the day. That's the first fundamental difference. Demand response was triggered in the case of only peak demand. Demand flexibility is required or can be required at any time of the day. The second difference is when we talk about demand response, the usual solutions we had in mind was how can customers reduce their demand, they can shift their demand, if there are some non-essential requirements, how they can defer it to some other time or not use it at all. In case of demand flexibility, now we have new set of technologies and solutions in the mix. We are talking about behind the meter, battery storage. Electric vehicles can become a resource for demand flexibility. Even if we try and align our requirement as per the solar generation, then the renewable resources and behind the meter renewable resources can also become a solution of demand flexibility. So that's one fundamental difference I wanted to start with. You mentioned about the new generation of regulations which Maharashtra, Karnataka, Assam, and latest Rajasthan has come up with. And the main difference between the first generation of DSM regulations and new set of regulations are, number one, they are asking demand flexibility to become like a mandatory resource. So none of the earlier regulations had mentioned any target. But if you look at the new regulations, they are talking about clearly that through demand flexibility, state has to meet certain percentage of their requirement in a mandatory form. And why they are doing it, why they are asking to do it. Now, so far, and as an electrical engineer myself, I was looking at Malik's slide, we have been taught that electricity and requirement is a load. Load sounds like a burden. Okay, and so we need a mindset change that how load, instead of a burden, can also become part of a solution. And demand flexibility, all these studies globally and the pilots that have been undertaken in India, it reveals that the cost of meeting demand through demand side resources is almost 1/3 to 1/4 of what it takes to meet it from a supply side resource. So if I bring levelized cost of electricity along with levelized cost of megawatt generated or produced, it's going to be 1.5 to 2 rupees. So it makes commercial sense. There are technologies available which can increase the predictability of when and how, in what quantity those resources are going to be available. So the time is to enforce it. The way Government of India has done it in case of SNL or PAT scheme, in a way it's forcing customers to save money. So by making those targets mandatory in the form of demand flexibility regulations, we are asking system operators to become more efficient. That's one. Second, there is also a provision of incentive and penalty, again, to make sure that such regulations don't sit on paper. They are treated as a resource. Just a few days back, Kerala State Electricity Regulatory Commission has also come up with resource adequacy guidelines. And it's a good signal. The guidelines mention both energy efficiency and demand flexibility resources to be considered in the planning stage. And if we start treating it at the planning stage itself, then we'll see more and more opportunities. And to the students, you will see a lot of opportunities to innovate products and solutions that will help make the grid reliable and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll just take it to Dylan. Sorry, I know you got a bit delayed. Thanks for being here. So as Sir had mentioned that demand flexibility now is going to be a mandatory part of DISCOM planning. Some of the states have now identified that they have to have a demand flexibility or portfolio obligation. So keeping that in mind, like how can distribution utilities for Kerala really, how can they use it to manage variability and to reduce peak demand? And which sectors and appliances do you think have the best potential for distribution utilities and the state to prioritize?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Rishika, for the question. And thank you, C-STEP team and Energy Management Center for having me here. So to begin with, very recently, WRN just done a study along with Kerala State Electricity Board to understand what could be the consumption pattern for the state, what could be the projection. And one of the interesting findings is not just a WRN just study. I know that C-STEP has also come up with a similar study, and we've gone through those reports as well. So one of the interesting observations is that by 2030, around that time, we are expected to increase the demand by, so we are expected to have a demand around 33K to 37K million units. So that's the kind of energy consumption that we are going to expect around 2030. And this is again going to further increase by 50K to 60K around 2040. And if we further break it down, one thing that we need to notice is that the major chunk of this consumption is coming from the residential sector in Kerala, domestic sector. And if we further break it down, we will get to know that a major chunk of electricity consumption will go towards meeting the cooling demand, given that the state is facing increasing heat stress, and there are demand associated with cooling as well. And if we further break it down, we will get to know that the electric vehicles in Kerala is increasing, and this is the same set of domestic consumers will be owning electric vehicles, and they will be charging from their own homes. So this is something which we have noticed, and these are if you ask me which are the two priority areas, I would definitely say domestic sector, within which we should definitely consider the cooling demand and electric vehicle, and definitely KCB or the KCRC has this time of use, this tariff is already in place to encourage consumers to go for electric charging during time of renewable energy abundance. So that's already there. But if we can bring more incentives-based programs to make sure that I don't think we need big initiatives or big programs or big policies around it. If we can just, I know that EMC Kerala is also doing something around it. If we can just encourage people to set their thermostat temperature around 26 degrees, I think that itself is going to make a big impact in terms of the demand flexibility. And one thing I have heard Pramod talking about a lot of technology interventions and all. And so often it's very important that we focus on technology interventions, but at the same time, if we can focus on behavioral nudges as well. Because at the same time, while we talk about technology, while we talk about policies, while we talk about programs, at the end of the day, all these programs have to be done at the social level. People have to take it further from there. So unless otherwise, if we are able to make people aware about the importance of such measures, unless otherwise we are able to make such behavioral nudges, I think it is unlikely for us to pull out a demand flexibility program out of it. So I will just emphasize on it. If we can think more about behavioral programs to make sure that public is also public is also taking part in policy formation, etc. I think that would be a great way of doing demand flexibility methods in Kerala.
So thank you so much. And what he's mentioned is also a great segue for the next two panelists because Spurti, I'll just start with you since he had also mentioned electric vehicles going to be a very important sector for us to focus for demand flexibility. So how can EVs function as flexible loads for any state and particularly in Kerala, and how do we integrate that into our grid? And what are some of the policy, market, or technical enablers that are required to integrate EV charging into flexibility programs without compromising the user experience? Yeah.
Thank you, Rishika. I'm going to start by quoting Mr. Pramod again, that typically we've been talking, especially now that we're talking a lot about electric vehicles, the question is, okay, but what about its impact on the grid is a question that we're all asking today. And I think I want to quote Mr. Pramod also, that we've been looking at these typically as loads that are stresses on the grid, but what we don't understand or we're yet to explore is that these are resources that can support the grid in a very massive way, right? Typically, the kind of behavior that we have right now is that if you're an EV user, you arrive at your destination, which is typically your home or your workspace, and you connect your vehicle to the charger, right? And typically, and also if this is happening at the 18th hour, which is usually the case like Malik earlier mentioned, so we're going to see sudden spike in our sharp peaks, right, around this time, and also going to cause a lot of local congestion on the grid. This is where demand flexibility plays a very important role because what we have to recognize electric vehicles as are the controllable and distributed batteries and loads, right? So with appropriate control measures, I think we can do both. We can do downward flexibility and upward flexibility as well. Where download flexibility, I mean by reducing or shifting the peaks from EV loads, and by upward flexibility, I mean that these electric vehicles can also act as batteries that later discharge into the grid as well. So it's what we already have. We have a lot of charging. We have a growing charging network. When these chargers are also smart, we can do unidirectional charging and also control the way charging is done. We can delay, we can slow charging, we can ensure that the peaks are smoother. At the same time, we can also shift the period when energy consumption is happening to off-peak hours or renewable energy-rich hours. And when we introduce bidirectional charging into these networks, we will be able to do vehicle-to-grid as well, vehicle-to-grid or vehicle-to-home, where these vehicles can support the grid in terms of frequency support or act as reserves or RE balancing mechanisms as well. So this way, I feel electric vehicles have a huge potential in demand flexibility as well. Now, coming to the levers that can actually help implement this is that we often look at charging patterns as external to the problem that we are looking at, right? But if we actually look at how charging is already being done in today's EV space, we can leverage the patterns to make sure that the loads are also flexible. Typically, charging happens at home most of the time, and if everybody charges their vehicles at the same time, like I said, it could lead to sharp peaks. What can happen is that if we are able to bring in some control mechanisms during these hours, we can shift and redistribute the EV loads from, say, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the next day in a way that it does not really stress the grid. At the same time, that alone will not really help because then you are only limiting your control and flexibility within the night period. So this is where workspace charging and even probably for heavy-duty vehicles, depot charging will come into play, where charging happens during the day. And this combination helps us tap into more renewable energy and ensure that RE curtailment is reduced to a large extent. So I think what we need is a combination of everything: slow home charging, slow workplace charging, as well as any hub-based charging that happens. So we need a combination of everything so that we can work across different grid support mechanisms, whether it is RE storage or RE balancing or grid peak shifting. All of this and also ancillary support to the grid can be provided if we are able to tap through across different and use a combination of charging patterns. I think, like Dylan also mentioned, Kerala already has a time of use tariff, which is great in terms of nudging user behavior towards more charging during more RE hours. I think also support in setting up more smarter chargers is also important. Yeah, I think these are few mechanisms that can start off making sure that EVs are also contributing to the grid stability and not just adding as loads.
Thank you so much. So I have a few questions to Dr. Harikumar sir, and Dylan has already spoken about consumer behavior and behavioral nudges being an important part of demand flexibility, and even literature suggests in other countries, consumers play a very active role compared to demand side programs. So keeping that in mind, we've already seen that Kerala has achieved a strong consumer participation in energy efficiency programs. How can that be leveraged towards demand flexibility? And what are some of the digital tools or behavioral nudges that can play a role in the uptake of demand flexibility in the state? I also would like for you to just touch upon the fact that electricity is already affordable for consumers. So keeping that in mind, how do we actually keep consumers at the heart of implementing demand flexibility? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So thanks to the consumer awareness programs we have been doing for the last 30 years, to a great extent we could curtail our demand, particularly during the peak time, to reduce the stress the utility is facing now. But to be honest, we have been talking about energy efficiency as the first fuel since last 30 years. So if I go for a retrospective inspection, I would say that we have a lot more to do, particularly taking account the fact that the living standards of the people are improving. People are buying more and more equipment. More and more equipment coming out are energy efficient, but still when people are buying more and more equipment and they are using more and more hours, definitely our demand tends to increase. And the utility also, I think we require more research in this field, where utility is given certain good inputs, which explains the business case of demand side management and demand flexibility, that it doesn't reduce their sales, but it improves their bottom line. They can, from the low cross-subsidy category, they can move their electricity to the higher-end groups, commercial and industries. Commercial, unfortunately, Kerala, I think, is the highest in the tariff, if you see. I am reminded of the fact that I was seeing Mr. Malik's slide when he was arguing that we have to shift from the supply side planning to the demand side planning. So I was reminded about 30 years back, we have been hearing and reading literatures from A.K. and Reddy, Amulya K. and Reddy. He was talking about a model called Defenders, demand-focused, end-use oriented, service-directed or something like that, Defenders methodology. And even at that time, one of our NGOs in 1995, they used to argue that if KECB, the utility, buys and provides free of cost CFL to the consumers, it is, as Mr. Pramod was mentioning, it is quite the return on investment, or the if you compare with the supply side, investing on a hydroelectric station at that time will be much more cheaper. But Kerala has done that. We have supplied 1 crore CFL. We have supplied later when CFL got obsoleted with LED. We supplied that LED also. About 1 crore LED we supplied. But it stopped there. We do not have the mechanism to we do not we are yet to devise a plan on how the 70 watt ceiling fan has come down to 25 watt ceiling fan. But we still do not have a mechanism to see how the utility can pitch in and have the consumer. See, 24/7 in hospitals, when the ceiling fans are running in a hospital, 100 numbers, 200 numbers. So still there is long way to go, but consumer behavior to a great extent through awareness campaigns and things like that, we are able to do something worthwhile. So I will stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Someone came and whispered in my ear that we have just 7 more minutes. So I'll now hand it over to Malik. So my question to you is that Kerala has already seen an uptake in rooftop solar in the recent years. So how can DF complement the existing infrastructure in rooftop solar, battery energy storage, and grid infrastructure investments? And from a regulatory perspective, again, like what are some of the interventions that are essential for mainstreaming demand flexibility? Yeah.
Thanks, Rishika. So based on our experience working in Kerala, nothing is impossible. It can be like when we started the drone mapping in Kerala 4 years back. So the high resolution images indicated that no rooftops had solar. But yesterday while I was flying, the KOCHI rooftops were flooded with rooftops. So in this experience, we can clearly say that like the state agencies, it can be KCB or EMC together, can definitely mainstream demand flexibility going forward. From the utility perspective also, we have been also modeling, I'm just putting out this from the researcher lens, where we are also modeling the distribution network downstream of 11 kV, just to understand what is the optimizing point for rooftop intake and where the storage part has to come into play, and how does this result in the systemic benefits altogether. So if we can effectively integrate both rooftops coupled with storage, because the state has aggressively seen the rooftop uptake and it stands in the place of 3rd or 4th place nationally. So it's the right time that there are set of policies to come on board where it mandates that like the behind the meter storage is very much required to continue this transition going forward, so that it is more helpful and beneficial for the grid as well as consumers. Secondly, from the regulatory perspective, now that more and more prosumers are coming on board, it's the right time to come out with a peer-to-peer market mechanisms where the prosumers can trade the energy like we do in the energy trading platforms. I will close it at this point. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So I have one final question for all the panelists, if you can just respond in 2 lines. Just quickly, I just also want to respond to Dr. Harikumar about, you know, more consumption happening for energy, which is a very important thing, because I think as a country, as consumers, we fail to see energy as a finite resource. So that is something that is important. So thank you for touching upon that. Final question, 2 lines per person, starting with Dylan, which is, if there is one key action, whether it be policy, institutional, or technology or behavioral, that Kerala as a state should prioritize for Vision 2031 to unlock the full potential of demand flexibility. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I will just again emphasize on the importance of having more behavioral nudges related programs. Especially we do have, as Harikumar sir just mentioned, we do have awareness-oriented programs. For instance, we have enough training programs for making consumers aware of the importance of energy efficient appliances and all. But what we lack is we don't have any sort of feedback oriented program where consumers are actually given with how they are performing, benchmarking kind of exercises, so that it will be easier for them to have that sort of knowledge and act upon it. So I will stick to that. I know we don't have enough time, but one thing, demand flexibility being an important topic for DISCOM, one thing I will again repeat what Harikumar sir just mentioned. We will need more research on this, especially from the utility side of it, along with EMC Kerala. So I'll stop here. Yeah.
I will speak about what Kerala can do from the electric mobility perspective, and I believe that Kerala as a state has already put its best foot forward in terms of having a time of use tariff, a time of day tariff, and also having pilots that do smart charging and vehicle to grid charging. So I think the time is prime to scale these pilots at a more systemic level and also bring along your consumers into the entire system. I think that, like everybody has already been highlighting, that taking users along in this movement is very important. So I think scaling these technologies is very important, especially because electric vehicles, we are just starting to have them as a critical load, right? So I think it's a good time to do that.
See, Energy Management Center in association with SC for All and AEEE is planning for a draft regulation on demand flexibility also at this point of time. But having Mr. Malik said that about the rooftop penetration, see, I would like to add that more research is required in the technology side also, because see, when more rooftop solar penetration is happening, the voltage, we earlier used to tell that decentralized solar system improves voltage. Now it is not improving voltage, it is overshooting voltage. In my house, so a week before I measured one phase, voltage is showing 265. So when we are talking about demand flexibility, demand response, DSM, and one phase with 265 voltage, how you can imagine how much is the energy loss happening. So when they, I would tell that when most of the agencies are now behind the subsidy program of PM Surya Ghar for attaining the target, they are not getting enough time to address these issues. So this issue, there are a lot of issues we need to address at this point of time.
I think Kerala has a good set of policies, regulations. Harikumar ji mentioned that the new regulations are also being conceptualized. I would say in terms of three things that the state would need. First, let us differentiate between energy efficiency and flexibility. Because customers adopting energy efficient air conditioners, operating it at 24 degree, 25 degree is efficiency. How do you bring now flexibility? That's the modulation part. Second, how do you aggregate technologies into programs and projects? That piece is very important, and many states miss out on that. Try and look at the role of aggregators and service providers that will take care of a number of things. A better design, efficiency, investment also. So those are the 3 points I will say in terms of the takeaways.
Thank you.
So one key action that the state can probably take is, definitely as most of the panelists mentioned, there is still scope for research, and there is a gap, and probably the state agencies can work to fill the gaps on the research front. Start with pilots initially, and meanwhile plan the regulations such a way that it is basically helping drive the transition across the state. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Thanks for joining us, and yeah, thanks for a great panel discussion.
Thank you so much for that wonderful and informative panel discussion. Now, I would like to please request Dr. R. Harikumar sir, Director EMC, to please come forward to hand over the mementos as a token of our love and gratitude for our esteemed panelists. Please, sir. Mr. Malik Evi, Senior Associate C-STEP. Thank you so much. Mr. Dilon Subramanian, Senior Program Manager, Energy, WRI. Ms. Rishika Ranka, Senior Associate C-STEP. Mr. Pramod Kumar Singh, Senior Director, Research and Programs, AEEE. And Ms. Parthi Ravuri, Research Scientist, C-STEP. Thank you so much for that wonderful session on enabling Kerala's clean energy transition through demand flexibility. We had a great session, and now moving on to the next technical session. Thank you so much to all our wonderful speakers and panelists. Requesting, ma'am. So the next session will be on the context setting and panel discussion on the climate smart Kerala, transforming buildings for efficiency, comfort, and low emissions. We'll also have two important launches, launch of deep dive and carbon performance analysis of buildings in Kerala state, and launch of ALCBT project work plan 2026. And for the same, let me please welcome Mrs. Soumya Garnik, India country representative, Global Green Growth Institute, to please kindly join us on stage. Let's put a big round of applause and welcome a wonderful set of panelists for the next technical session. We have Mr. Soumya Garnik joining us. Along with him, let me also please welcome Mr. Kulbhushan Kumar, partner Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, to please kindly join us on stage. Let me also please welcome Dr. R. Harikumar, Director EMC, to please join us. Let me invite Mr. Johnson Daniel, Head NMEE DSM EMC Kerala, to please kindly join us on stage. It's my honor to welcome Mr. Ashok Bonham, Regional Senior Officer, Project Coordination, ALCBT, Global Green Growth Institute, to please join us on stage. He will be the moderator for the following panel discussion. Welcome everybody. Now let me please request Mr. Soumya Garnik, India country representative, Global Green Growth Institute, for the welcome remarks. Please, sir, over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Dr. Harikumar, other fellow panelists in the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. In fact, it's an honor for me. It has been the third instances where I have been, I've got this privilege to attend this International Energy Festival of Kerala. The kind of discussions that has been going is amazing, and that shows that the commitment of the state, and particularly the Energy Management Center as the state designated agency, I mean, it's showcasing its mandate in this particular field to bring the awareness among the stakeholders, policymakers, everybody in all sectors of this economy. So we are here to discuss about in this panel about in one of the important sectors, that is the built environment, the building sector, which is playing an important role in overall energy transition of our country. As you know, this sector is already, it's a growing sector. 60–70% of the buildings are yet to be built, and that shows that this is a very good opportunity for all of us to see that how this sector can act as a low carbon path for the entire country. The moment we talk about the low carbon in the building sector, it talks about the new buildings which are coming up, and that is where the materials will play an important role, because we see the materials like cement, iron and steel, glass, aluminum, bricks, which are actually manufactured with a very carbon intensive process. It uses a lot of fossil fuel to produce 1 ton or 1 kg of product, and that goes into the construction of the buildings. So that is where the embodied carbon comes into the picture, and when we talk about 50–60 years of the life cycle of the project, of the building, it makes sense how to, just to calculate that how this building or any building coming up will be having that embodied carbon in place. And the moment the building is constructed, and in the earlier panel discussion also somebody talked about the cooling part, which also 60-70% of the total energy consumption of a building, that goes towards the cooling. And for a state like Kerala will be definitely the percentage will be much more than that. So in that case, the operational carbon coming from the appliances, that is particularly the cooling appliances, that is going to play an important role, and people talked about that. So it's a combination of operational carbon and the embodied carbon. Setting this context, the Global Green Growth Institute, this is an international intergovernmental organization. We are doing a project supporting to the government here with the aegis of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So this project is talking about to bring this concept of carbon performance through a evidence-based, through a matrix, how this per square meter of or per square feet of this of any building, how much carbon content is there, and how it is being calculated or estimated from the embodied carbon as well as from the operational carbon point of view. So a lot of works have already been done by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, other organizations like IFC, World Bank, or many people have come out with some kind of principles, but these are yet to be practiced in a much larger way. So that is where our project, I mean the GGGI-driven project, which is funded by Government of Germany, it is the Asia Low Carbon Building Transition Project. It's a 5-year project. We are almost 2.5 years gone, so a lot of works have been gone into that. And one of the implementing states is Kerala, and we thank EMC to partner with us in this important project. In this, we did building registry work of about 400 buildings with support from the expert organizations, collected the data, the relevant data, did a very deep dive assessment to that, filtered that to the next level where this implementation can go in. So what we have found out is that about 20 buildings that will be going for the real implementation in this year 2026 with a energy conservation, energy servicing company mode, ESCO mode. So roughly, if you what we have seen is that about 30 buildings amounting to a investment potential of about 250 crore, roughly about 28-30 million US dollar. That is going to be mobilized in this particular year, and where these buildings will come from the the public or the private sector. So the buildings have been already chosen, but it is also open to the other building owners to come forward and participate in this particular program to see this. This particular session is going to talk about what is the way forward in this particular exercise, how the building owners can be benefited, how the government or public building owners can be benefited for this program, what are the kind of incentives that are being infused to this particular thing, and also how this can set as a more investment or low carbon pathway for the entire state, not only the entire state, but the other states to emulate as well. So this is the context of this discussion today, and thank you very much for having been here, and I look forward to a very, very fruitful interaction today. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, thank you so much, Soumya sir, for that welcome remarks. And now we're moving on to a very important part of this panel discussion, the launch of the deep dive and carbon performance analysis of buildings in Kerala state. So, all eyes on the screen, please. Let's put a big round of applause. Up next, we have yet another launch that is upcoming, the launch of ALCBT Project Work Plan 2026. So requesting our wonderful esteemed panelists to please kindly move towards the launch of ALCBT Project Work Plan 2026. The Global Green Growth Institute, based in Seoul, South Korea, is an intergovernmental organization focused on promoting sustainable economic growth in developing countries and emerging economies. And here is onwards and upwards for a wonderful greener Kerala. So yes, up next, let me please welcome Dr. R. Harikumar, Director EMC, for the keynote address. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
So I have taken the permission from my good friend Dr. Soumya Karnaik ji to speak in Malayalam for 5 minutes. ബഹുമാന്യരെ സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ഞാൻ ഒരു കാര്യം തുറന്നു പറയാനായിട്ട് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്, ഇവിടെ ഈ വേദിയിൽ ഇന്ന് കാണുന്ന നമ്മളെ നാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് പുറത്തുനിന്ന് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാരും വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് അവരുടെ സ്വന്തം ചെലവിലാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. അവരുടെ താമസവും അവരുടെ വണ്ടിയും ഒക്കെ അവർ സ്വന്തം ചിലവിലാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ 5 പൈസ കൊടുത്തിട്ടില്ല. അവർ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് കേരളത്തിലുള്ള എനർജി എഫിഷ്യൻസി ഇമ്പ്രൂവ്മെൻറ്റിന് വേണ്ടി പൈസ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് തരാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് അവർ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ദയവേത് പറയുന്നത്, ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ ഇവരെ മാക്സിമം ഐ വിൽ നോട്ട് സേ യു പ്ലീസ് എക്സ്പ്ലോയിറ്റ് ദം, ബട്ട് യു പ്ലീസ് യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ദെയർ എക്സ്പെർട്ടൈസ് ആൻഡ് വാട്ട് ദേ ആർ റെഡി ടു ഡെലിവർ ടു ദ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഓഫ് കേരള. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ GGIയുടെ ALCBT പ്രോജക്റ്റ് തന്നെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ 3 സംസ്ഥാനത്താണ് എടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിലൊരു സംസ്ഥാനം ഇവിടെയാണ്, കേരള, ഉത്തരാഖണ്ഡ് ആൻഡ് ഹരിയാന. ഉത്തരാഖണ്ഡ് ആൻഡ് ഹരിയാന, ഇതിലൊരു സംസ്ഥാനം ഇവിടെയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡൽഹിയിൽ നിന്ന് ഇവർ വിമാനവും പിടിച്ച് 3.5 മണിക്കൂർ യാത്ര ചെയ്ത് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഒരുപാട് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ താണ്ടിയാണ് ഇവിടെ എത്തുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളെ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് എത്തുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് അതിനനുസരിച്ച് നമ്മളുടെ കോപ്പറേഷനും നമ്മൾ അവരെ എന്തുമാത്രം അവരുമായിട്ട് സഹകരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നതിനനുസരിച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും ഇവരുടെയും മറ്റ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസിൻ്റെയും പ്രോജക്ട്സ് കേരളത്തിലേക്ക് വരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഈ ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്ത റിപ്പോർട്ട്, കഴിഞ്ഞ IFKയിലും ഇവർ 1-2 റിപ്പോർട്ട് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യും. ഇതെല്ലാം വെബ്സൈറ്റിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. ഇതിപ്പം ജസ്റ്റ് ലോഞ്ച്, ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി അവൈലബിൾ ഇൻ ദ വെബ്സൈറ്റ്. നമ്മൾ എംബോഡീഡ് കാർബൺ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ. നമ്മൾ തിയറിയിൽ മാത്രം കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഇത് നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിലുള്ള എത്രയോ ബിൽഡിങ്സിൻ്റെ എംബോഡീഡ് കാർബൺ എത്രയാണെന്ന് മെഷർ ചെയ്ത് അത് അവർ കൊടുത്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഹോസ്പിറ്റൽ മഞ്ചേരി എംബോഡീഡ് കാർബൺ എത്രയാണ്, ഇത് അതിനകത്ത് കൊടുത്തിരിക്കുകയാണ് ആ റിപ്പോർട്ടിനകത്ത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് കാൽക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ടൂള് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് ഫ്രീ ഓഫ് കോസ്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം, ബീറ്റ് ടൂൾ. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ IFKയിൽ നമ്മൾ ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യും. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് അതോടൊപ്പം ഇപ്പോൾ ഇദ്ദേഹം സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പോലെ 250 crore 250 കോടി രൂപയുടെ എനർജി എഫിഷ്യൻസി ഇമ്പ്രൂവ്മെൻറ്റ് മെഷേഴ്സാണ് നമ്മളെ നാട്ടിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് നമ്മളുടെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻ്റ് ഒന്നും ഇല്ല എന്തായാലും. അതാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു ഗുണം. എസ്കോ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന മെക്കാനിസം ഉപയോഗിച്ച് പ്രൈവറ്റ് കമ്പനീസിനെ വന്ന്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ സൂപ്പർ എസ്കോ ESL പോലെയുള്ള കമ്പനി വന്ന്, നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഇത് പറയാൻ കാര്യം, ഒരുപാട് കോളേജിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്, എനർജി ഓഡിറ്റേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, നിങ്ങളെ ക്ലയൻസ് ഉണ്ട്, ഇലക്ട്രിക്കൽ കോൺട്രാക്ടേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, നിങ്ങളെ ക്ലയൻസ് ഉണ്ട്, ഹോസ്പിറ്റൽസ്, ഹോട്ടൽസ്, ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ എനർജി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലങ്ങൾ. ഇവർ കൂടുതലും കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ബിൽഡിങ്സിലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ബിൽഡിംഗ്, നമ്മൾ തന്നെ ഒരു ബിൽഡിംഗ്, കോളേജ് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, ഹോസ്പിറ്റൽ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, IT പാർക്ക് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, നമ്മളെ ബിൽഡിങ്ങിൽ 10 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പ് 15 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പ് വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന എയർ കണ്ടീഷനിങ് പ്ലാന്റ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ വയ്ക്കുന്ന ലൈറ്റിംഗ് സിസ്റ്റം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വെന്റിലേഷൻ സിസ്റ്റം, ഇതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ റീപ്ലേസ്മെൻറ്റ് ഓപ്ഷൻ, അതൊരു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് വരുന്നതാണ്. ഈ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് കമ്പനീസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ESL പോലെയുള്ള കമ്പനീസിനെ ഇവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് അതിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുന്ന സേവിങ്സിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ പേ ബാക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പരിപാടിയാണ് എസ്കോ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു സെഷൻ വേറെ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. അപ്പം ഈ നിങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ചു പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഒന്ന് മനസ്സിൽ കരുതുക, നമ്മളെ നാട്ടിൽ കുറേയേറെ ബിൽഡിങ്സ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഏതാണ്ട് 30ഓളം ബിൽഡിങ്സിലാണ് ഇവർ ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റേഷന് ടാർഗറ്റ് ഇടുന്നത്. 250 crore 30ഓളം ബിൽഡിങ്സിലാണ് ടാർഗറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതോടൊപ്പം ഈ കൂൾ റൂഫ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യ, അത് പിന്നെ പല ടൈപ്പ് ടൈല് ഹൈലി തെർമൽ റെസിസ്റ്റൻസ് കൂടുതലുള്ള ടൈലാകാം, കൂൾ റൂഫ് പെയിൻ്റ് ആകാം. ഇതൊക്കെ കോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഹി ഹാസ് ഗിവൺ അനദർ പ്രോജക്റ്റ്. എഗെയിൻ ഒരു ഗ്രാൻഡ് പോലെയാണ് അത് തന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. കുറേയേറെ ബിൽഡിങ്സിനകത്ത് കൂൾ റൂഫ് ഡെമോൺസ്ട്രേഷൻ റിസർച്ച് എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ഇത് കോട്ട് ചെയ്ത് അതിനകത്ത് വരുന്ന കംഫർട്ട് ലെവൽ എത്ര കൂടുന്നു, എനർജി എഫിഷ്യൻസി എത്ര, എയർ കണ്ടീഷനിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ടൈം എത്ര കുറയുന്നു, കാരണം ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഹീറ്റ് ഡിസിപ്പേഷൻ കുറയുന്നതുകൊണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊക്കെ പഠിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പരിപാടികളുണ്ട്. ഇതൊന്നും ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ പാനൽ ഡിസ്കഷന് ചിലപ്പം ചർച്ച ചെയ്യപ്പെടുമായിരിക്കാം. ദയവേത് ഇത് കേൾക്കുക. ഇത് നമുക്ക് മാക്സിമം എങ്ങനെ യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുള്ളതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ആലോചിക്കുക. നിങ്ങൾ അവിടെയുള്ള ബിൽഡിങ്സ് ഇതുപോലെ നല്ല കുറച്ച് എനർജി ഗസ്ലറായിട്ടുള്ള കുറച്ച് നല്ല എനർജി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന കുറച്ച് പഴയ സിസ്റ്റമൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ബിൽഡിംഗ് ആണെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഒരു റെട്രോ ഫിറ്റിങ്ങിന് ഈ പറയുന്ന വിത്തൗട്ട് എനി ഇനിഷ്യൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് അതിനുള്ള സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ പഠനവും അത് എത്ര ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മളൊരു എനർജി ഓഡിറ്റോ ഒരു ഡീറ്റെയിൽഡ് എനർജി ഓഡിറ്റോ ഒക്കെ ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ പൈസ കൊടുക്കണം. ആ പൈസയും കൊടുക്കണ്ട. അതിനുള്ള പഠനവും ഇവർ നടത്തി തരും. ആൻഡ് ദേ ഹാവ് എംപാനൽഡ് ഓഡിറ്റേഴ്സ്. ഇവർക്കുള്ള ധാരാളം ട്രെയിനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് ഉണ്ട്. പ്ലീസ് നമ്മളെ വെബ്സൈറ്റിനകത്ത് നോക്കുക. ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുപാട് ട്രെയിനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാം ഇതിനകത്ത് നടത്തി കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇനിയും ധാരാളം കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിംഗ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റാണ്. 5 ഇയർ പ്രോജക്റ്റാണ്. 2.5 കൊല്ലം കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇനി 2.5 കൊല്ലം കൂടിയുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ദയവേത് ഉപയോഗിക്കണം, യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the keynote address. Up next for the context setting and to take forward the panel discussion, let me please welcome Mr. Kulbhushan Kumar, partner Grant Thornton, Bharat LLP, to please come and join me on the dais. Over to you, sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to the Kerala International Energy Festival. It's a vital platform, I would say that, which is transforming Kerala's journey to sustainable future. And I'm Kulbhushan Kumar, partner at Grant Thornton Bharat. Would like to thank GGGI and EMC for inviting me to set the context for this very important session on climate smart Kerala. Transforming building for efficiency, comfort, and low carbon emission. Today, we stand at a very critical inflection point of India's building sector. As all of you know that building consumes more than 40% of energy use and is responsible for 30% of CO2 emission. But yet, I would say that the decarbonization efforts, they lag behind the ambition. Because India's Bureau of Energy Efficiency has been set up. There is an Energy Conservation Act, and also Bureau of Energy Efficiency has also come up with a revised code on the building called Energy Conservation Sustainable Building Code, which actually targets around 20 to 50% of energy saving through better envelope, lighting, and HVAC. But what we see that policy is not enough. There is basically, I would say that there is a true progress demands integration, as we are discussing about integration of renewable energy like solar rooftop, and also energy efficient material or advanced materials such as cool roof and the phase change materials. And also, I would say that implementation requires systematic shift in terms of the design, operation, and financing of the building sector. Kerala definitely is leading the way. I would say that they have incorporated or they have integrated the ESBC code into their bylaws, and also state has also trained 500 certifiers and taken a lot of demonstration projects in the building sector, which cut around 35% of energy use. Even schools and offices are now run more efficiently, use LEDs, and also smart controls, which saves around 25% of energy saving. And hospitals are also basically progressing with the better envelope and also implementing energy efficiency in the cooling sector. But if you look at the energy consumption of the hospitality sector, it is still 2 to 3 times more than more per square meter. So what is actually required is that a very urgent retrofit of the solar thermal and also the demand side management programs is very essential. And this can be achieved. So I would say that this is an opportunity for the Kerala to bridge this gap between ambition and the implementation, and that can be done with a very coordinated effort of government, industry, and the private players. So that brings me to the theme of today's session. And in this session, what we are going to discuss basically the core challenge of Kerala's journey of moving from policy to practice. How we can basically ensure that the energy saving which are promised on paper are also translated into real and measurable saving on ground. And this requires, as I mentioned, very structured approach in terms of energy management, where government buildings has a lot of potential to shift beyond one-time efficiency to very systematic and the long-term strategies. So it also demands a lot of capacity building to be carried out to address the gap between the state and the local bodies which are involved in the implementation, and also leveraging program like ALCBT. Now, ALCBT has done the groundwork, all the data and information is available. It has reached to a stage where it needs to be implemented. And there are number of, I would say, ways where this saving potential which has been identified through ALCBT can be implemented. And also, I would like to stress upon the buildings which are coming up and also have become more electrified, and EV penetration is going. So we need to also consider the integration with mobility, aligning the safe electrical infrastructure in the building and efficient equipment in the transport system. And Kerala can also learn from the national experience. I would like to say that, particularly the cooling efficiency programs, and also explore the platform which has created like ESL market space, and also which can streamline the procurement, build confidence, and ensure access to the efficient product. Beyond pilots, the challenge is mainstreaming the sustainability, embedding decarbonization strategies across the entire building life cycle. To make this viable, financing options, the green financing option, the ESCO model, the aggregation strategies, which is required for implementing this potential which we have estimated in the building sector. And finally, none of this is possible, I would say, without the data and the MRV system, which is required to monitor the savings in a very transparent way. And together, these strategies, I would say that these steps will position the Kerala too close to the gap which is there between ambition and the implementation. It will also help to reduce the low carbon emission, which by 50% by 2030, and also lead India to climate smart infrastructure. So today's panel is going to deep dive into all of these issues and challenges, and how Kerala can accelerate this towards efficient, comfortable, and low carbon emission buildings. I'm honored to set the context for this panel and look forward to the insights from our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And up next, we're moving on to the most awaited panel discussion, and I would like to welcome our moderator for the next panel discussion, Mr. Ashok Bonham, Regional Senior Officer, Project Coordination, ALCBT, Global Green Growth Institute, to please kindly take over and welcome the speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see the full gathering. And as we first of all, thank you, Kulbhushan ji, for setting the contest. And one thing is very much clear that buildings plays very much important role in the Kerala's development and the climate journey. Whether if we talk about the energy consumption or the cooling demand, comfort, electrification, or the main thing, the emission reductions. But the good thing here is that Kerala is already moving towards the new building codes, retrofitting measures, and at the same time the low carbon building policies. However, the question always exists is how we make sure that all these efforts deliver the real and measurable results on ground at the same time scalable. That is what the section, today's section is going to focus mainly. And we are going to have with us a very strong mix of policy leaders, technical experts, implementers, and financiers with us to cover the entire building ecosystem journey, starting from the standards and the technical choices, the financing part, and the market enablers and investment readiness. Without wasting much time, I would like to quickly introduce our speakers, and I will invite them onto stage. Firstly, we have with us Mr. Rajnikant, Director, Energy Management Division, National Productivity Council. He holds more than 20 years of experience in the field of energy management, industrial decarbonization, and measurement and verification. He also holds various national and international certifications in this field. Please welcome Mr. Rajnikant on today's. Our next panelist is Mr. K.N. Hemant Kumar. He Director E-Mobility, International Copper Association India. He also holds more than 2 decades of experience in the field of energy efficiency, industrial decarbonization, power systems, and policy development. He also instrumental in various national policies and standards, including ECS, BC, and DCBC. Please welcome Mr. K.N. Hemant Kumar on today's. And our third panelist is Mr. Amit Samwal, Climate Advisory Specialist from Responsibility Investment AG. And he holds more than a decade of experience in the field of energy efficiency, renewable energy, and low carbon infrastructure. And during his present role, he is majorly supports the investment decisions and technical due diligences for the climate change mitigation projects. And we also have one more speaker with us, Mr. Giriya Shankar from Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Very soon he is going to join onto the dais. Hello. Before going into the questions, just a housekeeping note to all the panelists. So, so that in order to manage the time effectively and to allow all the speakers to speak, I request all the panelists to keep their responses for a max of 5 minutes. I will ask the questions at a stretch so that you can also respond in your allotted time limit. And I will move on to my first question. I will address to Mr. Rajnikant, National Productivity Council. Sir, you have extensively worked with the states and the public institutions. Based on your experience, what the states like Kerala should prioritize to ensure the energy efficiency policies or the retrofitting measures to translate into real and sustained savings? And also you can guide us on the how the government buildings can adopt the long-term energy management systems and also overcome the critical capacity gaps with the support of programs like ALCBT. Over to you, sir, please.
Yeah, very good morning, all. First of all, thank you very much, Ashok, for asking such an elaborative question. So, for states like Kerala to implement the energy conservation codes and also to bring the retrofits, the major 3 important factors is the strong implementation strategy. So that is what is the first important. Then second one is the technically proven M&V protocol, because see, conducting energy audit, giving the energy conservation options is very easy, but proven M&V protocol, because nowadays ESCO market is very good. The third one is the capacity building or owning the energy at the building level, So for a strong implementation strategy, what you require is a concrete energy baseline to be conducted for a facility and also a technically proven M&V protocol. Now for the implementation of the, at the building level, it should not be a one-time activity where at one-time activity energy saving is possible, but it is not continuous. To happen that continuously, the energy use should have a boundary or a system to be developed where the continuous efforts, continuous performance targets, then evaluating the energy efficiency performance indicators, then correction at the early stage of these performance indicators will definitely bring the the paper-based energy savings into ground reality. Especially projects like ALCBT definitely will bring a major change at the local level, because the capacity building is the major one factor, because the data interpretation of the existing energy management system and having the technical skills to operate the new equipment after implementation of the technology. Then trying to bring the hands-on experience with implemented real-time cases will help in the capacity building to bring the gaps in the actual implementation. This is my thank you.
Sir, moving as a follow-up question, I also want to ask you, you're supporting ALCBT project also in the university syllabus incorporation, all the things. How this will impact on the longer terms in the capacity building and the behavioral change, all the things?
Yeah, actually we, National Property Council was assigned to conduct a, university level syllabus study in 3 different states in Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Kerala. So we have seen that there is a huge gap between the university students coming out with what they learn and what is actually practically required at the field level. So we have suggested certain courses like the study is really useful because this has been appreciated by many university. The feedback is from IITs, NITs, because the traditional thermodynamics, all these subjects will definitely add value to them. But when they are coming out, the technological backup like LCA, for the students to know how to do the embedded carbon, how to do the operational carbon. So this will definitely add value, meet the students to the industry requirement. Then definitely this is going to, the ALCBT project is going to help the universities also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And my next question goes to Mr. K.N. Hemant Kumar, Director, International Copper Association. Sir, we are seeing that very quickly the building technologies and standards are getting upgraded or being changed. So what do you see the upcoming, the better energy efficiency opportunity in the buildings, especially through the better standards and the technology choices from your experience point of view?
Thank you, Ashok. Thanks to EMC and GGI for inviting me over here. It's a pleasure to be here to understand the Kerala's growth in the energy efficiency sector. So to answer your question, Ashok, let us put it in a 2-3 buckets over here. So we have codes like ECBC, the National Building Code, which again National Building Code is being revised. So similarly ECBC as well, from 2017, there has been a transformational shift with ECSBC coming in. So here, if you see the major difference in the ECSBC, earlier we were majorly focusing on the component level efficiency improvement. Now it's a comprehensive life cycle performance. The whole building performance has been updated in this ECBC. So if you see codes as such, let it be at the Bureau of Energy Efficiency or in BIS, so they are looking into the very comprehensive way of putting it. So if you see the again ECSBC again, so we have seen the performance indexes, right? So let it be in the form of the lighting, the natural passive cooling, what we call, and again with reference to the water, they brought in the water performance index, the waste management. Then they also brought in the IoT based monitoring, where they are bringing in the smart meters, right? So it brought in a comprehensive way of ensuring how energy efficiency, right from the selection point of view, then its operational point of view, so during its operation, what needs to be looked into, and again monitoring where you look into day-to-day things, how where the energy loss is happening. So with the IoT and smart meters coming into play, so this is being ensured. So this is a broad way, how ECSBC has evolved, and it's a really good code what India has developed. And in addition now, similarly, National Building Code, which is like 2016, now it will be revised in 2026. So every 10 years it gets revised. So even in National Building Code, in the building premises, right, from the safety perspective, reliability, and also from the overall embodied carbon perspective. So NBC is coming up in a comprehensive way. So that should be out in next 2 to 3 months. So a lot of work is also happening in that National Building Code area.
Fine, sir. And one more last follow-up question, you can shortly answer me. Sir, as we are seeing that buildings are getting more and more electrified, and at the same time the EV is also growing very much. So how you see that the safe electrical systems, the efficient equipments and the mobility can collectively come together in the states like Kerala to perform in better way?
Sure. So here again, in the previous panel, we saw, over 90% of the 95% of the charging happens in buildings. Let it be at home or in the office space, right? So more than 95% of the charging is happening in buildings. So if we split into 3 buckets, right? So one is the safety perspective is one of the major thing, electrical installation perspective. So from the vehicle point of view, we have battery standards already there. India has the best battery standards, AIS 156, AIS 38. So these 2 standards are very comprehensive. So right next to it is the electrical installation part, right? So we have the charger. So going to the charger, charger is also with Indian standards 17017. There are different parts, right from its components to the communication protocol and things. So safety is ensured in the charger as well. Now in the electrical installation as well, where the cables, the protection devices. Again, there as well, lot of updates have happened. So now, we are ensuring, for example, with EMC, we have developed right to charge campaign, where through consultation in various cities within the state, we have ensured, the problem statement over here is a high-rise building coming in, how safe is charging the electric vehicles in the -1, -2 floors. So this we try to, jointly with EMC and then Secretary Sahab Jyotilal ji, we have developed this right to charge campaign, where we try to analyze where the problem lies. One is the standard operating practices. So that guidebook gives a very detailed perspective on the standard operating procedures, installation practices, the building bylaws, what state has to look into from the recommendation point of view. So we brought in those kind of things. So safety, electrical installation, component selection, these are the things which we need to look into when we see from the EV point of view.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very nicely articulated. For the investor's perspective, Amit, let me turn to you. Amit, from the investor's perspective, I want to ask you, what are the major building projects, how the investors look it as a major factors while investing, or what kind of factors they will look for the cautiousness? Can you tell me?
Yes, yeah. Thank you. So first of all, namaskaram, ellavarkam, and pardon me for my pronunciation if it is bad. So answer to your question, from the perspective of climate investor like us, who are investing across the sector, renewable energy, e-mobility, wastewater treatment, sustainable infrastructure, we see the building as the next big frontier for scalable decarbonization. And definitely buildings per se sector is attractive because here we can measure energy, whether energy savings or say energy efficiency, that can be measured with proven technologies and mature technology, I will say, like HVAC systems is there, energy efficient lighting, insulation, building management systems. So what I mean to say, the value proposition is quite straightforward. It's like you save energy and that will directly translate into the reduction in the operating cost. So in one hand, I have climate impact. At the same time, I have the financial benefit as well. So for example, we recently invested in a company who was in the business of energy as a service, and particularly the cooling. And how this opportunity come to us and how this became investable, it was because of the combination of 3 things, like proven technology, measurable savings, and clear climate impact. And as you mentioned that in second part of your question, like whether investors are cautious or not. Yeah, we are definitely investors are cautious at this moment. And they are mainly cautious around three things, like whether the sector or the particular project is scalable, the performance risks, and the standardization in the sector. Because projects are the building, I will if I say the building projects, they are at this moment are small and fragmented, spread across multiple buildings, multiple geographies, and that is why it's difficult to perceive whether the savings will be actually materialized or not. I can see once these risks are addressed, investor appetite will definitely increase in the coming time. And one thing I want to also highlight, my previous speaker also touched upon that, the importance of MRV, measurement, reporting and verification. And why I'm talking about this importance of MRV, because ultimately for investor like us, the good data will unlock climate finance in the building. So investor, at this moment, investor need a confidence in the project. And without the baseline, the accurate baseline energy consumption, expected savings, or the important thing is how we are going to measure those savings or those numbers. So importance of a strong MRE framework is very important. Otherwise, the savings will look like a perceived saving, which we observed in our earlier discussion also. And however, with strong MRV, I can see like those savings become a predictable cash flows for investor like us. And that is, so I will conclude in a way that in both energy efficiency as well as like we were discussing before, the cooling projects, the strong baseline and measurement frameworks are essential to build investor confidence to unlock the sector.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Amit. And very nicely articulated. And we have with us the last speaker, Mr. Girija Shankar, General Manager from Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Sir, one last question for you. Sir, based on the ESL experience across India, we want to hear from you what lessons matter most to scale up the building retrofit projects and also the better cooling in Kerala. And also in your response, you can highlight about the ESLE marketplace and how the building owners can adopt the equipment's purchase and the usage easily through the marketplace.
Thank you, Bonam. Myself, Girija Shankar. I am General Manager from Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Related to how the scale up or what may be the opportunity for the scale up program, I can say there are 3 or 4 key elements. One is we have to align what is the requirement of the building authority or maybe the building requirements. So whatever our proposal, it should be in line with the what is maybe their requirement. So for example, that if there is a old cooling system, maybe 15 years or 20 years old, so then we have to align on those parts. The second is that we also maybe provide the transparent manner what may be the solutions in the competitive in terms of services as well as the costing offer. So if the costing and services both are maybe competitive, then only the building authority will take maybe go ahead for the adoption. And the third element is that on what matters or maybe what business model we are proposing. So if I am maybe proposing for as per the requirement of the clients that client wants on the upfront or maybe the immediate implementation, then we have to align our proposal in that way. If the client wants that they did not have the amount maybe on the investment side, then we have to provide the other option, maybe the ESCO based or maybe the cooling as a service or lighting as a service. In terms of cooling, we also have to see that how the estimation of baseline is going to be due. So baseline and after retrofitting, all those terms or maybe the methodology, how the computation of the energy savings are going to be calculated, all needs to be in transparent put in place in the contracting or there maybe the contract agreements. I think these are the few key elements which we require. In order to maybe large scale deployment, then we have to reach out from the multiple channels. So one channel may be the government departments, maybe the CPWD, the public sector units, and maybe the other similar organization. Another approach is nowadays there are many real estate developers. They are coming up with maybe new society as well as they are also operating. So there are many agencies who are taking care about the all facility management of those existing buildings. So if we align maybe our efforts with their maybe these stakeholders, then large scale deployment can be able to happen. In the last, I can say, we also see how maybe the sharing of opportunity. The sharing of opportunity you can maybe assume in terms of maybe the requirement of the client, requirement of maybe the solution, technology solution provider, or maybe the technical service provider. And also there may be how the volume can be increased. So most of the business, if they are see the large scale deployment, if the ticket size is small, then I think the adoption by the stakeholder may be challenging and they are not go ahead for those requirements. And now we can see in the solar without any, because it is a capital intensive, and it will provide business opportunity to all across stakeholders. So in the similar manner, if we can maybe bundle up the different buildings in a maybe a clubbed way or maybe at a organization level, if I can say maybe the IOCL, any terminal building or their regional office building, any CPWD in a particular state or particular city, if we can combine together, then large scale deployment can be happen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And we got already warning. The time is getting exceeded. So without wasting the time, I request Johnson sir to provide the vote of thanks.
On behalf of Energy Management Center, Kerala, I extend my sincere thanks to all the panel members, Mr. Soumya Prasad Karnaik, Dr. R. Arihumar, Mr. Kulbhushan Kumar, Mr. Rajini Kant, Mr. Hemant Kumar, Mr. Girija Shankar, and Mr. Ashok Bonham. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We had a wonderful and informative presentation from our esteemed panel. Now, I may please request Mr. Johnson Daniel, Head NMEEE and DSM EMC Head Kerala, to please come forward to hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Soumya Garnik, India Country Representative, Global Green Growth Institute. Yes. Please put a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking ideas and words. Mr. Kulbhushan Kumar, Partner, Grant Thornton, Bharat LLP. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable presence and time for the third day of International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026. Next, Mr. Ashok Bonham, our moderator of this panel discussion, as well as a Regional Senior Officer, Product Coordination, LZBT Global Green Growth Institute. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your inputs. Mr. D. Rajnikant, Director, National Productivity Council. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable session. And Mr. Girija Shankar, General Manager, EESL. Thank you so much, sir, for your informative inputs. Mr. K. N. Hemant Kumar, Director, E-Mobility International Corporate Association. And Mr. Amit Semwal, Climate Advisory Specialist, Responsibility. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I may now request Dr. R. Harikumar, Director EMC, to please join for the photo session with our panelists. Please, sir. Once again, thank you so much for your wonderful panel discussion on the Climate Smart Kerala, transforming buildings for efficiency, comfort, and low emissions. Thank you so much. And on that note, we're moving on to the next technical session. The next session is on the topic Empowering Energy Futures, which is our very theme for the International Energy Festival of Kerala. And let me please welcome our wonderful set of panelists who is going to lead us through our next panel discussion sessions on the topic Empowering Energy Futures. Asar Social Impact Advisors is a startup working in the environment and social justice impact space with a focus on building climate resilience and advancing ambitious climate action. The organization undertakes context-specific research, validates insight through on-ground engagement, and convenes multi-stakeholder processes to enable sustained collaboration across climate, energy, livelihoods, and governance systems. So it's an honor and privilege to welcome Ms. Vinuta Gopal, CEO, Asar Social Impact Advisors, to please kindly join us on stage. She's going to be the moderator as well as the keynote speaker for the next session. Welcome, ma'am. Up next, let me please welcome our esteemed panelist, Ms. Usha S., agriculture expert. Welcome, ma'am. Professor Shashi Kotayal, energy expert. Welcome, sir, please. Up next, Dr. C.G. Madhusudanan, co-founder and CEO, Equinox Community Source Modeling Solutions. Welcome, sir. Kindly join us to the panel. And last but not the least, Mr. Siddharth Srinivas, Regional Coordinator, Global Clean Mobility Collective. Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you all here for the next panel discussion on empowering energy future. So over to you, ma'am. Vinuta, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone, and it's wonderful to be here in Cochin. I want you to excuse me if I start coughing. It's a result of inhaling a lot of fossil fuels. But it's also the reason why I think we are here and we want to change our futures. So I think I'm not going to take too much time. We have 40 minutes, and I'd like you to hear our panelists. But to set context, we've all heard a lot about both the technology, the policy, and the complexities of energy management and energy production and so on. I think the lens that we are using in this panel today is what are the societal implications, what are the ecological implications of thinking about this transition, but thinking about it from the aspects of what it does to people's lives, our environments in which we live in, and understanding that the energy transition is actually not just about, and a lot of the previous panels actually alluded to it, but we hope we'll bring a new approach to thinking about it. So it's about buildings, it's about mobility, it's about our agriculture, our farmers, it's about coastal communities. It's about what is happening to people whose residences are flooded, and so on. So we are really asking the same question about the energy transition, but asking about it from the perspective of how does society be a part of this energy transition in a way that people's lives are actually being improved. We are reaching a stage where we are seeing the implications of the way in which we have developed on our lives, on the ecology, and all of that is interconnected. And so when we ask ourselves about the transition, while it is definitely about building codes, it's definitely about where the energy comes from, it's definitely about technology, it's definitely about finance, But let's not forget it's also about people. It's also about society. It's also about communities. It's also about our ecology. And that's the lens we would like to bring. At the same time, I also want to sort of begin with a story of hope. So when I started working on climate change way back in early 2000, one of the first initiatives I was involved in was actually to do with the incandescent bulb. When I walked into the conference today, I heard Hari Kumar sir talking about the switching of the bulb and how EMC had actually handed out more than 1 crore bulbs, LED bulbs. So I think what I want to say is something as simple, which we took for granted for years and years and decades, that an incandescent bulb in our homes was not something any of us thought about. But when we started working on it, we realized that actually a huge part of the light, of the energy from the incandescent bulb was actually wasted in heat and not in light. And that actually it is possible to change this technology, and nobody's really thought about this. But the implication of this transition has been immense. About 37 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions is actually avoided because we have switched from the incandescent bulb and leapfrogged to the LED. So a technology change involved government policy, involved behavior change. I had to change my bulb in my house, involved it becoming affordable, and a simple changing of a bulb was actually an extremely significant leap for society, which we don't quite realize. But this is why I think we also always like to think of very complex solutions. But sometimes a solution might be as simple as changing the bulb in your house. So I want to sort of leave us with that thought that while much is complex about the problem we are talking about, a lot of it is simple if we start also looking at it ground up. And that's the discussion I hope to have with my panelists today. Thank you. Yeah. So I'd like to begin with Usha Sulapani, Usha Chechi. Usha Chechi works on agroecology and climate-resilient livelihoods with a focus on strengthening farmer resilience, sustainable agriculture practices, and local food systems. And one of the things that we have been involved in as a group has been looking at climate-resilient and energy-efficient agriculture. And it was a process, the KRIA process was a process where we engaged across all districts of Kerala with EMC as a partner. And I'd like to begin by asking Usha Chechi, I think one of the important sort of thoughts behind that entire engagement was agriculture is the backbone of the state. And agriculture is also being severely affected by climate change. So we wanted to engage in this conversation. So how do you see farmers' lives also becoming a part of the energy conversation?
Thank you, Vinuda. I think it is an odd subject in this whole discussion. Agriculture is one subject or one sector which we give least interest, especially in a state like Kerala. The one thing which we take for granted too much is farmers' lives and food system. And we have compromised a lot on that, I should say. And that is why our health budget at the home ground as well as at the state level it is going up. So we have to correct it, and correct it in a way which also in the current context climate resilient. So we have to develop agriculture and food system in such a way that it will become more climate efficient, energy efficient, and climate smart. And generally we call it climate resilience, because all of us know that mitigation is a lost battle for us. Globally, it's a lost battle, especially for countries like ours. So where we have to look at for building our capacity to address climate change. As a country, India, and also as a state, Kerala, I think agriculture is still the most important vocation or the sector which gives employment to 50 to 60% of our population. As farmers, as workers, agriculture workers, when I say agriculture, it is not just crops. It is also fisheries, it is also animal husbandry. And that brings in a lot of, it actually adds to the economy, although the GDP is very low from agriculture, but the economic aspect of it is still huge. Even in a state like Kerala, 27% of the population is still dependent on agriculture. But in the whole discussion about energy, we don't consider agriculture. That is where we began, actually. So in climate resilient agriculture, we have to address, one is at the local level, how we adapt. So who has to adapt? So we always tell farmers have to become smart. Is that enough? Can farmers alone become smart? So who are the other players in farming? So when we eat food, we are also part of agriculture. When we eat food, we don't consider that we are part of agriculture, but if we take food, we are part of agriculture, which means that all of us have to adapt. It is not just farmers. Farmers alone cannot adapt because if they produce some climate resilient food, are we ready to accept? For example, millets. In 23, we had the International Year of Millets, and India played a very major role in that. But how many of us are ready to take millets? It's a climate resilient crop. Similarly, when coming back to Kerala, we are producing only 10 to 15% of what we want. We are a consumer state, and even for food, we are a consumer state. So 85% of our food comes from outside the state, even from outside the country. So as consumers, we are contributing to the emission a lot. So if you take the entire emission from the agriculture, along with the food system, it is almost 30%. It is not small. So when we talk about climate resilient agriculture, it is not just about production, it is not just about farmers becoming smart or becoming resilient. As a society, as a community, at the panchayat level, how much we can contribute to this resilient building strategy. So that is where we began our discussion within ourselves and also with the Energy Management Center and also with the Agriculture Department, which is the main stakeholder in this whole discussion. And we got an opportunity to work with, basically to engage on this discussion, to begin the discussion about this whole idea of CRA in agriculture with the district level officials, which includes Agriculture Department, actually 18 to 19 departments, animal husbandry. And one main problem is that 52% of our land is still under agriculture, which is a major land use in Kerala, which we never consider as a land use. When we talk about environment, we are bothered about our conservation of forest, we are concerned about conservation of wetlands, but then people are living around it. Now, whether it is a forest, whether it is a wetlands, people are living in, because our state is of a high density of population we have, whether it is along the coast, along the wetlands, midlands, or in the mountains. And we have a floating population also. So in this context, looking how do we actually, to do agriculture in a sustainable way, we want an intact ecosystem, sustainable ecosystem. So that is where we actually thought of having a model, pilots across the state to begin with, whether it is a panchayat level or at the block level, to see land as a not just a piece of land where a farmer owns like 1 acre, 2 acre. That is the kind of approach right now we have. When we have a beneficiary system where the schemes are looking at the development of a single farmer or some subsidies to the farmer. But through that, we cannot achieve resilience. So looking at the grassroots, how we can all work together. It is not just agriculture department, it is fisheries, it is. So integrating the departments at the grassroots level along with many farmers collectives are there in Kerala and also consumer collectives. They are not formally formed, but then if you take the larger food system approach, how much we can produce at the local level and consume, so that we reduce the emission at that level. And also, as an educated society, a literate society, a lot of engineers are in every panchayat, how they can actually help build various aspects of agriculture in our state. So that discussions we have started, and hopefully we can, I think in the second phase, I think we can start working with some panchayats. We are hoping for that.
Thank you so much, Ushat. I think so we are realizing that to solve one problem, first of all, we need to understand the context. And after understanding the context, we cannot solve one problem in such a way that it causes other new problems that spring up. So the intersectionality of our approach is quite critical. And like you were saying, it's important to look at it as a food system and not just agriculture, not just production of produce, but also look at it in terms of where is all of our food coming from, and is there a better way to do that? Because that entire system consumes a lot of energy. And then moving on to Mr. Shashi Kotel. Shashi sir is an energy expert, so we're moving from talking about agriculture, but now moving also to look at how energy can also look at it from the perspective of society and communities. Professor Shashi K. Kotel is an expert in renewable energy and smart grid systems with extensive experience across academia and consultancy. His work focuses on decentralized energy systems, grid integration of renewables, and community-scale energy solutions that contribute resilient and sustainable energy infrastructure. So like I said, we'll now move to you, sir, to ask you about how you see community resilience also as an important lens while considering energy generation and consumption.
Yeah. Thank you, Vinuta, for that question. When it comes to energy, people are now aware that the consumers, they have to become prosumers. They need to produce their own energy. That's a new stake that was not there when the energy supply, energy means in particular electricity, not only electricity, even oil supply was monopolized, centralized production and then network distribution. But we are forced to come to the decentralized or distributed generation of electricity in particular. And that is how these days the discussions on solar energy penetration, when it when the penetration onto the electricity supply system increases and comes to a significant level, then there is a question that the requirement of energy, electricity, is mostly in the night time, but unfortunately sun is not available in the night. So that is how now even the new regulations in the state, directly or indirectly, making it a mandate that not only that you produce solar electricity, but you use storage systems and have a time shifting if you're producing in the daytime and use in the night time. So this is first the new stake came onto the consumers that was in the form of production of electricity. Now another stake is coming that in the storage of electricity, one should store one's own electricity. There is another part to it. Solar was not very popular earlier. When more people started using it, people found that, okay, you install it and maybe you can forget it. You only remember when your bill is having a reduced amount thanks to solar. But when it comes to storage, the technology available is battery storage. That's a complex technology, and the risk perception is very high. So that is where actually a community solution will be more appropriate. Even in production also, there are community solutions. Together, a local residence association or a local residential complex, commercial complex, all these sectors can join together and have a community plan for that. But it is more meaningful when it comes to more demand will be there when it comes to storage. So that is where actually even ASER has made a long study. For the past 2 years, we have been studying what is the scope and what is the feasibility, the economic feasibility of community energy storage. What we mean is that in the electricity distribution network, in the distribution feeders, solar plants are getting connected. Rooftop plants, mostly as far as Kerala is concerned, is mostly rooftop plants. And then, if there is a requirement to store it, let's have a storage together, combined together. The distribution is from a distribution transformer. Based on that capacity, we can have a storage size, what is required there. And in the proximity of the transformer, there itself a community storage plant of battery energy storage. This can be owned by the community. It can be by the local self-government, a panchayat or municipality. It can be by a cooperative society. And then new business model has to come up for this operation. What is the purpose? Store the daytime produced solar electricity and then use it in the night time. All the technology will help it. But then the supply of the grid, that is being by the DISCOM, for example, the electricity board. Electricity board will have a major stake in that, in accounting it. Prosumers, solar prosumers, how much they have produced in a day, how much have they consumed in the daytime, what is their demand in the night time, how much can be time shifted from their daily production. All these things are just a question of accounting only. Even there is a larger scope for such community systems. See, as a solution of a storage, the DISCOM, the electricity board, Kerala State Electricity Board is presently having 4+1 5 major battery energy storage at the transmission sector. Centrally, they are storing it. Maybe that is a national strategy. But how far it can help when it comes to a particular sector, a region, a locality, where the storage equations are to be made between the supply and demand and the storage. Not only that, since when we were shifting to the distributed generation, the most attraction is that consumption is already distributed. And if we have the production, the generation there itself, that is the ideal case where we can totally avoid the transmission distribution losses. So ideally storage also has to be done like that. But because of the complexity, the cost involved, when it comes to storage, the cost involved is not so. A complex technology with a higher cost, naturally, there will be a reluctance on individual storage. So that is where a community solution helps there as far as the cost is concerned, the management is concerned, the maintenance is concerned. Even the DISCOM can avail this facility because, you know, the country is having a significant share of solar electricity generation. If you visit the exchange, energy exchange, you will find that around noontime, almost every day, the price of electricity is very low, below a rupee. Even it is available certain days at 75 paise per unit. But you know at what price electricity board is purchasing the peak time energy, the imports from outside the state. That goes into double digit, 10 rupees average, sometimes they are telling, even up to 14 rupees, 12 rupees, to that range it is going. So storage as a service, a community storage plant can offer the service of storage for the DISCOM, for the prosumers, and the community can manage it. So this community solution, there are two things into that. A viable, techno-economically viable solution is coming, which can be immediately put into practice. And you know, the gestation is very short. If you install it in a few days or weeks, the next day itself it starts payback. So that is the attraction on one side. The other side, it's time that when we shifted from monopoly of energy production and supply to the distribution, you know, this is considered as the major characteristic of the energy transition, the present energy transition, democratizing it. So there, the stake is coming to the prosumers, the consumers, and they need to own it, and they need to they need to play a role unless they involve it. So involving as a community that builds the responsibility, share the responsibility, that builds confidence, and at the most important thing, that becomes economically viable and acceptable. That is the community concept in energy.
Thank you so much, Shashi sir. I think the concern with decentralized, and Kerala is always seen as a leader, a state that leads on decentralization. So we are very hopeful that Kerala could lead on the solution. But I think the concern with decentralization, or the reason decentralization isn't always adopted, is because it actually involves even decentralized building of ecosystems. But the fact that climate change is going to be extremely hyper-local in the way in which it manifests forces us actually to look at decentralized solutions. And one of the things that we have learned, even in Kerala's 2018 floods, is that many of the houses with solar rooftop systems were actually able to charge their phones and provide electricity and possibly even support. So looking at decentralized solutions, looking at solar, looking at storage may actually be a really important way in addressing a climate emergency, which is already upon us and which is only going to get exacerbated over the coming years. So I think energy might be not just mitigation, but may also be a way of adapting and building resilience to this. And now I move to Dr. C.G. Madhusudanan. He is going to speak about buildings, but he is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Equinoct Community-Sourced Modeling Solutions. And Dr. C.G. Madhusudanan is a scientist working on climate resilience and risk assessment, integrated climate systems research, and science-led, community-grounded climate adaptation and environmental modeling. So before I come to you, I also want to share that Equinoct has been one of the organizations working on the ground in Ernakulam district looking at tidal flooding. And most recently, they have actually managed through the community interventions, through panchayat resolutions, actually the state acknowledging tidal flooding as a disaster, and therefore people actually getting benefits that they would need to build resilience. And in the process of that tidal flooding process, buildings have become a key way of actually an indicator of what is happening to people's lives. Therefore, when we think of buildings, we are not only thinking of building codes, we are not only thinking of the embodied energy stored or that has gone into getting the building there, but as you were saying, and you will elaborate, buildings are actually absolutely key to resilience as well. And when we think of building, we need to really think about it much more differently than merely the energy generated or used by the building as well as the embodied energy. So over to you, Madhu.
Thank you, Vinita. Starting from the buildings perspective, from the last conversation being the climate smart Kerala, and also looking at building as a major component, which is a major user of energy and also a major emitter of carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas emissions and all. We all know that. And what is our approach to buildings? Basically, we think them as an individual discrete entities, but when you look at a building as such from human evolution onwards, building is a core to our whole existence and evolution. So based on our climate, based on our various kinds of evolutionary thing, we are actually revolved around buildings. From protection against heat or cold, this is a major thing that we always look around, whether we live in a building or we work in a building. It's all connected, whether it is transport, electricity, or any other resource. We move resources from a building to another building. If you think from that perspective, everything is connected to building when human existence is concerned. But at times of climate change, when we think about mitigation, basically when we think about buildings, we think that it's a major emitter, a major energy consume component of the system. But beyond that, when you look at a building as a major thing in human existence, it has various other ways to look at it. Basically, one thing is how it provides resilience to our own systems, and also how it emits more and how it makes the system more vulnerable. So one way it protects us, on the other same way it actually destroys our environment and our surroundings. In a way, it actually pollutes our air. It emits more carbon dioxide and consumes energy, which actually increase the global temperature, and which leads to various kinds of climate extremes that actually increase the floodings in various ways, riverine floodings, coastal floodings, which increases the sea level rise and which leads to the coastal areas uninhabitable. Basically, when you look at the Ernakulam coast, about 20,000 households have been impacted by high tide flooding. And because of these particular landscape, and because of the presence of salt water, especially seawater, all the buildings are corroded and its safety is at peril. So it's actually when we build various kinds of building, we are looking at it from a perspective of safety, comfort, and energy efficient. At most of the time, we are not looking at where we are building it. Especially when in a time of climate change, most of our buildings are built in climate vulnerable spots. And especially after 1970s, when we encroach most of our farmlands, especially wetlands, encroaching it for constructing our railways, our roads, our major transport, airports, and even buildings, basically even our homes. So this actually increased the vulnerability in manifold times, at times of climate change, when it floods, when it is an extreme rainfall and floods the region, the homes are flooded, and also when due to climate change, due to sea level rise, the high tide flooding also increases the chance of water inundating your farms, your homes, and your houses. This actually leads to various kinds of climate risks. So when you look at building from a perspective of climate risk, you have to think about where we are building this basic infrastructure and how we can build it more resilient way, so that we can actually think about addressing various risks of climate change. Beyond smart, I think we have to build the buildings in a resilient way. So the resilience plays a key part in building future buildings.
Thank you so much. I think also when we are thinking about climate change, we are definitely thinking about heat. And the heat island effect is also something we should think about when we think about buildings. So resilience is also a very critical aspect of thinking about the way we build. Urban planning is also all about the way we are going to build. And India is, and Kerala is a place where even the building ethos of the kind of materials used, there is so much knowledge and so much that we can tap into in terms of how we do our future. And so it's really a place, I feel, when we think of buildings, that we can really think about solutions that exist in the place that should be replicated, rather than us just building a certain kind of construction that is become normal now and is being applied everywhere. Especially glass windows. It's basically ensuring you have the greenhouse gas effect inside your building and then switching on your air conditioning to try and then be cool inside. So we really need to think about buildings differently, and we need to move towards thinking about how buildings can also be made resilient for the future. And now I move on to Siddharth. Like Madhu said, buildings are actually places from where one person goes to another building. So Siddharth's going to be talking about the mobility. Siddharth Srinivas, he is the Regional coordinator, Global Clean Mobility Collective. Siddharth works on public transport systems and sustainable mobility with a focus on behavior change, institutional coordination, and enabling low-carbon transport solutions. So Siddharth, I'm going to ask you, when you think about mobility, you're not only thinking about reducing emissions and going electric. Well, that may be a significant part of the future. Can you talk a little bit about how you're viewing mobility in a way that addresses people's need to go from one place to another, but in a more sustainable way?
So yes, one major part of it is, of course, the electrification part. But I think when we actually talk about mobility, I was in Chennai last week, and I had this very interesting conversation with a disability rights activist who actually referred to this concept of charismatic megafauna, which is basically, it's in conservation circles. If there are KUFOR students here, they might know about it. Basically means that conservation funding mostly goes to the iconic animals like an elephant or a tiger, a whale, a panda, and many other animals, and conservation funding for them actually gets lost out. The equivalent that she was trying to draw was funding almost always goes into wider roads, flyovers, and means which actually are directly aimed at what they think is the aspiration of the middle class, and which is primarily about movement. And it isn't, at the end of the day, about access. So when we start looking at mobility systems about providing access to people with disabilities, to women who can safely travel, vulnerable communities, informal workers, coastal communities who could actually get evacuated in time, people in Kerala, like people staying in the high-range areas who have very limited access, transport options, that is when our systems will actually truly develop. And I think being able to approach it from that perspective is really what would make it a resilient mobility system at the end of the day.
Thank you, Siddharth, for being so brief. But so I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. So how much of this is behavior change? Because I think we've seen images of you build new flyovers, the new flyover will get filled with cars, and you're still stuck in a jam. It's only taken maybe a few years to go from one jam, some free road, and then another jam. And so the hope is that while you're absolutely right that what we invest in is the flashy new build flyovers and bigger roads and so on, but that doesn't seem to be the solution. But yet all of us are sitting in cars. We are not using public transport. So how do you address behavior change?
So one simple one answer would be, and of course I will go deeper, but it's about convenience, reliability, but it has to start from actually having a clear policy formulation around what we want to achieve. What is it that we're looking to achieve in the long term? And of course, there is the whole thing that, you know, if we have more buses, it will just address the issue, but that again is not the answer. I think really making sure that any changes, any investment that you make into the public transport system, it is actually about making sure that all these different aspects, access, people for finding it affordable, are people actually having bus stops near them, is there sufficient first and last mile connectivity, is it comfortable to travel in, is the infrastructure actually being built up to really support that? Those are important questions. And then, of course, I think that's when people really do have the mindset shift. Just in terms of road widening, I'll give a Kerala-specific example. I grew up in Kozhikode. In the 90s, I would travel to North Kerala, a place called Vadagara, where my father's ancestral home was, every month, and it was a 2-lane highway. And we would reach there in an hour. By the 2000s, they added a 3rd lane in many places, and it got even better. And then, of course, by the 2010s, it takes about 2 hours to cover that distance, and now they're widening it again to 6 lanes, and I'm thinking it's only going to be for a little time, maybe another 10 years, where you will have fast-moving traffic, then you're going to hit a roadblock. So I think fundamentally looking at reallocation instead of just, see it as a finite resource. You can't just keep expanding, adding lanes to the roads. You really need to figure out what is your systemic long-term plan and goal to actually make sure there's a fundamental shift, make sure there are, I think governments need to consider disincentivization. Kerala had the highest, it had a 12% growth in vehicle sales last year, which was the highest in about 10 years. And vehicle numbers are just going up. I saw the news report around that, and the Transport Commissioner interestingly mentioned that all that is great, EV numbers are going up, but let me flag that we have to possibly look at, curbing numbers, or it will get unsustainable. And the fact that the realization was there, that people in policy circles are actually talking about it, is great. I think really concentrated, like systematic, coordinated action, planning, bringing together different agencies, that really does need to happen in Kerala.
Yeah, thanks so much. And now we have another, I think, 10 minutes. Yeah, we have a little less than 10 minutes. So I'm going to go around quickly and focus on Kerala and solutions. So if we are going to look at solutions that are Kerala specific, the question to all of you is, what are the things that you would focus on from the perspective of agriculture, community-based energy systems, buildings, and mobility, that you would focus on for Kerala that also has an energy footprint? So over to all of you.
Shall I start? In the agriculture sector, I think democratizing agriculture research and extension is the most important. At the panchayat level, we can call it Karshaka Vijnana Kendras, which we are now trying in Wayanad, where because in the era of climate change, the change happens very dynamically. Kind of every day you have to monitor rainfall. So similarly, soil temperature. So everything is becoming hyper-local, the changes. So somebody has to be there at that point to do the research and also to tell what can be done. So that cannot be done by the current ICR system, agriculture research system. And farmer is in the field every day, and their experience matters here. So they should be seen as partners in research and development, agriculture development. So I think that is the most crucial. That is where you can actually build data, build knowledge, build experience, and build the collectives. And collectivization farming is the key for building resilience. So that, maybe we can call it a different KVK. It is not the current Krishi Vijnana Kendras, it is Karshaka Vijnana Kendra, which is different, which is from bottom up. So they can connect with every department or research institutions and really build to face the challenges. And naturally, we have to increase production at the panchayat level. At least we should target 50%. So, and this group can actually help plan along with the panchayat and the Krishi department. Energy also, I think, because he was talking about decentralization, and that is where you can really build the synergy with the electricity production also. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, there has to be synergy. As Usha said, democratization has to happen in energy sector also. See, for locally, to cater to the energy requirements of all other sectors, whether it is agriculture or commerce or transport, energy is required. All this energy has to be produced locally. And for that transition, we need, if you ask what is to be done, I will say that we need to develop green business opportunities. And this green business opportunities means they're the investors, the players. Small and medium investment has to be there. And let them locally produce energy, supply energy. Individually also it can be done, but otherwise enterprises should be promoted, small and medium. Whereas when it comes to, see, if you look at the energy regulations which are under preparation, then you will find that, okay, there is a question even otherwise, that when it comes to energy supply, even renewable energy or distributed energy can be managed as a monopoly by corporates on a large scale. But that will not be sustainable because on the receiving side, people will not be accepted when it is dictated. The centralized tariff and all other unacceptable things when it comes to that, then the social, that stability will not be there. To ensure the equity in energy, it is required that there should be small enterprises, commercially sustainable enterprises, and they will be dealing at that level. There is also a demand. See, take the case of bulk consumers, large consumers of electricity. They should be allowed and they should be facilitated to produce their own energy and use it. Large-scale production should not be for the supply. Large-scale demand should be met by the proportionate production. We need to ensure equity. There are certain issues when it comes to equity. When you say just energy transition, even otherwise globally, you know, there is a global statistics regarding the equity. The commercial energy, if you look at it, that was by the turn of the century, the end of the 20th century. If you divide the global population into 5 sections, 20% each, means the bottom 20% is poor and the top is rich. You know, the top 20% is consuming 58% of the commercial energy, whereas the poor is getting just a 4%. So that is where we need to, this has worsened now. We are at the end of the first quarter of the 21st century. That previous statistics that might have worsened now only. It cannot improve. So there has to be special focused effort for equity, for a just energy transition. We have regulations and laws for energy conservation, energy production for people who can afford it. But think about, there is a marginalized section. Think about the street vendors. They are using energy. Most of them, they are using diesel or even battery that is charged from the grid only. Why not we address them and offer the technology, not only the technology, other support, the assistance. Then only the transition can be just. And these are the local requirement. There is an urban poor who deserve it. All these things together will make an energy policy for the future, for the state.
As per the buildings, when you look at the buildings, it's basically private players plays a major role in building, developing the systems. And when you look at from the developer's perspective, they have very limited land where which they have building systems and things. But from a larger perspective, when you look at the whole holistic understanding of this thing, we have to look at building from a landscape perspective. Otherwise, the issue is that the risks are manifold. Basically, when it comes to flooding, basically extreme rainfall, the drainage systems which are not being addressed in the piecemeal systems, and all other things are directly linked to the public investment. So having a larger landscape level understanding of buildings is very much important to solve most of the problems, even when it looks to urban heats of local drainage level floodings.
Both systems. In Kerala, the buses and KSRTC are always seen as a white elephant. I've been told that since I was a child. Nothing can happen. It's not going to change. It's got legacy issues. But I think in the last 5-7 years, they've actually really been able to do some great work in expanding the network. And it's something that they really do need to build on. It is going to be the lifeline for the state in coming times, which I think a lot of people are not able to recognize, but I think should be front and center and part of the whole planning process. And honestly, I think even looking at desensitivizing private vehicle usage to some extent. There's a lot of research coming in globally that both in the global majority countries and the global minority countries that desensitivization does really produce a lot of results. So being able to look at that from an effective manner, see what we can do, and yeah, probably a mix of these I think are going to be really important in addressing how mobility and energy and our emissions are kind of really addressed in the long run.
Thank you so much. So we are at the end of our panel. I want to thank all the panelists for being here and for sharing their thoughts. And I want to hope that the audience definitely thinks of their expertise and their issue, but also looks at it in the context of a future landscape resilience lens while coming up with solutions, because merely looking at a siloed solution is unlikely to solve the problems at the scale at which we're going to face it in the future. And so hopefully leave you with that thought. Thank you so much. And thank you to EMC for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for that wonderful, thought-provoking panel discussion. And to commemorate our panelists, let me please welcome Mr. Subhash Babu, Registrar EMC, to please hand over a token of love and appreciation to our panelists. Please, sir. Ms. Vinuta Gopal, CEO as Social Impact Advisors. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our moderator and keynote speaker for the previous session. And our panelist, Ms. Usha S., agricultural expert. Professor Shashi Kotayal, the energy expert. Dr. C.G. Madhusudanan, co-founder and CEO, Economic Community, SOS Modeling Solutions. Thanks a lot, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. Siddharth Srinivas, Regional Coordinator, Global Clean Mobility Collective. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Requesting all of you to please join for a group photo. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch. It's around 12:30. So, ഒന്നരയ്ക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ അടുത്ത സെഷൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. So, please take the lunch break. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ലഞ്ചിന് വേണ്ടി ഡിസ്പേഴ്സ് ചെയ്യും. 1:30 കൂടി എല്ലാവരും തിരിച്ചെത്തണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. We'll start the next sessions at 1:30 p.m. So, before 1:30 എല്ലാവരും എത്തണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. Also, please collect the lunch coupons before you go for lunch. Lunch coupons collect ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം ലഞ്ചിന് മൂവ് ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. Also, please come back as soon as possible because we have very important sessions lined up for the second half of the day. 1:30 മുൻപ് എല്ലാവരും തിരിച്ച് ഹാളിലേക്ക് എത്തണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ് for the second half of the third day of the International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026. Thank you so much once again to all our esteemed panelists. Here's an announcement. നമ്മൾ 1:30 കൂടി തിരിച്ചെല്ലാവരും ലഞ്ച് ബ്രേക്ക് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നെക്സ്റ്റ് സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് സെഷൻസിന് എത്തണം എന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. വി ആർ നൗ ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് ഫോർ ലഞ്ച്. Please collect your lunch coupons and move towards the food counters for the lunch. And adinu shesham, please come back in 45 minutes before 1:30 p.m. to start and commence the next session. Thank you.
वायर ഉണ്ട്
all the delegates who have been sitting there in the back rows to please occupy the front chairs, as most of the chairs here are vacant. This is a humble request from the organizers as well as myself. Please. Up next, we're moving on to our next technical presentation on the topic Understanding the Carbon Markets, a Proclaimed Perspective for the State of Kerala. And the session is going to be headed and led by Ms. Nidhi Maurya, Head of Business Development and Customer Relationship Management, Proclaim. It is an honor to have you here, ma'am. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, please kindly take the front seats, allowing maybe like next 2 minutes for all of you to settle in before I would like to call upon the speaker on the dais. Thank you so much. So over to the next session. Let me call upon Ms. Nidhi Maurya, who is an accomplished energy and climate professional with over 18 years of experience in energy policy, energy transition, renewable energy, and carbon portfolio. She has worked closely with governments, utilities, donor agencies, and private sector stakeholders across India and South Asia on large-scale climate and energy initiatives. Ms. Nidhi brings strong expertise in translating policy frameworks into bankable, scalable climate projects aligned with global carbon market. So it's an honor and privilege to have you here, ma'am. Over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, with all of you gathered here, please put a big round of applause for Ms. Nidhi Maurya, Head of Business Development and Customer Relationship Management, Proclaim. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. I know it's the after lunch session and everybody's snoozing, so I will keep it very short and ensure that we keep it interesting. So the topic that I have been given is ensuring that carbon markets. What are carbon markets? Now the announcer just mentioned that I'm from energy sector, and it gives me pleasure to be here in the International Energy Festival. I have spent almost 18 years in advising clients in energy sector on policies, regulations, as well as technology adoption and program management. But one missing key, which nobody understood at the point when I started my career, was the climate assets can be monetized. These assets can make revenue for the governments to ensure that the decarbonization goals, the NDC's targets that we have taken, can be met through climate finance also. So before we begin, I need to understand how to go next. All right. Next is this. All right, till they fix this, a little bit about Climb. So we are a climate company developing projects across 3 Cs. We call ourselves, can you go back one slide? Okay. So we are a climate first company. We are a service provider to governments, businesses, and industries. We focus on 3 Cs. So we look at carbon projects. All right. Can I? So which button do I need to press? Forward. Okay. All right. So we focus on carbon project development. We mostly look at the adaptation, mitigation, and removal of carbon from the environment. Then we also look at carbon trade as a practice, and we also do climate investments. Kerala is one of the states where Proclaim is investing into ensuring that all across nature-based solutions are done here. So we are investing in blue carbon, ARR, and other areas also in the state, which is one of the key initiatives which I'm here for. We also provide advisory services which ties all these 3 Cs together for us. All right. So one thing that we ensure that before starting any project, we focus on 8 core pillars of Proclaim. So what are these? any carbon project has to meet. What does additionality means? It means that whether the project could have happened without climate finance or not. If it cannot happen without climate finance, then it meets additionality criteria, and that's which can earn carbon credits. It has to be longevity. Ensure that the project is set up today and it is over by 10 years. We do not invest in such projects. We invest in projects which are longer in duration, up to 40 years, ensuring that carbon is removed from the environment for that longer period. Another thing that we focus on is permanence, another pillar. So it shouldn't be that we set up a project and in 5 years the trees are cut up, or there's a flood which happening, so the entire forest is under drought. So all of those things we ensure that the project that we put in has minimal risk. Risk mitigation measures are put in so that the project ensures permanence. We also have a strong governance structure. We focus on that. We ensure that these standards, registries, everything is met, and ensuring that the quality project can be created. Another important aspect that we focus on is integrity. Is the sound okay? Another aspect that we focus on is integrity. It is very important in carbon markets to ensure the project has integrity. It meets all the standards. Highest quality of registries are ensuring that the standards are met. Data transparency is there. Everybody can view where the setup has been done. Monitoring is there. Community benefits can be easily identified. So that gives any project integrity, which ensures buyer buyback and ensures revenue is certain. Another thing that we focus on, that the climate has to be financially sound. Any project which is not making money is not worth the investment. Eventually, it has to be looked into as a business that we focus on. And last is that the narrative has to be very strong. We always look at carbon or climate as a threat, as a challenge. We at ProClim think it is an opportunity. This is what our founder keeps saying, that carbon finance is an opportunity and we should look at it that way. And that's the narrative that we try to build through our projects and push across the different ecosystem that we work with. So just very quickly, like I said, we focus on 3 Cs. We focus on high quality carbon removal projects, which are nature-based in nature. For example, afforestation and reforestation, soil improvement. Then we also focus on mangrove development, as well as biochar development. We have our own proprietary data engine to ensure that the data is transparent. We ensure that it is GIS backed, and it can be monitored through different time of the project execution. We also look at future-proofing and risk management and ensuring strong governance structures for all our projects. So as a company, our mission is to ensure that we manage 500 million tons emissions under management by 2029. When we say emissions under management, it means the verified emission reduction credits that we have across the lifetime of our projects. In total, how many emissions under management we manage. At present, we are managing around 100 million tons of emission reduction, and we target that we do that by 2029 of almost 500. So what are carbon markets? Carbon markets mean a verifiable unit of ton of carbon removed, avoided, or reduced from the environment is equivalent to 1 carbon credit. And these credits can be traded, and that constitutes a carbon market. We all know this. Every unit of CO2 concentration leads to additional GHG emissions in the environment, which leads to several catastrophic events like heat waves, cold waves, droughts across the globe, and which risk most of the sustainable development goals that we have, like rising poverty, food insecurity, health issues, water scarcity, etc. So that's the reason why this needs to be addressed and ensure that, carbon removal, reduction, or avoidance can be done, which can also be monetized. Just to understand the scale of the opportunity, we have this graph for you. Now, if you look at on the gray side is the total emissions of carbon equivalent, which was done in 2025, which is around 53 gigawatt tons of CO2 equivalent. Now, out of that, carbon taxes remove only 5% of the offsets, while the compliance market is a little bit larger share of around 24%, and voluntary market only removes less than 1%, which shows us that around 70% of the carbon emissions are still not offset. So that's the market opportunity that we are talking about. That is where, project developers like us, governments like you, can come together and actually ensure mitigation happens and climate finance can be monetized. We all know this, Kerala's vision to net zero by 2050. And one of the key components that we are missing is climate finance. And to ensure that, it is important to monetize this. And that's the reason why I'm here to explain a little bit about what climate finance should. This is just 101. So there are three buckets that emissions are put into: Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. Scope 1 reflects direct emissions by any industry, any organization that they do during their operations or business. For example, combustion in owned or controlled boilers, furnaces, etc. So whatever emissions are done, that are bucketed as Scope 1. Then there are Scope 2 or indirect emissions. Whatever emissions that are done from purchase of electricity or any other fuel that you're using to undertake your operations in your business. For example, purchasing electricity, heat, or any other source of energy. Scope 3 bucketize all other types of indirect emissions in your business from different vendors. If you're buying a product from somewhere, the entire value chain emissions that are being there, that comes under Scope 3. The carbon market is again bucketized into 4 types, and this is a simpler version that we have put here. One is the Paris Agreement. Based on that, Article 6, which is Article 6.2 and Article 6.4. Very simply, if the countries get into mutual agreements and agree to mitigate trade mitigation outcomes, that's under Article 6.2. While Article 6.4 refers to compliance offsets, which can be adjusted and sold through and purchased. If they're approved by the host government, it becomes a mitigation outcome. Otherwise, it can be traded as a compliance market directly. Then there is a voluntary carbon market, which I mentioned. It's a global market where carbon credits can be traded voluntarily. Most of the companies buy this to meet their net zero goals. For example, any big petrochemical company would have a net zero goal. Reliance has a net zero goal by 2050. So they would buy this and ensure that they can offset their emissions through voluntary market. There are several registries in the voluntary market, like Gold Standard, American Registry, Vera, and there are upcoming Pure Earth, Isometric, which gives new technologies which are brought into. And then there are national and regional compliance markets. For example, India is setting up its CCTS. EU ETS is the oldest compliance market which is there in the globally. So every verified unit of carbon, 1 ton of carbon equivalent that is removed from the environment earns an environment attribute certificate, which can be traded in the compliance market or the voluntary market. There's also another thing called a renewable energy certificate. We've all heard of it in Indian context from the RPO and the Indian domestic rec market. There's an international rec market also where companies can buy and offset. The RE100 companies have taken those targets for themselves, and they can offset their scope 2 emissions through renewable energy certificates. Now, how does carbon crediting works in practice? I'm not sure if you can view it, but it's a very simple demonstration of how life cycle of a project, of a carbon project looks like. So it starts with origination, with project design and creation. Now, what are the steps involved in that? We, or similar developers like us, design the project, identify the project, and then identify the communities, identify the governments to ensure that they're the scale, and ensure that the project design is aligned with the registration or the registry that we are looking at, the methodology that we are looking at. The project is then validated. So there's the asset owner or the project developers, and then there are the validation and verification bodies which actually validate the project, that the project is developed as per the methodology that is there, as per different standards that are there, as per the registries which we are applying to ensure that it is correctly done, the baseline is correctly done, the additionality is correctly identified, and the impact on communities, the CCB benefits are also derived. Once the project is validated, it is registered in the standard setting bodies or registries like VERA, Gold Standard, etc. Once the project is registered, and this process starts even before the project is on ground. So once this is completed, the project is registered, we start the activities of developing of the project. So that starts where we have identified the land, we do the feasibility study, we ensure that the project in the year one, the plantation starts happening, and the entire impact from year 1 to year 40, if that's a period of the life cycle of the project, it is monitored from day 1. Every unit has to be monitored to ensure that the compliance has been done. So every year, then we need to so that is part of where the buyers or the compliance obligated entities or the net zero companies with net zero targets actually come to us and purchase these credits. Now, how do buyers engage in carbon markets? There are different models to do that. And I personally look at this piece at ProClimb because I work with ensuring that the offtakes happen for different types of projects. So once the credit life cycle of a project includes the design or origination, the project operation, and then the offsetting period. Now, during that, if a buyer wants to come in initially itself during the project design, they can come in through project investment. So that's the first module that they can follow, wherein they actually come in with the investment to the project. They ensure that the project is operated, the project is off the start, and ensure that they buy the credits which will be generating in lieu of their investment, and also maybe return on equity, or if they have come as in any other form, they also ensure return on their investment. The next way of buyer engagement is through an offtake agreement, wherein there are two options. They can do a prepayment or they can do forward contracts. So prepayment means that they will get credits once the project starts generating. So for a nature-based project, usually a gestation period is 5 years. So the credits will not start generating before 5 years. And then they go on till, say, 40 years period. So for a forward contract to happen, the buyer identifies a project, looks into the quality and the integrity of the project, looks at the rating. There are credit rating companies who rates project after reviewing all the project documents, which are all available, have to be available transparently on the registry websites. So they have two options. They either come in with a pre-purchase agreement, which means they pay now, and they have a right on the credits that are generated from the project in the future. So they buy that from the developer. Or it's a forward agreement wherein they get into an agreement that once the project will start generating for, say, next 5 years, 5 to 10 years, we will buy these many credits and we'll pay you once the credits are being generated or sold to us. So those are called forward agreements. Another way is once a project starts to, kind of generating carbon credits through registries, we get into spot transactions. So credits are available with us, and whoever wants to meet the net zero targets can actually come directly to the developer to buy those credits. So they identify from registry that these credits are available, and then they can come to us to retire that. Or through different aggregators or trading companies which are there in the market who identify that these credits are available. They have their own clients who ensures that, this sale happens. This is just an ecosystem, market ecosystem that we think is already available, and we've been very thorough with it. So it usually includes project originators like us, Climeworks, there are several Pachama, several of them are here. We are also a project developer. Essentially, we are that, so that's why we've put ourselves in project developers also. There are many similar companies like South Pole, KMS, WWF have also set up their own projects. Financing arms are very important in carbon finance. So AIDB, ADB, Frontier, they all provide investments in different carbon projects also. Then there are validation and verification bodies. Like I said, these are the critical part of any project registry to actually earn carbon credits. So for example, NOR, TUV, Carbon Check, SGS, they're all accredited validation bodies with different registries. There are rating agencies. Rating agencies are also essential because they review the projects, they rate your project and ensure that ratings can go from anywhere to AA plus to D. And if the project has good rating, it has more bankability and saleability. Then there are registries and standards. Like I said, there are in the voluntary market, there are several registries, Vera, Gold Carbon, Puro Earth, Plan Vivo, Sir Carbno. So those are the registries where you can register your projects. Then there are brokers or aggregators who bring together different projects and sell to their clients. Then there are quasi-regulatory bodies, which are also very important, which form the regulation standards for different types of, like COSIA, ICM, VCMI. And then we have marketplaces and different types of buyers. Some of the challenges in India which we've seen, to ensure that the market is developed, that the projects, and this is not just India, it is globally that these challenges exist. We have low integrity projects across, and which has shaken the confidence of buyers in these projects. Unless buyers are there to buy these projects, it's a challenge, right? You cannot mobilize finance, so you cannot put up the project. For example, today only the news came that COCO and Article 6, one of the failures in Article 6 has already happened in Kenya, which is challenging because it buries the entire confidence of the buyers from the market, right? Then there's efficiency concerns in terms of CCTS rollout. We already know by October it should be operation, and it provides both compliance and offset mechanism, which should give more kind of confidence to the buyers. But we also need to ensure that the timelines are there. Bankability of the projects, and then most importantly, a lot of times we've seen that the policy making happens separately, and while the entire market which is there, which is not really actually who's developing the projects, who are kind of buying these projects, are not part of these policy making. So that has to be something that we want to ensure that is something taken into account for future. I have less time, so I'll run through some of the slides now. But the opportunity is there, as I mentioned. The global market itself, carbon market, is poised to cross 1.6 trillion by 28, and India's market is poised to set up at 49 billion by 2030. We see massive climate investments, especially in nature-based solutions, more for point of view of bioconfidence that is there in high integrity and credible projects. We can be a global climate leader, and this is something that, because we are more focused, we have our own NDC targets. Article 6 is getting operationalized now. So all of those will, ensure that India is globally a big player in the carbon market for future. I'll go through this very quickly just to give you a snapshot. We have a proprietary tool at Proclime wherein we can see different registries and different buyers who are buying credits. Out of 43,000 buyers, we've seen 7,300 buyers are actually buying credits from Indian projects. So we know the market is there, and India is a place where buyers want to come in and buy. This is just a snapshot of different companies. We have large organizations who are coming to India to buy these projects, and most of them are now investing in nature-based solutions. Earlier, the more focus was on renewable energy and cook stores, while now, because of the bioconfidence, nature-based solutions are coming into fore. This is something that we have, again, kind of analyzed the data through our own proprietary tool from GIS-based tool, wherein we see within India itself, there's a potential of 200,000 hectares of ARR projects, and Kerala alone can contribute around 8,000 hectares to that. And that's a big step in any nature-based solution project development to ensure that, that hectarage is available and that can be reforested. We are also leading a Proclime industry platform called India Carbon Forum. Some of our members are there. It is our vision that the entire market grows, and not just us, but the entire carbon ecosystem grows and ensures the carbon finance can be monetized for the development of different states and the decarbonization initiatives for different states. So I'll stop here. Thank you so much. And
thank you so much, ma'am, for that informative session. Up next, let me please welcome Dinesh Kumar, sir. Mr. Dinesh Kumar AN, Joint Director, EMC, to please come and join us on stage to hand over a token of 11 appreciation for Ms. Nidhi Maurya, Head of Business Development and Customer Relationship Management Program. Welcome, sir. Ma'am, please take the center stage. Yes. Question? Yes, yes. Sorry. Sorry, we will have this after the memento? No, we can give the memento and then. Please give a big round of applause for her wonderful presentation on the topic Understanding the Carbon Markets. And yes, ma'am, can you take one question?
Okay, sure. Yes, sir. Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, can you hear me? Great. Amazing presentation, nice to hear the whole process and things like that. Though we all know you put it in a very nice way. And thank you for limiting your time and trying to explain. But not just for me, for the all audience, I would like to put a real example in front of you so that it'll be easier if you could answer that, and we all understand how the process goes. Imagine that I have a project on a quarry site, abandoned quarry site, which is around 300 acres, where we are trying to do up a adventure tourism park and regenerate the whole quarry itself. With an approximate budget of around 2,100 crores, it's like 7 crores an acre. So first you have an abandoned quarry, which is already a scar on the earth, and then you're trying to regenerate, and then you're going to set up something which is, like you said, not for a year or two, but for much longer time. I think 40 years is small for a project like that, probably for 100 years. So how does Proclaim come in, and what can Proclaim do to this project and how beneficial it can be for a client or the project architect. That including, I'll just finish, to include this, your company into this. So if you could explain that, it'll be very helpful so that we can understand in totality.
So, and I have a language barrier, and I was also told there are no Q&A. So, but I'll try and answer. So what I understand, you want to understand how, if a client comes to us, how do we kind of advise them on how to set up a project?
I want you to specifically focus on this 300-acre KOCHI project, so that we are speaking about specific things rather than generalizing. So that's why I gave the problem to you. The problem is very simple. It's a 300-acre abandoned KOCHI, which is within the city of Cochin, and somebody is trying to set up an adventure park, which is coming close to around 2,100 crore rupees, which is one of its kind in the world itself. So how do Proclaim come in?
Yeah.
And if I want to engage Proclaim, how do you? So the problem is very specific, so I don't want you to generalize.
So first of all, let me clarify, I understand the problem. I'm not sure if there are any carbon markets for adventure park, but just for your instance, if a client comes to us with a project of over 300 acres and they want to, reclaim a land for, say, using afforestation, coffee plantation, or something similar, we will have to look into several areas, which make sense for us to also come in. First of all, we look at the scale of the project. We actually work with hectareage, so that's another area that we want to identify, first of all, that what would be the scale of the project. Then we need to look at what type of project that you're working on, whether those are identified areas in different registries that we work in. So if it's a nature-based project, say for example, you are looking at afforestation, okay? So we look at different methodologies, whether that will, kind of come under those methodologies or not, and how we can assist you. Once we've identified that the scale is there, the methodology is there, that the project can be registered, then we can come and help you. If investment is yours, we can come as a carbon portfolio manager to help you with, doing the entire work of, putting up the plants, ensuring that, those are monitored over the time, registering them, getting them validated, getting the credits issued, and, getting the credits to be retired by different buyers. So that all activities can be done by a company like Proclaim. So hope that answers your question. There's another question. I again was warned there won't be any questions, though. Yes, sir. Sure.
I have 100 acre of
natural forest.
I have 100 acre of natural forest. It means that was cultivated rubber, something else. Now it is not cultivating, not planting, natural forest.
Sir,
how can I get this carbon credit cash to me? What I have to do for that?
Sir, if you want to now register it as a carbon project, is what you're saying?
Not registered.
Not registered, right? But you're already doing afforestation on that land.
I have 100 acre forest, natural forest with me.
You have the forest?
Yeah, that is owned by me.
So, sir, you can't claim carbon credits. It has to meet additionality. We need to showcase to register any client. There is a timeline in the past that, when that land was, not cultivated or, did not have any forestation on it. So that needs to be looked into in terms of registry. What is the back timeline that you can claim? Once we identify that, that's when we can, guide you better.
Okay, for the primary steps, to whom I have to contact or where I have to contact? What is the first step I have to take?
For example,
what is the first step I have to take for registering or getting this carbon credit cash for me?
Sir, first step would be to identify the methodology that you want to register the project in. So, and then the project design starts.
Yes,
so,
madam. For that, to whom I have to contact or come to where I have to come?
Sir, you can talk to me.
Please.
Later.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry to interfere. Ma'am will be back with the audience. So if you have any further questions, please feel free to network with her in person because we are running short of time. So yes, we're moving on to the next session of the day. The next session is on the topic decarbonizing Kerala's buildings from costs to capacity. So welcome everybody for the next session of the day. The next session will be moderated by Dr. Sunita Purushottam, Managing Director, India, GBPN. Dr. Sunita Purushottam is the India Managing Director of the Global Buildings Performance Network, GBPN, leading national efforts toward a net zero and climate-resilient built environment. With over 3 decades of experience, she brings deep expertise in sustainability, environmental management, and climate actions across policy, technology, and implementations. She has held senior leadership roles at Infosys and Mahindra Lifespaces, where she helped establish India's first net zero energy building and first zero waste to landfill city, and laid the foundation for Infosys' carbon neutrality journey. A recognized thought leader, she represents GBPN at national and international forums and was instrumental in launching India's decarbonization business charter for the real estate sector. It's an honor to have you here, ma'am. Please put a big round of applause for Dr. Sunita Purushottam, Managing Director, India, GBPN. And in the esteemed panel, we also have Mr. Nizamuddin A. IAS, Director General, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, KILA. Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you here. Please. Please put a big round of applause for Mr. Nizamuddin A. IAS, Director General, Kerala Institute of Local Administration. Welcome, sir. Up next, it's my honor to welcome Mr. Sriram Kujumanji, TEDx Talk Ashoka Fellow Founder and CEO of Smarter Dharma. Welcome, sir. Please join us on the panel. Up next, let me please welcome Dr. Chitra K., Associate Professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, National Institute of Technology, Calicut. Welcome, ma'am. Please join us for the panel. Thank you so much. Up next, it's my honor to welcome Mr. Kochi Matthew, Architectural Design Faculty, Asian School of Architecture and Design Innovation, Kochi, Principal Architect, Kochi Associates, Award-winning Architect of India. So yes, it's a privilege to have you here. Mr. Kochi sir, please. And last but not the least, it's my honor and privilege to welcome Mr. Muthukumaran S., General Manager, Sales and New Market Development, Wienerberger, India Private Limited. Yes, sir, please. Next, let me please welcome Mr. Atif Syed, South Asia Lead for Green Buildings, IFC, World Bank Group. Welcome, sir, please. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the panel discussion, let's give a big round of applause to this esteemed panel who is going to lead us through a very informative, detailed panel discussion on decarbonizing Kerala's buildings from cost to capacity. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. And post-lunch, and we have a very sparse audience here, but never mind. And I'll do it a little differently because Atif has to leave. And I wanted to start with a context-setting slides and so on. But because you have to leave, I will actually start with questions. And my team must be thinking, as usual, madam has just changed the agenda. Okay, so I'm going to start with you, Atif, and you are at IFC, working towards green finance side of the story. And my question to you is, what kind of changes does Kerala need from financing perspective for its decarbonization journey? So started right with the questions.
Thank you. And I think you brought the most important question, the most
First,
asked question.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. I think before we talk about changes, let's just see how green finance works in a very short summary. I mean, first of all, what is green finance? It's just regular finance that's provided to projects that meet certain performance criteria. Why is climate finance needed? Because I think we've been discussing over several sessions today that there is a little bit of resistance to change the status quo. People are used to doing things a certain way, investors are used to investing in a certain way, and any change requires a little bit of extra effort. So climate finance is trying to provide that kind of impetus, that catalyst to bring about change, especially in the building sector, to meet those higher standards. Who provides this kind of finance? There are multiple options. There are development finance institutions like ourselves, World Bank, IFC, ADB, GIZ, numerous institutions. Then there are government bodies, both at the local level as well as the national level. There are institutions like, for example, KSIDC, which is providing some finance for industrial efficiency in Kerala. Then there are, at the national level, HUDCO is providing credit risk guarantee. So kind of to cut down the risk on private investors, private developers, private companies, ongoing green. So there are multiple levels of finance happening. We are trying to work with a few other entities at the government level to increase the amount and the kind of finance that's available. So, for example, MAHUA and MORD both, Ministry of Housing and Ministry of Rural Development, is looking at green financing opportunities for housing, affordable housing. So that so far they don't have it. The PMAY scheme doesn't really have any green criteria for it right now, but that's something that's being actively discussed. Similarly, National Housing Bank, which provides finance to housing finance companies, they are also looking at a green housing framework. How do you actually come up with a line of finance that's just for green products? So a lot of activities happening on identifying what is green, what is the criteria that we should be following. This is similar to like in credit rating business, there are numerous agencies that does credit rating, and there is some sort of equivalency. So that's the effort happening, trying to figure out that equivalency across the market, so those green products can really be identified clearly and financed. Now, what kind of finance is happening? There are multiple mechanisms finance can happen. So I'll talk about my own organization. So we provide equity, we provide loan, and we help companies set up bonds where they could raise funds from the market and then utilize it for green projects. Again, the criteria would be the same that we talked about earlier. One product that I like to maybe spend 1 minute on, which I am very excited about, is sustainability linked finance. Sustainability linked finance is giving finance to somebody with the expectation that they'll keep improving their asset performance. Normally, green finance is given based on a certificate, saying that this property is expected to meet a certain standard. But there's hardly any check that happens afterwards. This SLL, Sustainability Linked Finance, would actually look at the performance and reward or sometimes even penalize the company based on their performance over time. This is a great tool for decarbonization because you want to keep companies moving towards gradually increasing their standards, moving towards zero carbon. And then finance also happens on the supply side as well as the demand side. There are numerous banks right now that are offering green construction loans. Like Axis Bank just came out with a green construction loan. HDFC Capital is doing it, and SBI has done it also. These are all coming with certain requirements, performance requirements. So those can be accessed provided those validation can be provided. But there's also a demand side green finance that's being made available, which is green mortgages. If you and I want to go and buy a house that is more sustainable, we can actually go to some banks and get a loan, a green home loan that will help me buy that house. So right now, HDFC Bank is providing that. And if you're looking at individual houses, not apartments, individual houses, then there are 8 different housing finance companies that we are working with that all provide that. I'll be happy to provide the details later if anybody is interested. But that movement is happening. Now coming to your question, what does Kerala need to do? I think one good thing about Kerala is it's already set a very good foundation. A lot of the work that's needed, especially on the codes that's being done, EMC is doing a lot of work on establishing the foundation. ECBC, ENS, those are all mandatory codes that need to be implemented for everyone to start understanding the value of green and have a minimum performance. So that when you're trying to bump them up, they're not coming from a very low level. the delta is relatively small. The second bit is the Kerala being a relatively small state, the project size also tends to be a little smaller. For a large investor, that becomes a problem. So aggregation could be one opportunity where multiple projects could be brought together under one pool of projects, and the investor would then really become interested in that large portfolio. And third is retrofits. A lot of the existing stocks that are here, we need to understand what is the process. So for new buildings, it's relatively simple. We say you meet this performance or you install this technology, it will be green. It will be classified as green. For existing, we need to figure out where they are right now. And then based on that, the improvement could be identified. Again, thankfully here, EMC is doing a lot of effort on doing the audits. More needs to be done to kind of establish baselines across different sectors and make that ESCO financing possible. ESCO is basically somebody coming in, evaluating your project, and sometimes even putting the finance to improve that project. So more effort. Government needs to maybe have some policies on supporting ESCOs. Government's own ESCOs could come in and try to do that. I think those 3 or 4 things could really transform Kerala's market and make it more prominent as the pioneer it already is in certain ways.
Yeah. And just to summarize that in terms of what's holding Kerala back, because it's kind of at the tipping point at this point of time.
I think it's a little bit of inertia which is holding back the government entities. Like we were talking to some government entities today, they've been used to doing things a certain way, and change is very difficult for them. So if it can be top driven to a certain extent, saying firstly you have to have the change. It's not voluntary. These changes need to be done and by a certain time, and then the necessary support should be provided. Let's take the example of the codes. Codes have been around for a very long time in India, the building codes, energy efficiency codes. But a lot of them still think of it as a voluntary standard. They still ask for incentives for following a mandatory code. So government has to be strict on it and say, no, if you don't build the building according to code, you don't get construction permit or you don't get occupancy permit. So that's one thing, being strict on the enforcement side. And secondly, on the awareness. I think we can do a lot more on raising awareness, not just of the design community, the architects, engineers, developers, but also the investors and the buyers, the end consumers. So there is more demand on it.
Fantastic points that you have given, and a lot of food for thought and huge amount of work that needs to be done. But the landscape of funders is basically increasing, and there is more that is happening both on the demand and the supply side of things. So it's basically maturing is what I would say.
And a lot of so-called brown investors are now becoming sort of green investors, or they have both lines, brown and green.
Very nice, yes. Fantastic. Thanks, Atif, for your comments. And I mean, if you really have to run, please, thank you so much. Yeah. And I'm actually thinking that, yeah, thank you, Atif, for your comments. Very critical. Money is very important. Money makes the world go round, actually. So the first point we needed to cover. I'll do the context setting at the end, because in the flow of questions, let's take the questions. So I'll start with you, sir, Nizamuddin, sir. And it's on governance, local capacity, and carbon accountability. And with Kerala having ESG, it's come up with that ESG policy for the state and so on. KILA, how can KILA help the local government turn Kerala's climate plans into real emission cuts by 2030, which is just 4 years down? And we can tailor it down to what training needs are there ground from the bottom up.
Yeah, actually, one of the major intervention which is highly required is with regard to the capacity building of the local self-governments, because as we all very well know that the local governments in the state are very efficient, as well as they have more powers also compared to the other states. and also the decentralized planning process is at the maximum in the state also. So if we can streamline, or if we can give maximum training or capacity building to the local self-governments, the policies which we have already adapted or which we have already agreed can be taken to the grassroots level. Now what we normally face is that we have the policies, we have the frameworks, we have the codes, everything is there. But the thing is that there is a missing link between the policy as well as the real implementation, which I personally feel that we should be able to convince, or we should be able to take into conference the local self-governments, because they are elected for 5 years. Their priorities are basically oriented to some other aspects because they are basically feeling that they will be undertaken an audit after 5 years. So they actually want to showcase something which is useful to that particular local body also. So if we can train them, or if we can give them the confidence that this particular suggestion, what we have been discussing for the last 3 days, is really useful to the local bodies, they will definitely take it. Because that's my personal experience also. So the first thing what I feel is that KILAC as a premier training institute in the state, who are training the local self-governments, is ready, or is with you, is with the state, to take up this to the grassroots level. So now another added advantage is that in the state we have the newly elected representatives, which they have come into place only last 2 months back. So the new local bodies, or the new local, we also call them as local governments actually, because they have the maximum powers at the grassroots level. They are the local governments actually. So if we can train them, and if we can give them the confidence, not only the training, because training we have large number of trainings, but we should be able to give them the confidence that this particular thing will be useful to them, and we will handhold them till the execution of the projects. So if we can do that, really wonders can happen, and I can assure you that as a training institute in the state, KILA will take the lead to do that, and we will definitely take it to the grassroots levels.
No, this is really heartening, and there is work here, and because it's not just giving a training, but ensuring that the training impacts of the training is felt on the ground. So that's what you're offering, that KILA is ready to partner and take up this journey of the training piece with the help of organizations such as ours. Yes.
Definitely, KILA will take the lead. But one suggestion which I have to give is that normally what happens is that we are trying to give them the ideas only. But the local self-government should be equipped to take up the projects.
Noted.
Which means, which includes the project management also. Not only the planning process, but the procurement process. See, if we are telling about the carbon efficient things and all. How to procure it, from where to procure it, what is the process behind that, and now we have been hearing about the carbon credit and carbon marketing and all. So all these things can be taken at the grassroots level. So instead of giving them the policy outlines or the guidelines, we should be able to handhold them and give the real need, how they can implement it.
Basically, what and how it has to be done with actually on the ground is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should start from the planning process itself.
It should start from the planning process, absolutely. In fact, it should start with the site selection.
Yeah, right. It includes planning, includes everything. No?
Yeah,
so
absolutely. So basically, even choosing that site, people have to be very careful about how the site has to be selected, and then what needs to be designed over there.
Yeah, because in Kerala, I think you're aware, no? Because we have a entirely different terrain.
Absolutely.
It's not similar to any other neighboring states.
Absolutely.
We have the seashore and the hilly top with a small radius of 100 kilometers, which shows that it's very undulating, and also even the agroclimatic situation, everything is different. Even the climate resilience which the state government is doing is also, it's entirely planned for the minute areas. It's not a single thing which can be replicated everywhere. So in that case, a particular panchayat should be told that what is the best
suitable
model
for them
to that particular local government. There comes the planning process.
Yeah, and I see the ravages of climate change has hit Kerala really badly. In fact, the Chellappam sea wall project, which is around 400 crores, and how the local community has been impacted. The homes over there have been impacted before the project and after the project, we can see. And yesterday I was at LP and I saw, these homes, which the water level is, I mean, they were actually drowned during flooding episodes. I saw one house which did a adaptation. They had put the house up on stilts. The old home, they have not even demolished, half demolished, and they have built it on the stilts. So,
You've been to Alleppey, no?
I've been
Alleppey,
to
they have
Alleppey.
started.
It's like, it is, you can really see that climate change is here and people have started looking at rebuilding their homes to adapt to the changing condition of the water level rise. So that's...
Now the local people as well as the local governments are very well aware that climate change is the reality in the state of Kerala. So this is the best time to take this project forward so that in the energy sector also we can do this to the maximum.
I'll come back to you. This is heartening that, we have to run very fast on this. Yes. So over to you, Sriram, on innovation and digital enablement. We have heard that Smarter Dharma makes green choices easy by showing cost savings. And that's what, the kite told me in Kerala. So, I've seen a lot of kites here. What's worked best to change the developers' minds? Okay, and how can Kerala use these ideas, Sriram?
Yeah, I joke with some of my... First of all, thank you for inviting. I'm very happy to be here and lots to learn. I have this unfair expectation that Kerala will lead the way in climate action in the country. So I hope this will help. From what you're asking, I joke with my architect friends many times that Charminar, Qutub Minar, all this were built before there was data. So they went with the gut feel, which was okay that time. They've done a good job, but we can't go with that anymore. There's enough data. And data-driven designing, data-driven technology-empowered designing is going to be the future. This is something I'm very keen on. I think that is going to be a game changer. So, what we do is we've been working with developers across the country. We even have a project client in Kochi as well, where we realized that green building is as Sir was saying, it's a contextual thing. So Kerala in Kochi could be vastly different from Kerala in Wayanad, a definition of what is a green building. So we need to start understanding what is that definition and then help on figuring out how do you achieve it. So what we've seen with developers, or progressive developers, understand that. Otherwise, and nothing against IGBC, but you can build the same design and get same points in Kerala and Ladakh, and that doesn't make any sense, right, as you're laughing. So we figured that we need to get that. So what we have done is with developers, we explained that for your context, 20% carbon reduction is possible, 60% water self-sufficiency is possible, embodied carbon can be reduced by 40%. This is going to cost you X rupees per square feet, 80 rupees, 50 rupees, whatever, increase in your capital. Actually, there is savings also, but overall there will be a 2 to 2.5% increase. That was the first thing we always do with developers. And so we agree that this is your definition of a green building. Then they understand, because now there is a tangible, actionable and relatable thing, right? They call their marketing team, sales team into the meeting. These guys are sitting and saying, okay, this is something I can actually take it and sell to my customers. Now, one thing we were just talking about lunch, right, is Kerala has its own goals too, right, ESG goals. Now, where technology can help in this sense is at the outset, when you're approving a project, if it is you should have, why not having rains, water is not a big issue, to why not as much as energy is an issue. So maybe a project at the approval stage should be told, you will meet our goals of 2050 or not. And gatekeep the design approval there itself about meeting ESG goals. This is something I think technology can help, and again, Kerala being a very progressive state is a great place to try it out. Our success has been when tangibilizing, and this is no word, but tangibilizing sustainability has been where we saw stakeholders coming and saying, okay, I understand the value and hence I'm willing to become sustainable.
Noted.
I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, no, you have, and I think it's the need of the hour, but I think we need to make a little bit of this open source for people to play around, you know, that interventions like this, these kind of, so some bit of open sourcing is required is what I'm saying.
In fact, like again, sir was saying, the what and how, right? What to do and how to do. With IFC, with actually GBPN, we are now building a platform where small houses know which solution, how is it going to generate value, how much value. We're launching in 10 states. And it's going to be free for people because that is the way they can make quicker, more relatable decisions. So the what and how has to come.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is this platform that is getting built with IFC, Smarter Dharma and GBPN, and where to find the material locally.
Who is your vendor?
Who is the vendor?
What
where
is the
to
price?
get it from? Yeah.
That
So-
information is going to be public. Anybody can use it.
and that is going to be public, yeah. Yeah, so we are trying that. With that, I would like to move to actually Muthukumaran and more on the materials and the embodied carbon. And Poratham, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful material. I mean, I really love the look and feel. And I think
Thank you.
Total Environment has done a great job of showcasing the material, I would say.
Thank you very much.
What government push and help or a market push? So one is government push and then there is a market push.
Yes, there are two different
Your
things.
material is very desirable. I really desire a home made of Poratham at some point of time. But will it be low cost? And, you know, what are the habits that we have to develop to actually adopt some of these
Good practices.
good practices and good materials, right?
Good materials, yeah, basically.
It's a lovely material. I mean, you see the background. It looks so lovely.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. I would like to address this point in three different, three levers. First is material selection for any particular project or any particular. So there are a lot of materials available, and today, recently, low carbon materials are available, but there should be a kind of a regulation or specification for LCA, because every material undergoes a life cycle assessment. So you will exactly know what is the embodied carbon into that, right from cradle to grave. So this LCA is important, of course, which is accredited by EPD also, declaration policy also. These two things has to be mandatory on a material specification, and maybe on a regulation part. On a regulation part, people like all these distinguished guests should look at points of, for example, is there any kg per carbon dioxide per square meter? Can we make a specification so that, and also on operational level. One is embodied carbon, second is operational carbon. We all know embodied carbon is the building which you build, and what is it? And operational carbon when you run the building for a very long time. So what is the important operational carbon? So these two things has to be regularized, or a kind of, a kind of regulations or governance should be implemented to monitor this. Because these two things are important. And third one is governance or monitoring all this. Because all this, we can talk all this embodied carbon, all these new jargons, what's available today. But there should be an agency to monitor this. So how many kilograms of carbon dioxide is gone into this entire building? And what is the operational carbon which is emitting on a regular basis? Based on that, there can be incentives or a fast track approvals when the project has been approved on a submission stage. And there's a lot of things to go. As Mr. Arthur was saying, there's inertia, but someone has to handhold it and take it forward, because there is no dearth or there's no scarce of low carbon material. Or the low carbon material technology is not a future technology. It's a question of choice.
Yeah.
It's a question of choice. That's it. And also we have low carbon material data, and also we have capability. But how do we apply in our system? That is a key question today.
Yeah, noted.
Yeah. And just to put, low carbon material may be a king, but policy and governance is the kingmaker.
Kingmaker, absolutely. I think that's a great, it can be quoted actually. No? So one of the things on the building code side of things, low carbon material is encouraged. It asks about recycled content, but it doesn't say anything about that this should be the carbon performance of the building. And I think we are not there yet in terms of a national change in the building code on that. It is a missing piece. I would say it's a missing link for saying how a low carbon building should be. We haven't moved largely on the operational carbon also.
Right.
Though we have been saying that there is a code and so on and so forth. I'll allow for that interjection. Yeah. Do you want to comment on?
Yeah, I was going to say that the study on benchmarking, so many studies, we ourselves are working with IT Chennai and all, we are seeing that standardizing is very difficult with lack of access to data.
Noted.
I wish some developers are here where we could also raise a question saying digitization is heavily dependent on data.
Maybe some more climate finance and more studies on getting to the benchmarking around it.
Yeah.
So any further points?
No, also see, for example, all the, we always look, of course, the Paris Agreement and COP26 and all these things are there towards the West, but also few countries have made mandatory thing on a lower level. For example, like ENS, what we have here for an individual house. So there should be some kind of a mandatory benchmark so that every house builder can surely, and of course these are natural, see, this climate needs this. So it just comes from an individual, basically.
Yeah, true. Actually, there is a lot of it in our historical, the way we have built homes. Okay, it's only now that things have changed. And with that provocation, I would actually like Mr. Matthew to come in on the design practice and market adaptation, that sustainable choices were never new in Kerala, right? People have demonstrated good practices since ages. What has changed? And what traditional practices need to be reinforced for today's designs?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time. Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
That's a good thing, right?
Nothing has changed. And that's the best part of it. And that is what Kerala is. In fact, when I was coming to this panel discussion, there is this hospital which I don't want to name, but then in front of this new multi-speciality, quite funded hospital, there was this small, flower shop which is part of that, front entrance, which is like a 5 by 5 feet by 5 feet shop. Now, the hospital guys couldn't move that guy. And this is Kerala. We respect people. Whether you're poor or whether you're rich, we stand with what is correct and what is ethical.
Very nice.
And what applies in other state, what applies globally, doesn't apply in Kerala. Sometimes Kerala model applies in different parts of the states and different parts of the world. COVID is a typical example of how entire international industries and institutions were trying to learn how Kerala managed COVID in that scenario where the world was facing. The floods in 2018, if you remember, is another example. So Kerala is quite rich and it's quite intact and it comes together when the need of the time, when it's really required, when they understand, when they realize that this is what has to be done. Now, coming to your question, I think it's not the government push or the market push that is the problem. The question is, do we have a user push? The government push, as Sir has said, is there. The market push, like both of them have said, is also there. Do we have the user push? If at all, we, the so-called known people who think that we know things, is the user push at the right kind of user, or is it at the wrong kind of the user? Are the user literally pushing, or let's say developers pushing as users in the right way or in the wrong way? Because I see the user push happening just to market their product, not emotionally connected with, let's start talking about the fundamentals. What is decarbonization? Where are we heading to? We are just talking about not the earth disappearing, we are talking about civilization, human beings disappearing from the earth. So what we see here is the users, so-called users, what is there who's adopting, I'm just talking in terms of only context of Kerala because I don't want to speak, because it becomes worse when you talk about other states. So a learned state like Kerala, the user push is in the wrong direction. And sadly, including me, the consultants are encouraging it and promoting it. An apartment is being built, let's say, with all the green norms and you have beat the numbers and all those things. But what happens to my neighbor who is just next door, who doesn't have a proper toilet and who can't, the waste is not disposed properly? Does the builder has a responsibility to handle that? Why is that we are stuck within that four walls and four boundaries? That's a big question which we need to answer. Unless we don't answer that, it's going to be a big problem. Now, in fact, I just scrapped all my write-up for this presentation because Nidhi helped me to gain some new insights. So Nidhi was listing 8 pillars. I think in Kerala, you need to add a 9th pillar called social resilience. It is quite important. And we miss it. And trust me, if you add the 9th pillar in Kerala, the rest of the world and rest of India is going to follow you. So I think I've tried to put it within the limited time what is available. The sad thing about these panel discussions is that time is a big constraint. And I wish, sir, from the government side, that, in such panel discussion, if you could allot some more time, it'll be great. Because, sometimes we are just rushing and, trying to answer something and just get out for the next meeting. I think that's the first thing we'll have to stop, because the user needs to understand. So just to conclude, it is not the government push or the market push is not what is required. We also need the user push, but the user in the right sense. Thank you.
Noted. Absolutely. The other thing I think we need, apart from more time, is also writing things down. We have lost the habit of noting and making notes, and I'm looking at my team. No, I mean, you have written it down. It's also not forgetting what was spoken, because what will happen is we want to document what is spoken so that it can influence the right policies, because there's a lot of data that gets shared here, and I call this warm data. Humans, not documented anywhere. It is creative. It's, adding to that orange economy, I would say. It's so creative. There are so many ideas that we push out in panels, which we never document. And I think there was one conference I went and they actually had documented everything to the T. I think that's the need of the hour. Maybe we should do some proceedings of this panel. We will do it. Okay, that puts pressure on my team. Or on my memory to say, okay, what was being said. So with that, so thank you, Mr. Matthew. I'm calling you Matthew because it's very difficult for me to pronounce your name. Over to you, Dr. Chitra. And this is NIT Calicut, Knowledge, Data and Institutions, and your contribution. And I won't say what is there in your curriculum and what is not in your curriculum. I'm going to ask you a provocative question. And it could be, it's a very short one, and then your reflections on that. Climate responsive design, is it taught in this 4-year or 5-year course? And how long is that? And how many modules do you have totally?
NIT Calicut being a second-ranked institution in architecture in India, we have an opportunity to revise our curriculum every 5 years. So this year, like in 2023, where I was in charge of the curriculum revision, what we have done is to take the clue from user, we have completely changed into a, that rather than jargon-oriented architecture course, we have completely changed into a technologically driven architecture course, where from after their 4th semester, the student who wants to specialize in any of these technologically oriented program, they will be able to take that track as such. Because we've got so many subjects in that. Like, see, our building science is actually one of the strongest pillar of our course, where we have a very good building science laboratory where they do experiment things, implement it in their studios, and then they actually translate it into their thesis projects as well. So our curriculum is highly rooted in technology. It's kind of a technology-driven curriculum altogether. So for the BR, and as part of NIT, like, see, NIT have got a very strong research background as well. And we are doing our research scholars in architecture department, civil department, electrical department. Like, see, everyone is actually in one way or the other way will be able to decarbonize our buildings. Yeah. And we have a multidisciplinary centers at, like, see, we have a Mahua sponsored Center for Urban Planning and Design, Center of Excellence for Urban Planning and Design, and Center for Clean Energy and Circular Economy. All these multidisciplinary centers are also working towards this goal, like, see, how to ensure a better environment for people and the society per se. So that way, like, see, NIT can act as it is the, like, see, the curriculum as well as the other facilities, other research are actually focused more into what the current society needs, the modern society needs. I'm talking about the modern society means, like, see, those who are actually technologically driven, and what they want is, like, they want to have an impact on the earth. In a positive impact on the earth, we'll be able to come up with that.
Can I provoke you further?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not getting the answer I want.
Yeah.
Are the students taught to deal with concrete steel?
Yes.
In their curriculum?
Yes.
Or are they taught to deal with wood, stone and mud?
All 5 are dealt equally.
Okay, so you're saying all 5 are dealt equally. He has a point.
Yes,
I'm trying to provoke. Yeah, he has a point of view.
I like people provoking me. Please poke me, provoke me.
Yeah.
Okay. The beauty about architecture and design is that from day one, you're in a meditative state. When in Malayalam we say Kalagaran Kadapatratre Ulkala. Kalagaran Kadapatrate Ulkala means the character is embodied by the actor. So whatever hours is being assigned by the university doesn't matter, because from day one an architect is being trained to understand the character he is trying to explore. When I say character, it doesn't just mean the user. It means the land, it means the space, it means the climate. You are mentally, physically, emotionally trained not just for 8 hours or 10 hours, a stressful 24 hours online. And you should give a big hand to her, Chitra, because the way, especially being a dean of one of the best colleges in Kerala, the way the teachers put effort into the students to gain that knowledge about what it means to be building something on our planet. What does it mean? So to answer clearly your question, I think 90% of our effort, because I am also teaching in college, 90% of our time is being spent on understanding the context, the climate. It doesn't come as a separate entity. It is part and parcel of you. That is exactly where we are missing when we are talking about decarbonization in Kerala. We are talking it as a separate entity. It has to be part and parcel of what it is. So 90% of our time, we have to talk about decarbonization.
So basically you are saying it's already integrated in the curriculum.
I'll add few more points
so,
on this.
So what point is Kerala missing as it is building?
I'll tell you what. Like see, I'll take on from what Sriram was talking about. Because like a building designed in Kerala and building designed in Ladakh can have a similar platinum rated or whatever rating, like see whether it is platinum in
Whatever
terms of
rating.
IGBC or any kind of rating, you just have to follow points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nowhere the context is considered at all. Nowhere the decisions are considered at all. Decision in terms of utilizing is only considered. But how it has been impacting is not considered at all. Like say there is a research like say guided by me, we have actually come out with a sustainability assessment system very particular for tropical climate. See, a system which has been like, see, when you are having a highly glass or a steel intensive building encapsulated with all those good old options, and then what you do is like, see, you go for an energy efficient air conditioning system. Yes. This is exactly what it has been coming up. Yes. This is exactly what has been happening.
Yeah.
And what you get is like, see, a rated building.
Yeah,
and
you that rating doesn't have any sense.
Yes,
it doesn't make any sense.
You expect people to buy those
buy
square
occupy.
feet, like see, with higher price also. But
Noted.
rather than like see why this context specific rating systems are not in practice is a big question. I must say that even
no,
Kerala
I agree with you.
Yeah.
So this is where we have to challenge the rating systems also and not follow them blindly and look at the context, and that's very critical. So we've done one round of I think I have covered. We have small short questions for reflections, and if you can keep, my questions are short. I don't know about the answers. So if we have time, we can, do we have time? 10 minutes? 10 more minutes. So I think if you can give me one sentence answer, so that's going to be, so we have 5 people, so 5 minutes, and then I still have my slides to do. So to Nizamuddin sir, what is the biggest gap in ULBs in reducing building emissions? Biggest gap, one sentence.
No, I'll just add one more sentence because
he's adding 2 sentences.
What
Yes.
Chitrama was explaining is that, and with my personal experience, I would suggest Dr. Chitra to get the students involved with the local self-government.
I love that idea.
In that
I love that idea. And actually GBPN and EMC can give certificates. How about that, sir?
That's the problem. We don't want certificates.
Then what do you want?
No, yeah. I also agree with him. No, it's not
okay, so we know certificates. Let's hear him out.
It's not the case of certificate and all, but
okay.
Yeah, but what happens is that the students as well as the LSCDs gets advantage of this, because the students are presently doing a ideal situation in the classroom or anywhere.
So we give them real situation.
Yeah, you have to give a real situation in the field, and you ask the local self-government to identify a building, and as a practice, you can just think of retrofitting that particular building to the energy efficiency.
Okay, so what
That's
we can...
so that means you can just get involved the students, not for a single thing or project. Let them be with the local self-government for 1 year, in the final year, so that both of them will be benefited, and the student will also be able to identify the real situation in the field.
We can formulate something for a longer project, I think.
I can continue on that.
This gives you the answer. I'm not going to answer your question, okay?
Yes, I think I'll just add on one point onto this. Actually, we have already started that, sir. With
whom?
Dr. Ajit is actually our adjunct faculty from Kila. He has given us two aspects. Like, see, one is attaching one student to a counselor. That is from the post-graduation side. Like, see, that we are doing it. Like, see, this semester we are going to do that. And another one is like, see, we used to have a hospital studio in all 8 semester. So usually we do, like, see, we say it's a multi-specialty hospital. It's from a private side. Like, see, we will be doing it. But this year, what we are doing is, like, see, we changed that pattern, and we are doing a government hospital for Irinyalakuda Government General Hospital. There is already a hospital, but still we are actually revisioning it. our students are doing that. So it is like, see, may not be a decarbonization at first, but we have actually started this, like, see, involving
So you've
students in
started
the
it, and
real
there is
world, yes.
there is more. You
more
have
thing,
one
no,
more
s-
one more
one more
sentence.
thing. No, as ma'am has positively responded to this, what I can suggest is that NIT can take a lead. And in Kerala, we are having around 15 to 20 architect colleges. And we are having only 14 districts. And less than 1,000 local bodies, or nearly 1,000 local bodies. So that one institute can support 50 to 100 local
No,
bodies. So
I
that
really like
it
the
gives
idea.
the-
I
it
really
gives
like the
a
idea
result within a
because
very short period.
yeah. Thank you so much. Shriram, I'll come to you later, but I'm going to Muthu first. How, and again, one sentence. How do you replace the concrete with Porotham?
It's a decision making. It's a very conscious decision making.
A conscious decision. He has answers.
See, there are a lot of benefits, tangible. Plus, always the cost also plays a vital role, because for us in the initial stage, they always put us in the last L4 or maybe L5 because of the cost. But if you see the ROI of the building, the operational cost, or we have done certain studies with residential envelope transmittance value, so which clearly gives a ROI in 4th or 5th year, the initial investment.
I did one Porotham building, so I'm happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it is possible.
Yes.
Look
course,
at the whole life cycle cost.
Of course. Not only life cycle cost, also the comfort, the living, the comfort.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The
thermal
comfort.
comfort.
Indoor air, today indoor air quality.
Absolutely.
And you don't have to run the air condition 24/7. So it is all the comfort.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Matthew, one example of contemporary building, but traditional wisdom with modern context.
Hamlet.
Sorry?
Hamlet by Laurie Baker.
Wow.
His own house. Very few have documented, very few have visited. People who talk numbers have not even seen the building.
Wow.
So,
Go there, see it.
You should. I was lucky enough to visit that along with Laurie Baker in 2000 because I was writing an article on it.
Wow.
Amazing place. You need to document that and you need to put it forward as the best example of modern architecture of how Kerala can transform itself. He has set the template, everything is there. All you need is somebody to support it, to get it out, and that's how you will, your problem is to frame it, your problem is how policy can be implemented. And what my answer is, come out of the jargon and get into the reality. So move, to get policy to move into implementation, move from jargon to reality. That is the best example. There are many buildings, I would say, but if you say something which can score a 10 on 10, that's the one.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Move to reality from jargon. That will remain with me. Yes.
My single word is, if you want to move from policy to implementation, you need to move from jargon to reality.
Noted. That really needs one round of applause, yeah. Shriram, to you. Yeah. Louder, guys. I mean, digital tools kuch kaam karega ki nahi?
See the question.
One sentence.
But I want to add.
One sentence.
So can I add to what
Yes.
Mr. Matthew was saying?
Yes.
So there is, just to plug a developer also, there's a project here, developer called Trine Holdings. It's in Kochi. There's a project called Quayside. Why I'm bringing it up is the entire common area is actually done very scientifically with a lot of reclaimed material, and the entire common area has been made net zero carbon. So reused wood, reused tiles. We did a lot of work on that. So there is a lot of maturity understanding here. And just to add to what you're saying, one thing I want to say, I think you're absolutely right, the language has to change. Conventional word has to change, because suddenly conventional is a Pakka Ghar, which is RCC, right? That itself is wrong. If you change the language, then I think it'll. So to answer your question to me, will digital tools work? Of course
I
they'll
just
work.
need to answer that because I really know what he's talking about. So I need to answer. That's exactly where I said, are the developers, this is just a question, I'm not pointing at anybody. Are the developers showing the right model? They are the people with, you know, the manpower, the money power. They are the high end of the society where they are supposed to give the right direction. Are they? Are they is a big question mark. Are we saying that the building is environmental friendly, meeting all targets without having balconies throughout where we can naturally cut the light and allow the air to come in? Instead, are we having small balconies just because we now need interior space to sell? Are the users pushing it in the right direction? Is the government pushing the wrong users? Is the industry pushing the wrong users? This is a big question. This is the fundamental question. I'm sorry I'm being emotional, but this is very important for us as human beings to survive in the earth. We need to push in the right direction. I am not blaming anybody. I'm not saying that this guy is bad or that guy is good.
This
but
is emotional for all of us here.
Yeah, fundamentally, the users need to push it in the right direction. If you're not pushing it in the direction, if you're promoting the wrong direction, you are also a culprit of being this. Yeah. So I would add a percentage of, fee onto the consultant who is promoting such things. I'm not pointing at anybody, but I know a couple of buildings that are, more than a couple of the buildings who are being built around Cochin city, which is claimed to be so-called sustainability. We need to question that. It might be, I'm not sure, but it needs
I
question.
totally agree, and we should
That's
be...
where data will help. That's where
it
science,
should be data-led.
technology and data, we don't need to go by, India has a traditional way of saying lagta hai. We don't need to do lagta hai.
I think we have to really wrap because otherwise she'll take my mic. We have a little bit of some token for all of you, so please. Can we have one photograph? So I actually wanted to show something, but I don't know whether we can. Just put the picture, Aditi, on the Kerala homes, and we'll leave you guys with this image. It's so beautiful. What are we losing? And it's so beautiful. I mean, it really takes your, you can't take eyes off. And what you see today is very different from what Kerala we have seen, which we can still see, actually. We don't want to lose it. So I request all of you, please come in front so that we can take one picture. Dineshji, please come. Sir, no, come. Both of you. I didn't see.
Thank you so much, all of you, for that wonderful session. So welcoming Dinesh Kumar sir as well as Hari Kumar sir to please kindly join them on stage for a photo session. And up next, we would also love to gift all our esteemed panelists a small token of our love and appreciation from the International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026 for your wonderful contribution. So once this is done, I request Dinesh sir to please kindly hand over the memento first for Mr. Nizamuddin AIS, Director General, Kerala Institute of Local Administration. Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking insights during the panel. Yes, thank you so much. Up next, let me please welcome Dr. Chitra K, Associate Professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, National Institute of Technology, Calicut. Please receive this honor. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Up next, let me also welcome Mr. Sriram Kuchumanji, TEDx Talk Ashoka Fellow Founder and CEO Smarter Dharma. Congratulations, sir, and thank you so much for your valuable insights. And up next, let me please welcome Mr. Kuchithuman Matthew, Architectural Design Faculty, Asian School of Architecture and Design Innovation, Kochi, Principal Architect, Kuchithuman Associates, Award-winning Architect, India. Thank you so much. And up next, let me invite Mr. Muthu Kumaran S., General Manager, Sales and New Market Development, Wienerberger India Private Limited. Thanks a lot, sir. And next, it's time to honor and acknowledge our moderator, Dr. Sunita Purushottam, Managing Director, India, GBPN. Let's put a big round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am, for seamlessly coordinating and moderating through the previous session. Thank you so much, Dinesh sir. Thanks a lot, everyone. And on that very energetic note, we're moving on to the next session. And this session is very special because this is going to be the final session of this year's International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026. So yes, the next session is going to be a panel discussion on the topic translating policy intent into implementable demand-driven programs through sustainable ESCO marketplace in Kerala. And to lead us through these discussions, let me please call upon Dr. R. Harikumar, Director, EMC Kerala, to please kindly join us on stage, along with Mr. Pramod Kumar Singh, Senior Director, Research and Programs, AEEE, as well as Mr. Sukrit Malik, CEO and Founder, Energia, to kindly join us on stage. Welcoming our esteemed panel, Dr. R. Harikumar, Director, EMC Kerala, Mr. Pramod Kumar Singh, Senior Director, Research and Programs, AEEE, along with Mr. Sukrit Malik, CEO and Founder, Energia, to please kindly join us on stage for the last and final session for the day. So yes, energy efficiency represents one of the most cost-effective and immediately deployable levers for Kerala to manage rising electricity demand, improve system efficiency, and advance its climate and sustainability objectives. So while the state has demonstrated strong policy intent and institutional leadership, scaling energy efficiency across public infrastructure and urban services requires well-structured market mechanisms, credible implementation partners, and active engagement from demand-side stakeholders. So this panel discussion will focus on the role of energy service companies as delivery partners in translating policy objectives into measurable on-ground outcomes while explicitly incorporating the perspective of urban local bodies as key demand aggregators and end users. So all ears to you. Over to the panel, please.
Thank you. Once again, I welcome everyone, and thanks to EMC Kerala for giving me and AEEE this opportunity to have the conversation. Sukrit and I were just jokingly talking to each other that while in our college days also, at least I was the backbencher, and this is the last session of the day, so maybe it was designed intentionally to be the last session. But over the years of working, last 20 years, I also realized in my professional journey that sometimes if you are impatient, then you miss the desert. So those who are missing this session might be missing some new perspectives and insights, which we are going to be discussing. Given that this is the last session before the conference closure, we would like to keep it in a conversation style. Also, try and add fun. My request to both Hari Kumar ji and Sukrit, if I'll be provoking you to, give some follow-up answers or try and, open up a little bit, please do so. You are the best judge to, define that boundary. So let me start with Hari Kumar ji, you first. EMC Kerala, as we all know, excuse me, is the poster boy when it comes to state driving energy efficiency. And you have been the ambassador for that. You represent Kerala in so many national events, state events. When I started my career in energy efficiency in 2006, the first thing we used to see was what's the new thing that EMC Kerala has uploaded on their website. Is there anything new that we can look at, emulate, and socialize it with other states? So that's the kind of reputation EMC Kerala had. But my first question to you is not as a head of EMC Kerala. It's trying to understand your own personal journey, your own motivation to get into energy efficiency, how it started, if you can just share it with everyone.
See, my journey to energy conservation, I am introduced into this field by Professor Dr. R.V.G. Menon. He is at that time, he was my teacher in engineering college, and he just took over as the founder director of the state renewable energy nodal agency we call ANERT. Still that ANERT is there. He is the first founder director of ANERT. So I went to him for a guidance on my BTech project work. So then he introduced me to the field of energy audit. So at that time we didn't have energy audit professionals to seek guidance. I am talking about 1990, the year 1990, 89, 90. So there were some booklets of PCRA, Petroleum Conservation Research Association. That organization is not there now. So PCRA booklets were there in ANERT library. So he told that both of us can study energy audit using PCRA booklet, and then we can do energy audit. So we have to find an industry.
Nice.
So there was an industry, it is still running in nearby Trivandrum in Veli. It is called English Indian Clays. It is a Thapar firm, Thapar group firm. So we went to English Indian Clays for getting permission for doing an energy audit. So then they told what you will do. So in the PCRA booklet, it is some figures. It is given that one oil drop leaking, it will for so many hours, it will go to 10 kiloliters. So we told about we'll find out the oil leakage and all. So that fellow laughed at us, and he told, okay, you are not talking anything about reality, you have not seen an industry, okay, you do something like that, he told. So with the PCRA booklet, we went inside every Saturday, Sunday we go there. It is a 24/7 working band, so we went there. So we were doing this program. So in 1990, I do not exactly remember the month. We are about to, we have finalized the report. And so we got some time before presenting this draft report. So with the draft report, we went there. At that time, there was no mobile phone and the phone number is not taken. Then those people were very curious, as if they are waiting for us. Then we found that their annual shutdown is advanced. They are doing annual shutdown. So they are waiting for our energy audit report. So we got surprised. What happened? We are laughed at. Now we are waiting. So fortunately for us, it was at that time Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. So there was an oil embargo. This company has stopped production because they are not getting oil. So they were using furnace oil in their kiln, and they are washing that furnace oil tank with diesel and using that washed diesel. So when we went inside, a dabba is put for collecting that leaked oil. So we were asked to make a presentation before them, and they gave us a certificate. So there started my passion towards energy conservation. And this is the 36th year. Every day morning, my passion has increased only, not decreased. Even though my colleagues tell that don't stretch this much bit, next IEFK 2027 will be more than this.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And students who are sitting in the back, there are a lot of empty spaces. Maybe you can come forward.
Backside, we have closed air conditioning. So those who want warmth, they go to the back side. Those who want cool, they come to front side.
That's a good zoning control that way. Very good. So you can be inspired by Hari Kumar ji's own experience journey, and maybe after 10, 20 years, we'll see more such people coming in the sector. Coming to you, Sukrit, same question, but in a different context. When it comes to energy efficiency, we often have experienced that India is a land of mouth-watering opportunities and eye-watering challenges. This applies to energy efficiency of all the other energy types that we talk about. And you have such a wonderful pedigree. You studied in Dun school, you studied abroad, you worked abroad, and then you decided to come back. Number one, start a business in energy efficiency. And number two, that too in a energy service company, because energy service company, we all know that for last 15 years, the journey has been very challenging. So first of all, kudos to you, but can you please share with everyone what inspired you to get into this subject, to start a organization, that too an ESCO? Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Pramod. You know, I was listening to Hari Kumar sir's journey, and it's so you know, uncanny that even though it is years apart, at its core it shares a lot of similar sentiment. I think for me, when I started out, I did not understand how hard it was to build a ESCO company. I also did not understand truly the energy efficiency challenge in its entirety. I remember I was doing my master's degree and I saw this graph on the screen from the IEA, the International Energy Agency, that talked about how much energy efficiency was going to contribute to CO2 reduction if we were to keep to the 1.5 degree target. And that number is higher than the number for renewables. And I remember seeing that and saying, you know, but nobody's ever talked about efficiency or explained where this opportunity pool is, how do you unlock it? And I'd come from a computer science background, so I was like, you can measure before, you can measure after, you know, the technology is there. Why is this not everywhere? And it only took me coming back to India and going to all of these plants and buildings and realizing that first, fundamentally, people were not measuring to begin with. And because this entire energy consumption was going into a black box, almost all the opportunities, the paybacks, the emission reduction, the financial savings, all of them were hidden. And it was our job first to shine light on this box and then piece by piece solve these problems. And like sir says, you know, every morning you wake up and you get a query from a customer or you get to see a site, and your faith in this industry just gets reinforced because you realize how much there is to do. And the same thing is true for the ESCO story, right? We've been hearing it for 15 years. But I can tell you that as of today, there are probably more ESCOs, more real projects, and we are going to be building it not only for the country, but for the developing world at large. Because we, you know, I think, especially in a place like Kerala, we've got such good talent. We've got people who are technically aware. I was going through the exhibition with the students as well. Such forward-thinking approaches. We need to bring this to this industry and then deliver outcome. And that's what excites me. Like I would not pick any other industry any other day.
Very fascinating. You spoke about, you know, the importance of monitoring and demonstrating savings. How many of you are aware what was the energy efficiency savings at a country level, let's say in the last year or 2 years before? How much energy India had saved through energy efficiency schemes and programs? Anyone in the audience? No, so I'll just share 3 figures. Our total primary energy supply at a country level is roughly 900 million tons oil equivalent. With the conversion losses, transformation losses, the total final energy consumption is roughly 600 million ton oil equivalent. And as per Government of India's own impact assessment report, India saved roughly 50 million tons of oil equivalent because of schemes and programs that are run by the government. 50 million tons oil equivalent, if you see as a percentage of the total final energy consumption, 600 million tons, is roughly 8%. 8% of our energy requirement was avoided because of energy efficiency intervention. Without energy efficiency, we would have need a lot more. Let me break this number further. Out of that 50 million ton oil equivalent, the electricity savings was roughly 25 million ton oil equivalent, and then rest were in the form of thermal savings, fuel savings. If I convert this 25 million ton oil equivalent into gigawatt hour or electricity unit equivalent, India saved 300 billion units through energy efficiency, just in electricity alone. Now, 300 billion units, can you imagine how much solar capacity that you need to generate it? Just if you work on back of the envelope numbers, you would need more than 150 gigawatt of solar. So what India has saved in 1 year, it's same as how much India has added in solar in 75 years of independence. That's the power of efficiency, which we don't sometimes, understand, realize. So thanks to you, Sukrit, for mentioning the importance of monitoring and the data and how to make this visible. And that's my segue also to the next question. When we hear about energy efficiency, the term that we use often is bankability. How bankable is your project? Energy efficiency projects are not bankable. So my question then is, first of all, if you can help for the benefit of the audience, what is this bankability and how do you make energy efficiency projects bankable? Maybe Sukrit, this time we can start from you and then I'll come to you, Harikumarji.
Sure, thanks Pramod. I think, look, first I'm going to step back and talk about what an energy efficiency project is. When, let's say, I'll pick an example of a recent hotel we did in Hyderabad, where we went into the facility, we measured how much electricity they were putting in cooling, hot water, lighting, controls, and we figured out that if we were to redesign the system today, put new equipment, digital controls, full works, we could reduce the electricity consumption for the same amount of cooling by about 47%. So we went out and we spent the money to rebuild everything, new chillers, cooling towers, motors, full suite. Now, thankfully, we had enough money ourselves that we could fund this project off our own books. But for energy efficiency to truly take off, for us to do 50 hotels, 100 hotels, let's say in this hotel's case, I spent 1 crore rupees doing this. If I want to do 50 hotels, I may not have 50 crores with me. So now I have to go to a bank and get debt to be able to fund these projects so that I can buy these new equipments, pay for the services, pay for the engineering, pay for all of these interventions. And what has happened in the longest time is that an industry like solar, for example, where you're installing an asset over somebody else's roof and then energy is coming from it and you're using it, that has become 100% bankable. But when you talk about energy efficiency, where I'm replacing a chiller or a motor, I'm installing it in someone else's facility, I am avoiding energy consumption, that has not become proportionately bankable. And the reason for that is multifold. A couple of those reasons. One is that the bankers are not sure of how much savings are going to come and how they will be paid back. I can talk later about how we are working to solve all these problems, but that's problem number one. Problem number two is the customers are not sure if they're going to save enough money, therefore they're going to pay on time or not, therefore the banker will get paid or not. That is the second, payment security of the banker. And the third, which honestly is a problem that has been solved via solar, but they say that if this asset is installed in somebody else's building, if this customer starts paying and goes bankrupt, how will I take out this air conditioning and sell it? So my collateral is questionable. So these are the three macro challenges that exist. There are solutions for all of these, but I think that's why bankability conventionally at the moment is a little bit challenging for energy efficiency.
Yeah, thank you. Harikumarji, your quick reflection on this question on bankability.
Because they may be wondering why he is going to another facility to put up the investment.
Yeah.
So ESCO is like that. It's a private company. Sukrit, through his organization Energia, he invests in this. Let us say if this is a hotel, I need not invest money for my energy efficiency project. I can build 2 or 3 more rooms, or I can convert one room to a suite. So I can invest on my own business, my core business. He will come, put up his investment and make my operation energy efficient. And if required, he can do operation and maintenance as well. So, and he takes his money back through the savings I get. So that is the ESCO mode of implementation. In fact, I worked in the first ESCO in Asia in 95, 97, before I joined Energy Management Center in 97.
Nice.
So we had an interesting topic when you are talking about monitoring and verification. I have an interesting example. We are doing a project in Godrej, Vikhroli, from Bangalore. Bangalore is our headquarters. So we went to Vikhroli with a compressed air system. So they have got a very centralized compressed air system, and they are supplying to plant. Vikhroli plant, if you remember, there is a railway line crossing. Left side there's a plant, right side there's a plant. It's a huge campus, and this compressed air runs kilometers, in fact, through the pipeline. So we were trying to do the auditing to do the baseline and all. After 6 months, we could not do the baseline. And so ESCO project cannot take off without a baseline, no, without an agreement. Then, but finally, Godrej, through the 6 months interaction, they understood that the conserve air technology which we are bringing from US, it will work and it will save energy. So they told that we don't want your ESCO project, we will invest on our own and do. And then they did, and they got the franchisee. They were the franchisee of conserve for next 10 years in the country.
Okay.
They were investing. So that is an interesting project which we could not get. But one thing what I want to tell is, so we did about 6 months exercise, and it was a 51% US company. So what happened when finally Godrej told that, okay, I don't want your project, but we have invested for our studies. But fortunately, there is an insurance mechanism in US. So our US company parent company has taken an insurance. Suppose the project do not take off, my expenses I will get from the insurance. So we are not at a loss. But this insurance mechanism so far has not come in India. So if he invests heavily, he spends his time and money for 1 month for doing a survey here in this particular hotel. It is not a hotel, I am just saying. And finally, after 1 month or 2 months after seeing the report, the hotel guy tells, oh, I don't want, then what he will do? So that is a difficult proposition for ESCO. So this is good, but there are challenges also. And we should congratulate these people who are entering into a business which is too risky. And you cannot invest your money in some Tom, Dick and Harry company also.
Yeah. So, sir, yeah, that's what we are trying to do, and thanks to EMC Kerala and organizations like Energia, who are trying to make this model work under what set of conditions, rules, contract, monitoring will make this model work. But because definitely, if we look globally, the ESCO industry is more than $100 billion. In India also, as Sukrit was mentioning, there are several organizations who are doing. It's just that looking at the scale of our requirement, our investment need. And that brings me to also a very fundamental question. You already mentioned ESCO. Why are we even talking about this OPEX model? Because on one hand, we have our climate goals, we have our energy efficiency commitments. India has committed to double its energy efficiency in next 5 years. 90 million tons oil equivalent, that's the target we want to reach by 2030. our investment requirement in energy efficiency, I don't even know how many zeros are there, but it's 10 lakh crores. That's the number which Government of India has put out. And so all of this is difficult for a customer, a building owner, a MSME, and industry to do. And then it was thought that, okay, here is a professional set of organization who can come in, bring a good understanding of technology, can also bring finance, but more importantly, they will operate the asset for a defined number of years. Sometimes what happens, we also heard in the previous panel, that buildings are designed well, but they are not operated well. And the proof of the pudding is in operation. So these three major problems of good understanding of technology, financing, design, operation, all of that gets addressed through a OPEX model. So I wanted to understand from both of you, now very brief response. And I have this question in two parts. Number one, what kind of a response do you see from customers when it comes to OPEX models? Are they willing to adopt it, or they still have some hesitation? We hear from a number of government organizations, municipal bodies especially. They say, no, we want to own the asset. We don't want to take something which is in a service model, because we'll not have control on it. So yeah, what kind of a response you are getting? And the second part is, what is the one single biggest barrier or challenge when it comes to OPEX-based projects? Any order? Yeah, maybe Sukriti.
I think I'll start with answering the second question first. The single largest barrier is trust. It's trust from an ESCO to a customer that they will pay on time. It is trust from a customer to an ESCO that you'll be able to save what you've committed. I think there is a deficit of trust in the ecosystem, and that it's a very social problem. It's not, the technology is there, it is proven. The finance is there, chasing after projects that give high returns. But the ecosystem itself is still trying to come to terms with the fact that, is this win-win type of business model really possible? Can I save money and pay from my savings, and the company who's doing this also make money while this is happening? You know, it just sounds too good to be true. And that is the barrier that we have to get across, because actually the truth is that the customer has a gold mine of energy savings in their facility, and we are getting paid from what we mine. We are not taking from the customer. But the feeling is always as if I am going to take something from your pocket, which I think we have to fix. The larger OPEX model, I would say everybody loves OPEX models. Because, like, think about it, even people who are buying iPhones these days are buying them on EMIs. Like, our country now has become much more fond of paying for things in small pieces and ensuring, especially if you can save on your energy bills, you get a brand new equipment, you have somebody who maintains it for you as well. The proposition is really, really good. And we've seen, especially plant maintenance, the people who actually have to deal with these machines, they're very happy because they don't have to go get a budget. They don't have to, they get good technology quickly deployed within their facility without all the caveats that are involved in the conventional capital budgeting cycle. The last point I would make is that energy efficiency is actually very hard to scale in our current Indian procurement systems, because everything is designed around L1, or like who is the lowest bidder, and energy efficient technology very rarely is the cheapest. It is more likely expensive upfront and cheaper over the lifetime. And that sometimes gets lost in the procurement process. So OPEX models actually are excellent to solve a lot of these problems, and we see customers recognize that. Government, I can't say too much. We've just started with a couple of projects, but I'll leave that to Sir to answer that question.
And I'll come to you later on this government experience, but Sir, your quick
See, I
reflection.
have three things to add. One, probably one impediment which, as an industry chief engineer, if I come see an ESCO proposal or a building chief engineer to see an ESCO proposal, see, I have done energy audit through some energy auditor. Now, I would say it is a fault on our side also, but to be honest, energy audit, the quality have come down too low.
Yep.
That the energy auditor gives 10 recommendation. If I implement 5 recommendation, mostly 3 will fail. The saving what he project, I may not get. So when an ESCO company comes and tells that, okay, I will get the saving and I will invest, then I have a certain inhibition. That is one. The second one, recently I got an inquiry from one hotel here nearby, Cochin, in Cochin. It's an apartment hotel. He is having a 1 crore energy bill annual. So I told that he want to go for solar. Then I told you first go for energy efficiency, reduce your load by 10-20%, then put solar. Then he told how I can go for. Then I told there is an ESCO business we are trying to promote. How many, you don't require to invest, how many years your chiller is running. So he told, I have replaced it to VRV chiller 7 years ago. Now I told whether your HU fan coil units are good or they are new. He told around 5 years back they have put new fan coil or HU. Then there is no investment potential. Then I asked him whether the building management system is there. No building management system. So how the HU runs, it runs on its whims and fancy. No, it doesn't, no feedback control, no.
Yeah.
It runs on its own. Then I told you put an BMS system, the ESCO company will come and put, you don't invest. You put a BMS system, he will give you 10-15% saving. Then he is telling, if the ESCO company can come and put 10-15%, I have to give some 10-15% to him also.
Right.
Then why I can directly put? So that is another. Why I should give 10? So ESCO takes away your technical risk, your financial risk, your project management risk. Therefore, we have to pay him some money for that. So that people are not able to understand. Then coming to my government, I will add one point. See, I was heading the nodal agency of renewable energy 2016-18, ANERT. So there we were trying to, at that time, the grid connected solar system has emerged. We are trying to create an ecosystem for that. 1 megawatt was the grid connected system at that time. Now it is 2000 megawatt in the period of 10 years. So Government of India have come out with a guideline that no solar system should be invested on capex model. Because if suppose a railway or IIM Kozhikode, IIM Calicut, they have invested a few lakhs on a solar system on rooftop, who will maintain it? They will provide plant fund for a few lakhs, they will measure, okay, the performance is okay, they will pay for the installer also. But later, after 1 month, after 2 months, who measures that? Even for our rooftop system in our Kerala homes, I can tell that our hypothesis is that 70% of the system functions less than 50% of its capacity, because no one measures, no. We buy an LED bulb, we tell that 50,000 hours. It will go after 100 hours, but who measures? Nobody measures. So Government of India came up with a policy that you should go only by RESCO project, the Renewable Energy Service Company project, on OPEX model. No CAPEX investment on rooftop solar system on any building. So you have to put OPEX model. So you are not investing, the private company will invest, they will maintain, they will monitor, they will give you power at 20% less the cost you pay to KCB. So that is an excellent model, but we have to make people aware and aware. And then I think Kerala, now some few projects are slowly taking off in the ESCO model.
Yeah, no, thank you, sir. And for the example, we also have come across several customers who, after seeing the audit reports and opportunities, they think, okay, this is something we'll do ourselves. The only difference is when you are doing it in an OPEX model, as you said, the performance guarantee and the delivery, that risk rests with the service provider. Whereas if you are investing, then again, it's up to you whether if I have time, I'll do some cleaning, I'll go rooftop clean, otherwise I'll leave it as it is. So the big difference is in the performance for a period of, the equipment life or the contract. So thank you, sir, for touching upon that. One follow-up question to you, Sukrit, and you mentioned a very important point, and this is something we see in many clients. Sometimes if you don't have a proper accounting, and if there is an OPEX provider or an energy efficiency project if you are doing on your own, definitely there are savings. If you replace bulb with LED, for example, basic, definitely there are savings. But if those savings are not getting measured and accounted for, then you don't know how much savings you are getting in your account. So the challenge often customers face, the savings are getting generated, how much of that is not getting tracked, and that's when it comes to paying an OPEX provider or an ESCO, all the problems start arising. Okay, how are we going to pay from it? We don't have an accounting system. We don't know how much savings have been generated. So question to you, Sukrit. Can you share some examples, preferably from a government customer, if not then from an equivalent PSU, etc., where they are trying to work on a system where the savings are going to be properly accounted for. Maybe the monetary equivalent of savings are put in an escrow account so that there is a confidence, number one, to you that, of course, you are going to get your money back. Also to people who are involved in the department, that later on there won't be any questions, any vigilance, then how come you have given money to a service provider? What's the proof? Any reflection on that?
I think there are a couple of, positive technological developments that have happened over the last decade or so that have really solved for this problem significantly. The first, I would say, is digital monitoring and the Internet of Things. Now we can actually measure per second, and we do it for some of our compressed air installations where we are actually measuring flow and energy on a per second level. And similarly in HVAC, you can do 5-minute resolution, and once this data is the transparent foundation on which everybody's conclusions are based, that solves one problem. So the customer, us as an ESCO, OEM providers, everybody operates with that truth amongst the system as this was what was energy consumption before and this is what is energy consumption after. Now, even when you solve that problem, it's not be all and end all. Of course, our weather is changing every year. It's not that if, yes, last year your air conditioning bill was 100 rupees, this year it's 120 rupees. It could be because it was hotter this year as well.
Yeah.
So there are like cooling degree days, and this problem has been theoretically and intellectually solved in the West. We do need to adapt the M&V frameworks to India. And I'll give you an example. We are doing public sector ESCO projects for the first time in this country with NTPC, where we are going to be doing this, and there is going to be an independent third-party M&V provider which will ensure that the numbers are correct both from our side as well as from the government side. So I think this independent M&V is going to be a very critical facet, and I'm very glad for organizations like EMC and AEEE who are the knowledge backbone for a lot of these M&V suites in the country.
Oh, great. That's wonderful. So Harikumarji, in Kerala, and also the theme of this discussion, ESCO Marketplace. Can you share with everyone what EMC has been doing to create a ESCO Marketplace in the state, and also your reflections on how are you trying to ensure MNV so that it gives confidence to customers as well as players like Energia and other ESCOs that this marketplace is going to flourish?
See, with my earlier experience with ESCO, we thought that we will start with buildings. Buildings baseline fixation is little bit easy compared to industries. So EMC is now concentrating on buildings. And Kerala, if you see, building is the energy guzzler in our state. And our booming sectors are hospitality, healthcare, IT. So, and there, the cooling load is exponentially increasing also. And the architect has gone. He was, so I can tell one thing that, see, when 100 TR is required, and because the architect's cost is linked to the project cost, so he will put 200 TR. The chief engineer had another 100 TR to reduce his headache of not working up. So 300. So 3 times the capacity most of the places you go, and it is a good opportunity for the energy audit and RESCO people also. So we are trying to do pilot projects in buildings, and we have invited stakeholders for a business meet. We don't want to call it as an awareness creation. We have invited for a business meet, and in fact 50 around participants came, and most of them are hotels, hospitals, and few industries also, and about 15-20 have shown interest, and we are going in the process of empanelment of ESCO, and thanks AEEE for giving us the framework for the empanelment. And we are very glad that Mr. Sukrit is the first ESCO getting empaneled with EMC for building energy project. And while empaneling, we would also like to allocate him some 5 or 6 prospective clients, so that we are not going for that L1 business and all. We will allocate him for 4 or 5 prospective clients. Okay, he can discuss with them, he can take his business forward. So that is what our plan. And for government buildings, we are trying to stand as a guarantee, subject to getting my executive committee permission. So I had to put up a proposal for that. But my proposal is that for government buildings, if if the money is not flowing as envisaged by the ESCO every 5th of a month or so, EMC will stand as a guarantee. So that is the present condition that we are promoting. And we hope that this ESCO market will flourish in the state of Kerala.
Thank you, sir. 3 quick takeaways from this, sir, what you mentioned. Number 1, state is trying to bring a platform which brings together customers who require ESCO investment or support, as well as the suppliers like Energia onto that single platform. So it's like a matchmaking of buyer-seller, one can say. Second, in order to further enable that, just for government organization, EMC is trying to put a guarantee mechanism in place. In case there is a payment default to ESCOs, then the guarantee mechanism can come into picture. You are still working on those details. And maybe at some stage...
Plus a third party MNV also.
MNV. So that's the other thing. A third party MNV, an entity, knowledgeable entity like EMC playing that role will give a lot of confidence to both customers as well as investors. So that's how the marketplace you are trying to create. All the best, sir, for this marketplace. And the other thing which at AEEE also we say, what is hurting the energy efficiency the most? You touched upon those 2 points. Number 1, thumb rules, because sometimes we design things just based on thumb rules. And number 2, this safety margin or buffer margin. Every time we keep on adding extra layer, and in the process, the system that we have turns out to be 2x, 3x bigger than what was required. And if we try and address this from the design stage itself, then of course there will be a better allocation of capital, and you won't need later on a lot of energy audits or investment. So try and address this at the beginning itself. Otherwise, you'll have to reach out to corrective actions later on. So Sukrit, one question to you. And I know we have some, announcement certificate also to give, but how was your journey getting, number 1, a contract with national PSU like NTPC, Power Grid? What kind of experience you had to go through? What are the takeaway lessons if any state PSU in Kerala, or it's an international, energy festival, there are participants from other states. If they want to follow a similar path, what are the mistakes or things they can avoid, or learnings that they can apply from day one to fast track this process? Anything that you want to share?
I think there are a couple of very good resources. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency defined the full tendering process and how you should qualify a baseline, how you should do an audit. I think it's critical that this process gets followed in the tender making exercise. The second thing is, I think managing GEM was a little challenging. I think those problems have been solved now that we have done this exercise, but hopefully that was definitely one of the blockers. I think on the larger scale though, the main thing goes back to the same trust building exercise. These companies have taken the first step, and these are big companies, you know, NTPC, Power Grid, who have taken the lead in setting up ESCO projects. I think now we are also undertaking these projects to build an example for this ecosystem, that private sector will work with public sector to unlock this ESCO market. And I think it's on to everybody to be the action. If you have a PSU, or if you have high energy bills as a private sector entity, you must reach out to somebody who can help you fix it. You may have the money to do it yourself. We will still help you. And we can work on services, but at the end of the day, the thing is that we are losing money every single day. We are polluting our air every single day, and we have a better option, an option that is profitable, that is sustainable, and that is more productive for building the Viksit Bharat that we dream about. So I think we should do it.
No, all the best, and you know, all horsepower to you. Every inefficient fan loses 100 rupees per month. That's the kind of number that you can keep in your mind.
We just did a study with AAA only for a university in UP where most of the fans were between 100 to 120 watts per hour, and the BLDC fans of today consume 19 watts per hour. So if I just replace the fans in that university, I was saving them 5.4 crore rupees a year. They have like 30,000 fans. So I'm just giving the scale. Like, you know, we talk about renewables, but energy efficiency has its own scale, which is value we need to unlock, and we need to do it now.
So EMC has been playing that role of aggregator. So sir, before we come to this, just one take-home message for other states. If they are trying to create a similar marketplace, what are the things from your experience you can say that, okay, you do or you don't do?
See, the advantage what we have is Kerala is the first state in the country to have started a standalone state designated agency. We do not have any other mandate except promoting energy efficiency. We started in 1997. 2001, the EC Act came into being. Only Andhra Pradesh has got another standalone SDA. That is, and most other SDAs, they are mostly working on renewable and electrical safety. Energy efficiency is a sideline business to them. So that is the main problem. And we enjoy our autonomy also, and we are getting full support from our government, bureaucrats and political leadership for any non-conventional initiatives also. That is why we are very fortunate that some of the initiatives are considered unique in the country, and we are being recognized year on year by the government of India also. So that way, many state governments are trying to get inputs from us, from the SDAs are trying to get inputs from us. I think in the short time we will be successful, along with other SDAs.
Just jokingly, if I take that suggestion to other states, it will take 5 years, and it will give them one more reason not to do energy efficiency. But jokes apart, so we have 2 announcements to make. Number one, sir, many congratulations on establishing this ESCO marketplace. You have interest coming from customers, you have interest coming from ESCOs, trying to empanel themselves on this marketplace. So,
so we are very happy that we are providing the empanelment for ESCO, and the first empanelment we are giving to
Messrs. Energia Microgrid Private Limited, based in New Delhi. So I'm very happy to hand over the empanelment certificate to Mr. Sukrit, the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you so much.
So many congratulations and handing it back to the MC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that elaborative and thought-provoking panel discussion. And up next, let me now please request Dr. R. Harikumar Sir, Director, EMC Kerala, to please hand over a memento as a token of love and appreciation from this third edition of the International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026. A big round of applause for both our esteemed panelists, Mr. Pramod Kumar Singh, Senior Director, Research and Programs, AEEE, and Mr. Sukrit Malik, CEO and Founder, Energia. Thank you so much, both of you.
This is what I don't know English. The elephant for that procession and all for taking the elephant in the temple. You understood, no? The uniqueness is that this is being made by mentally challenged students based in the next adjoining district, Thrissur. So we are giving this thing to all the faculty members.
See, every time I come to Kerala, I get one pointers which I can share with other states. So this is an excellent initiative, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, both of you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap up to the 3-day-long technical sessions, the quite informative and valid technical sessions that we had, each stepping one step closer towards the more sustainable, more bio-friendly future of Kerala. So I hope you all had great, insightful sessions throughout this past 3 days, and now we are all here geared up for the valedictory session. So welcoming everybody to please take part in the valedictory session that is going to happen in the next couple of minutes. We're just setting the stage, so just allow us 2 minutes and we'll be back with the valedictory section. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we are heading towards the valedictory function of the International Energy Festival of Kerala 2026, marking a sign-off for this year. So let me please welcome on stage our chief dignitaries for the valedictory session, Dr. R. Harikumar, Director, Energy Management Center, Kerala, Department of Power, Government of Kerala, to please kindly join us on stage. Welcome, sir. And along with him, let me also please request Mr. C. Balgopal, Chairman, Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, KCIDC. It's a privilege and honor to have you here, sir. Please join us on stage. Let me now invite Professor Mr. Ajit Kumar, Executive Chairman, Board for Public Sector Transformation, to please join us on stage. And joining them, we also have the very graceful presence of Mrs. Ranjani Damodaran, beloved wife of our late Professor V.K. Damodaran, sir. Please, ma'am, please join us on the dais. Thank you so much for joining. And we also have Dr. Dinesh K., Registrar, Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies, KUFOS, joining us on stage. Please, sir. Let me next invite Mr. A. Dinesh Kumar, Joint Director, Energy Management Center, Kerala, to kindly join us on the dais. Thank you so much. With the esteemed panel on stage, we're going to commence the valedictory session. So first of all, to address the formally address this gathering and welcome you all, let me please welcome Dr. R. Harikumar, Director, EMC, to the dais.
ഏവർക്കും ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട സദസ്സിലിരിക്കുന്നവർക്കും എല്ലാവർക്കും വേദിയിലിരിക്കുന്നവർക്കും ആദ്യമേ തന്നെ വിനീതമായ നമസ്കാരം. സർ, ഇത് 3ാമത്തെ എഡിഷനാണ് രാജ്യാന്തര ഊർജ്ജമേളയുടെ. 2 എഡിഷനും നമ്മൾ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് വെച്ചാണ് ചെയ്തത്. ഇതിൻ്റെ പേര് തന്നെ ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ എനർജി ഫെസ്റ്റിവൽ, ഒരു മേള എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ഒരു ഉത്സവ അന്തരീക്ഷമാണ് നമ്മൾ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. ടെക്നിക്കലായിട്ടുള്ള സെഷൻസിന് പുറമേ ചിത്രരചന ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കേരള ലളിതകലാ അക്കാദമി മുൻ മെമ്പർ ശ്രീ കാരക്ക മണ്ഡപം വിജയകുമാർ അദ്ദേഹം നേതൃത്വം നൽകിയ ഒരു ദിവസം ചിത്രരചന, അടുത്ത ദിവസം കാർട്ടൂൺ രചന. ഇവിടെ ഗ്രീൻ എക്സ്പോ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കേരള ഇലക്ട്രിക്കൽ ട്രേഡേഴ്സ് അസോസിയേഷനും ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ലൈസൻസ്ഡ് കോൺട്രാക്ടേഴ്സ് വെൽഫെയർ അസോസിയേഷനും നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഗ്രീൻ എക്സ്പോ. കേരളത്തിലുള്ള 41 വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്ന് ആദ്യത്തെ ദിവസം LP സ്കൂൾ, ലോവർ പ്രൈമറി സ്കൂൾ, അപ്പർ പ്രൈമറി സ്കൂൾ, ഇവർ 82 കുട്ടികൾ ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് അവിടെ നിന്ന് ജയിച്ചു വന്ന കുട്ടികൾ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് പെയിൻറ്റിങ്ങും കാർട്ടൂണും രചനയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഇവിടെ വന്നിരുന്നു. 7-ാം തീയതി. 2ാമത്തെ ദിവസം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഹൈസ്കൂളിൽ നിന്ന് കേരളത്തിലുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള എല്ലാ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള 41 ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് എസ്സേ കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ, 41 പേര് മലയാളം എസ്സേ കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ, അതിൽ 62 പേരാണ് നമുക്ക് വന്നത്. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു റിപ്പോർട്ട് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ നടന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇതൊക്കെയാണ്. ഇന്ന് 8 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിൽ നിന്നുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ ഡിബേറ്റ് കോമ്പറ്റീഷനുണ്ട്. എല്ലാം എനർജി എൻവയൺമെൻറ്റ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സബ്ജക്ട്സാണ് നടന്നത്. ആദ്യത്തെ ദിവസം ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഓഫ് ഫാക്ടറീസ് ആൻഡ് ബോയിലേഴ്സ് തെർമൽ എനർജി കൺസർവേഷനെക്കുറിച്ചും ബോയിലർ സേഫ്റ്റിയെക്കുറിച്ചും കോജനറേഷനെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. 2ാമത്തെ ദിവസം 8-ാം തീയതി ഇന്നലെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഓഫ് ഇലക്ട്രിക്കൽ ഇൻസ്പെക്ടറേറ്റ് ഈ കൂടുതൽ ആയിട്ട് മോഡേൺ എക്യുപ്മെൻറ്റ്സ് നമ്മളെ വീടുകളിലും ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസിലും സോളാറും ഇലക്ട്രിക് വെഹിക്കിൾ ചാർജിങ് ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചറും ഒക്കെ കൂടി വരുന്ന സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ അതിൻ്റെ സ്റ്റാൻഡർഡൈസേഷൻ, അതിൻ്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി, അതിൻ്റെ സേഫ്റ്റിയെക്കുറിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസ്കഷനാണ് നടന്നത്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 ദിവസവും വൈകുന്നേരം ഇവിടെ ഉത്സവം ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഈവനിങ്ങിൽ കൾച്ചറൽ ഇവൻറ്റും ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇന്ന് ലാസ്റ്റ് ഡേയിൽ പാനൽ ഡിസ്കഷൻസ്, കുറേയും കൂടി പോളിസി ലെവലിലുള്ള ടോപ്പിക്സ്, ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസുമായിട്ട് അസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഇപ്പം തൊട്ട് മുമ്പ് നടന്നത് AEEE എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥാപനവും SC for All എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥാപനവുമായിട്ട് ചേർന്നിട്ട്, അതിന് തൊട്ട് മുമ്പ് നടന്നത് ഗ്ലോബൽ ബിൽഡിംഗ് പെർഫോമൻസ് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ലണ്ടൻ ആസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള GBPൻ്റെ ഡിസ്കഷനാണ്. അതിന് കുറച്ച് മുമ്പ് നടന്നത് GGI ഗ്ലോബൽ ഗ്രീൻ ഗ്രോത്ത് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്, സൗത്ത് കൊറിയയിൽ സിയോൾ ആസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ ഇവരെല്ലാം ഇവരുടെ ഇത് അസോസിയേറ്റ്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള മറ്റ് എക്സ്പേർട്സിനെയും കൂടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് 3, 4, 5, 6 പേര് അടങ്ങുന്ന പാനൽ ഡിസ്കഷനാണ്. എല്ലാം വളരെ സന്തോഷത്തോടെ പറയാനുള്ളത്, എല്ലാം വളരെ ടൈംലി ആയിട്ട് നടന്നു. വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള എനർജി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന വ്യത്യസ്ത സെക്ടറിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഇൻപുട്സ്, അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ, ഫിഷറീസ്. ഇവിടെ ഈ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ ഡേ ലെക്ചർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ 3 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ ഡേ ലെക്ചർ, ഈ വർഷത്തെ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ ഡേ ലെക്ചർ നടത്തിയത് പ്രൊഫസർ ഡോക്ടർ ബിജുകുമാർ, വൈസ് ചാൻസലർ ഓഫ് കുഫോസ് ആണ് നടത്തിയത്. അദ്ദേഹം ബ്ലൂ എക്കോണമിയെക്കുറിച്ചും സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ചും ഒക്കെയാണ് സംസാരിച്ചത്. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇത്തവണത്തെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ഈ വർഷം ഞങ്ങളോട് EMCയുടെ സ്ഥാപക ഡയറക്ടറായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൊഫസർ VK ദാമോദരൻ സാർ ഞങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഇല്ല. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ സ്മരണയ്ക്ക് മുന്നിൽ തല കുനിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പേരിട്ടുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ നഗർ, പ്രൊഫസർ VK ദാമോദരൻ നഗർ എന്ന് പേരിട്ടുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ വർഷത്തെ ഈ രാജ്യാന്തര ഊർജ്ജമേള നടത്തിയത്. അതോടൊപ്പം സാറിൻ്റെ സ്മരണ നിലനിർത്താനായിട്ട് വേണ്ടി ഞങ്ങൾ വിചാരിച്ചു കുട്ടികൾക്ക്, സാർ എപ്പോഴും കുട്ടികളെ പ്രോബബ്ലി ലാസ്റ്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാം ചെയ്തത് തന്നെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയാണെന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ ആ കുട്ടികളോട് ഉള്ള ഒരു സ്നേഹം, അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു പാഷൻ എന്ന് കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് കേരളത്തിലെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് ഊർജ്ജവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട്, പരിസ്ഥിതിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് അവരുടെ വർക്കിംഗ് മോഡൽസ് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് പ്രദർശിപ്പിച്ച് അതിനൊരു കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ നടത്തി അതിന് കുട്ടികളുടെ ഒരു പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പ്രൊഫസർ VK ദാമോദരൻ മെമ്മോറിയൽ അവാർഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് നമ്മൾ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഇത്തവണ NSS KTUവിൻ്റെ NSS ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെല്ലും CET ഇന്നൊവേഷൻ സെല്ലുമായിട്ട് ചേർന്നിട്ടാണ് ഇത് നടത്തിയത്. 30ഓളം സ്റ്റാളുകൾ നമുക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതിലൊരു ഡെൻ്റൽ കോളേജും ഒരു കേന്ദ്രീയ വിദ്യാലയത്തിലുള്ള കുട്ടികളും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ബാക്കിയുള്ള എല്ലാം എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ വളരെ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള രീതിയിലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് ഇവിടെ നടന്നത്. 7, 8, 9 എന്ന തീയതിക്കുള്ള പ്രത്യേകത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 7-ാം തീയതി ഫെബ്രുവരി 1996 1996 എനർജി മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്റർ ട്രാവൻകൂർ കൊച്ചിൻ ലിറ്റററി സൊസൈറ്റി ആക്ട് അനുസരിച്ച് ഒരു സൊസൈറ്റിയായിട്ട് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്നത്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ തന്നെ ഊർജ്ജ സംരക്ഷണത്തിന് പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ആദ്യ സ്ഥാപനം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഖ്യാതിയും നമുക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. ഇത്രയും മാത്രമാണ് എനിക്ക് ആമുഖമായിട്ട് പറയാനായിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇത് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഇവിടെ നമ്മളുടെ ഇന്ന് സമാപന സമ്മേളനം ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുകയും വാലിഡിറ്ററി അഡ്രസ്സ് നടത്തുകയും ഇവിടെ പ്രൈസ് വിതരണം ചെയ്യാനും എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ഏറെ ബഹുമാന്യനായ ശ്രീ ബാലഗോപാൽ സാറാണ്. അദ്ദേഹം ഇപ്പോൾ KSIDCയുടെ ചെയർമാനായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹത്തെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. 97-98 കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഞാനും ദാമോദർ സാറും ഒക്കെ കൂടെ ടെറൂമ പെൻബോളിൽ പോകുന്നതും അവിടെ അദ്ദേഹം ചെയ്ത കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഹീസ് എ ബ്യൂറോക്രാറ്റ്, IAS കാഡറിലുള്ളതാണ് അദ്ദേഹം. അത് റിസൈൻ ചെയ്ത് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയലിസ്റ്റായി ഇപ്പോൾ റൈറ്റർ, ഫിലാൻഡ്രോപ്പിസ്റ്റ്, ഫോർമർ ചെയർമാൻ ഓഫ് ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്ക്. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ KSIDCയുടെ അമരത്വം വഹിക്കുന്ന ഏറെ ബഹുമാന്യനായ ശ്രീ ബാലഗോപാൽ സാറിന് EMCയുടെ പേരിൽ ഇവിടെ കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്ന പേരിൽ സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. ദാമോദർ സാറിൻ്റെ പേരിലുള്ള ഈ വേദിയിൽ ദാമോദർ സാറിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ ഈ അവാർഡ് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്ത സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ സഹധർമ്മിണിയും കൂടെ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാകണമെന്ന് നമുക്ക് ആഗ്രഹമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആൻറ്റിയെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നതിന് പിന്നെ അഞ്ജുവിനോട് പ്രത്യേകം നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ രഞ്ജിനി ആൻറ്റിയെ വളരെ സ്നേഹത്തോടുകൂടി ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. നമ്മളുടെ എനർജി മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്ററിൻ്റെ ഈ എനർജി എഫിഷ്യൻസി പ്രോഗ്രാമിന് എപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് ഒരു പ്രോത്സാഹനം നൽകുന്ന ആളാണ് ബ്യൂറോ ഓഫ് പബ്ലിക് ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷൻ എൻ്റെ എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ചെയർമാൻ, ബോർഡ് ഓഫ് പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷൻ അതിൻ്റെ എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ചെയർമാനായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ അജിത് സർ. അദ്ദേഹം നേരത്തെ ഇവിടുത്തെ നാട്ടുകാരനാണ്, കൊച്ചിൻ റിഫൈനറിയിലെ എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഡയറക്ടറായിരുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ഹാർദവമായി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഈ വേദി 5 പൈസ പോലും ഈടാക്കാതെ നമുക്ക് പൂർണ്ണ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തോടുകൂടി തുറന്നു തന്നത് കുഫോസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഈ മഹാപ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിന് ഞാൻ നന്ദി പറയാൻ വേറെ ആളുണ്ട്, എന്നാലും പെട്ടെന്ന് വായിൽ വരുന്ന നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഈ കുഫോസിനെ റെപ്രസെൻ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിരിക്കുന്ന അതിൻ്റെ രജിസ്ട്രാർ അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ഹാർദവമായി സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഡോക്ടർ ദിനേഷ് കെ, വൈസ് ചാൻസലർ ഇനോഗ്രൽ ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇവിടെ കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെയും നമ്മൾ സദസ്സ് സമ്പന്നമാക്കുന്ന, സാധാരണ ഈ വൈകിയ വേളയിൽ വാലിഡിറ്ററി സെഷൻ നടത്താനായിട്ട് സാധാരണ ഓർഗനൈസേഴ്സിന് ധൈര്യം വരാറില്ല. പിന്നെ ഇതില്ലാതെ പറഞ്ഞു വിടുന്ന ഒരു രീതിയാണ് പതിവ്. എന്നിരുന്നാലും ഈ വൈകിയ വേളയിലും ഇത്രയും ആൾക്കാർ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. വിദ്യാർത്ഥി സമൂഹത്തോട് പ്രത്യേകം നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. ഇവിടെ കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്ന എനർജി മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് സെൻറ്ററിൻ്റെ എംപാനൽഡ് ഓഡിറ്റേഴ്സ്, BEEs, നമ്മൾ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാർ, ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥ സുഹൃത്തുക്കൾ, ഫാക്കൽറ്റി മെമ്പേഴ്സ്, വിദ്യാർത്ഥി സുഹൃത്തുക്കൾ, റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസ് എല്ലാവരെയും ഹാർദവമായി ഈ സമാപന സമ്മേളനത്തിലേക്ക് ഞാൻ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇത്രയും പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്. നിർത്തും.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your warm words of welcome. Arthadaita, we have the valedictory address. For that, it's my honor and privilege to welcome Mr. C. Balgopal, Chairman, Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, KCIDC. Please, sir, over to you.
Mrs. Damodaran, other distinguished people on the dais, members of the International Energy Festival of Kerala, and students, dear friends. I'm very happy to join you at the valedictory session of the 3rd edition of the International Energy Festival of Kerala. And I understand from what the director EMC said, that over the past 3 days, the campus, the KUFOS campus has been an epicenter of critical dialogue on how we power our world, and more important, how we can sustain it. So first I would like to congratulate the Energy Management Center for successfully curating this flagship event by bringing together policymakers, public sector undertakings, business, and civil society under one roof. You have created not just a festival, but a think tank for the future of Kerala. So the theme chosen for this year, Empowering Energy Future, is not merely a slogan. It is a fundamental requirement for economic survival of any modern society. For example, as chairman of KSIDC, my primary responsibility is to foster industrial development and investment in Kerala. For a long time, we viewed industry and environment as distinct entities, often at odds with one another. Industry demanded power and environment paid the price. Today, that paradigm is shifting. And we are, I think, beginning to understand that we cannot have an industrial future without an energy future. So when we speak of empowering this future, we are speaking about a transition from energy consumption to energy responsibility. For the industrial sector in Kerala, energy efficiency is no longer just a compliance metric enforced by the Energy Conservation Act. It is a competitive advantage. In a global market that increasingly demands green supply chains and low carbon footprints, Kerala's ability to offer sustainable energy solutions will define our industrial success. The starting point, of course, is to save energy use. And I was listening to the last panel discussion, and I could understand many of the real-world problems. So I was just thinking, some thoughts which came to my mind are, do we have an energy savings culture? By that, what I mean is it natural and automatic? Is it reflexive for us to switch off power? Or do we do that in our homes, but not, say, in a public place, or in a hotel, or in somebody else's house? Do we feel that we should switch off the light? Do we feel that only when we are in our own homes? So that's what I meant by saying, do we have this culture of energy savings? Just like we don't have a safety culture, we have many rules. Safety is also seen as a compliance thing, not as something very essential. So unless we have a compliance culture which must be inside us, this will be something which will always have to be imposed, either by a management or by statute or by some external agency. When I heard about this example of what one of the panelists spoke about, a UP university which had more than 30,000 fans, and by just replacing those fans with more energy efficient fans, you could save up to 5 crores annually in energy consumption. Those are system solutions which we need to implement. Because I think all too often, whenever we want to improve something, we expect people to change. But in system theory, there is a maxim. structure determines behavior. So if you don't change the system, it doesn't matter whatever the intention of the individual is, your behavior will always be the same. So what we need to do is to start looking, take a systemic view of things. And in our society, and in our country particularly, we have, on the one hand, we have all these slogans, about saving energy, being more efficient, etc. And we give free energy to whole sections of the economy. We give to the agricultural sector with good intentions. But what is the net result? Pumps are left on all the time. They just work continuously because power is free. So my point is, we say one thing, but by our policies and incentives are all working in the wrong direction. And that's why if we track and measure, we will find that we are really, there's a lot of motion, but there's very little movement. That sort of sums up a lot of what happens in our country, is that we seem to be doing a lot of things, but the net result is actually not much. What I particularly liked about this festival is that it is here, it's hosted in a campus, one of the good campuses in Kerala, of a leading higher educational institution, and there are many young people present. And I am sure that they participated actively in the various sessions and discussions and competitions. That's the best way to create awareness. And actually awareness is the beginning, isn't it? From compliance starts with awareness. And then from there gradually it goes on, leads on to other better things. So to the students and young researchers in the audience, what I have to say is, you are the architects of this empowered future. The solutions to our energy crisis will not come solely from government departments or corporate boardrooms. They will come from the laboratories and startup incubators, like what we are seeing growing up across the state, and all the IEDCs in all the higher educational institutions. That's where the future lies. So whether it is breakthroughs in battery storage, green hydrogen, or ocean energy, considering the fact that we are in the prestigious Coforce campus, your innovations, the young people's innovations, are what industry leaders need and what we are waiting for. And KSIDC is ready to support scalable ideas that solve real-world energy challenges. We need your agility and your vision to drive this transition. As we conclude this 3-day festival, let us take our insights from these technical sessions and policy dialogues and translate them into action. To those from industry who are here, let us pledge to look beyond compliance and aim for stewardship. To those from government who are here, let us continue to frame regulations that incentivize efficiency rather than just penalizing waste. And to the academia, continue to bridge the gap between theoretical research and industrial application. The energy future is not a distant target for 2030 or 2050. It is being built right now in forums like this. Once again, let me take this opportunity to thank the Energy Management Center for this honor. I think there's no better way to honor a great soul like the late V.K. Damodaran than to continue the work which he did with such passion till the last days of his life. I wish you all the very best in your endeavors to light up Kerala's future sustainably and efficiently. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So up next, we're coming to the most awaited part of this valedictory address. As part of the International Energy Festival 2026, a student expo project has been initiated on energy conservation and sustainable engineering solutions. Is being organized in collaboration with CET Innovation Center, College of Engineering Trivandrum, and the APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, NSS Cell. The expo features regional level project presentation competitions conducted across 6 regions of Kerala, ensuring wide participation from engineering colleges and students across the state. The shortlisted products will be showcased at the IEFK Pavilion, offering a high visibility platform for student-led innovation in the energy sector. So through expert evaluation, incentives, as well as a strong focus on practical and scalable energy solutions, the Project Expo and the Professor V.K. Damodaran Memorial Award aim to provide innovation, energy awareness, and capacity building among engineering students in alignment with the core objectives of EMC and IEFK 2026. So I'm going to read out the results of this most anticipated Student Project Expo. The third prize, and obviously let me please request Mr. C. Balagopan sir to hand over this honors to the students, to the winners. The third prize is secured by the Solar Swap Efficient Rickshaw Project by Albin KJ, Mangalam College of Engineering, Etumanur. Let me please request Albin KJ from Mangalam College of Engineering, Etumanur to please come and receive this honor. We have a cash prize worth 10,000 rupees along with a memento in honor of his awards and dedication in making this Project Expo a grand success. Hearty congratulations, Albin KJ. Hearty congratulations, Albin. And up next, the second prize is secured by AI-driven solar panel optimization using drone-based image processing. This was the project, and this is presented by Jilin Raj CJ, Stay Sebastian, and Abhishek Biju M from Christ College of Engineering, Irinalakuda. Hearty congratulations, team. Let me please welcome with yet another bigger round of applause, everybody, Jilin Raj CJ, Stay Sebastian, and Abhishek Biju M. Hearty congratulations. Onwards and upwards for many wonderful projects just like the AI-driven solar panel optimization using drone-based image processing. Hearty congratulations, team, and the team is from the Christ College of Engineering, Irinalakuda. So ladies and gentlemen, to recognize and encourage the outstanding student innovation, the Professor V.K. Damodaran Memorial Award for the Best Innovative Project has been instituted and will be conferred on the most impactful project listed at the Project Expo. And here comes the Best Impactful Project. The first prize winner is for the project Solar Integrated Spectrum Controlled LED System for Indoor Farming. And this was presented by Ashish PS, N.S. Kumar KG, A. Hiba Fatima, and Bhagyalakshmi S. from NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad. Hearty congratulations to the whole team. And they are winning a cash award worth 25,000 rupees along with the certificates and memento from IEFK 2026. Congratulations, team. Onwards and upwards for many wonderful and innovative projects just like the Solar Integrated Spectrum Control LED System for Indoor Farming presented by these 4 brilliant students from NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad. Hearty congratulations, team, once again. And here, we also have a special mention award because this was the only project from the school category. And let me please welcome the team, PM Sri KV number 1 Naval Base Kochi team, and the students Adarsh D, Sahil Kumar and Shubham Sayala. The consolation awards for the Project Expo from the school category. Hearty congratulations. Please give a big round of applause for this innovative minds right from the school level. This is to be highly appreciated and really looking forward to what you are growing up. Hearty congratulations all of you and to the school PM Sri KV number 1 Naval Base Kochi to support such initiatives from students. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Balgopal sir. And up next, we also had a Reels competition as a promotion for the Project Expo. And here comes the results. The second prize goes to Devika R from Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Thrissur. Devika R. Hearty congratulations. I request Harikumar sir to please, yes, our chief guest to please hand over the mementos for the winners. Hearty congratulations. We also have a cash award of 1,000 rupees for this Reels competition. And here comes the first prize. The first prize also goes to Sachin Matthew from Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Thrissur. Sachin Matthew from Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Thrissur, winning cash award worth 2,000 rupees for this Reels competition. Congratulations, team. Congratulations, team. Let me please welcome Sachin Matthew, winning the first prize for the Reels competition, promo for Project Expo from Vidya Academy of Science and Technology, Thrissur, winning a cash award of worth rupees 2,000 rupees. Congratulations, Sachin. Thank you so much, all of you. Please kindly take your seats. Up next, as a tribute to our founder, Professor V.K. Damodaran sir, our founder director of the Energy Management Center, Kerala, we have prepared a video which consists of messages from the colleagues, family members, and other nominated persons. So we would love to release a teaser video of that now. So please, all eyes on the screen. With due respect to our founder, Professor V.K. Damodaran sir, all eyes on the screen, please.
VKD നിന്നും ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചൊരു പാഠം എന്തെന്ന് ഒറ്റ വാചകത്തിൽ എന്നോട് ചോദിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് പറയാനൊന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഹ്യൂമൻ ബോണ്ടാണ്. 1000 തവണ ഞാൻ ക്ലാസ്സുകളിൽ ആവർത്തിച്ച ആ ഇലക്ട്രോവലൻ്റ് കോവലൻ്റ് കോർഡിനേറ്റ് ബോണ്ടിനെക്കാട്ടിലും പ്രപഞ്ചം എന്ന് ഞാൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല വാക്ക്. പക്ഷേ ഈ ലോകത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലുള്ള ബന്ധം ഏതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ദി സ്ട്രോങ്ങസ്റ്റ് ഈസ് ഹ്യൂമൻ ബോണ്ട്. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് സ്ട്രോങ്ങർ ദാൻ എനി അതർ സ്റ്റീൽ, ലെറ്റ് ഇറ്റ് ബി എനി അതർ മെറ്റൽ ഓർ മെറ്റീരിയൽ. അതിനേക്കാളൊക്കെ കൂടുതൽ ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചത്, എന്നെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു എന്നുള്ള വാക്കല്ല ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്, PTBയിൽ നിന്നും, PTBയുടെ ശിഷ്യനായ VKDയിൽ നിന്നും, അവരുടെ രണ്ടുപേരുടെയും ശിഷ്യനായ ഞാൻ അവരിൽ നിന്നും പഠിച്ചത് ആ മനുഷ്യബന്ധമുണ്ടല്ലോ, സർവോപരി ശാസ്ത്രത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ, സാഹിത്യത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ, സംസ്കാരത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുന്ന ആ മനുഷ്യബന്ധമുണ്ടല്ലോ, സ്നേഹബന്ധമുണ്ടല്ലോ, ആ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബോണ്ടാണ്. ഹ്യൂമൻ ബോണ്ട് ഈസ് സ്ട്രോങ്ങർ ദാൻ എനി അതർ ബോണ്ട്.
Thank you so much. Really looking forward for what Damodaram has in place. Paying due respect to our wonderful founder for his immense efforts and hard work in bringing together such a meaningful institution. So yes, thank you so much. Up next, let me please welcome Executive Chairman, Board for Public Sector Transformation, Mr. Ajit Kumar, sir, for a special address. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Energy Management Center, for giving an opportunity, especially in the name of V.K. Damodaran sir, because and dignitaries on the days, off the days, and dear friends, school engineering students or college students on this occasion. Very specifically, when we talk about Damodaran sir, we still remember the days when we were studying in our school. We have the Science Club, Shastra Sahitya Parishad, Science Quiz, etc. Lot of them depending on the books it has been given by Damodaran sir. So it's a big tribute to be present in this occasion. Thank you very much for EMC to give an opportunity like this. Coming back to the main center when we are discussing about the energy management, and we are nowadays discussing everything on energy. Energy is always going along with environment. And I was earlier working in a company, we call it as BPCL, one of the global best companies, and we are energizing the lives of the people. That is our slogan, where we are energizing the lives of the people. We are energizing with the fossil fuel. That is the main thing. Now we are discussing something differently, where we are talking about, when I joined the refinery in '86, we are discussing that this fossil fuel is going to end in very short. We have to find alternatives, and we have to conserve our energy, and we have to prepare for that. Of course, not much change it has happened, even though another 40 years it is passed. Still the world is controlled by the same crude oil or the oil still in the field. But we are discussing many things on the renewables and the new energy scenario. But I sometimes still focus whether we lose our energy conservation. As Balagopal sir has rightly pointed out, whether we are practicing that by switching off the light or using the energy efficient method and to avoid such things. Still that is not there in our life. So for me, the first and foremost important thing we have to remember in our life is conserving the energy. Conserving the energy in the sense, we have to limit our use. I normally wonder that there are many people who is having more than 2 houses, more than 3 cars, whether it is really required or not. Because if you have money, you can purchase 10 cars or 15 cars. But lot of energy is going to be wasted for producing such cars or such buildings. So my first point is, we have to really focus on whether we have to limit our intended use of the things. Because even if we have money, when we are purchasing 3 cars and keeping it, there are so many energies going to be wasted in production of these items. When we have so many houses, 5, 3, 6, 7 bedroom houses, whether it is so, the first thing we have to really look at is, we have to limit our uses. We have to limit our intentions where we are impacting our environment and to the world. So that is point number 1. Second point is whether we have alternatives. What is the alternative available to us? For example, I was there in BPCL earlier. We are just discussing one simple example I can tell you. We have earlier transporting so many trucks from our Kochi refinery to Mangalore, Palakkad, or to Trivandrum, many places like that in trucks. So for transporting this fuel, we are using so many other trucks and other fuels. Again, the consumption of our petrols and diesel. We changed. We are nowadays going to build many pipelines. We have pipeline up to Coimbatore, Karur, even it is connected to Bangalore. So instead of all so many trucks are going, we can use it with a pipeline, we can reduce. So what I am trying to say, we have to have the alternatives. If you see, I am being in Ernakulam for a long time. Earlier, if you go to Ernakulam to Alway, very difficult to drive with so many private buses are flying like anything, with so much competition and wasting energy by running at a different speed, braking system. Now you just see the metro, where it has been reduced a lot of. So what I am trying to say, if you have good public transportation system, just like it is not only metro, if you take Ernakulam to Trivandrum, I am a regular traveler now between Ernakulam and Trivandrum. I never use a car because it's a waste. It is not only waste with Vande Bharat or such type of trains, 3 hours we can reach. So what my point is, we have to develop systems to make alternatives. Where the rapid transportation system, in our company, even though we are producing petrol, diesel, we have one time the concept, instead of single fellow coming in one car, you have to share the, otherwise it is a penalty for the use. So what I am trying to say, our people mindset has to change. One is, we have to limit our use. Second is, we have to find alternatives. And third, of course, whether we can recycle it, reuse it. The point what I am trying to say, I can take some examples from our, because even though we are producing, energizing the lives, we are most conservative in protecting the energy and environment. What I am trying to say, we have so much water consumption. We are taking water from Periyar and using it in our many heat exchangers, coolers, etc., and cooling tower. And again, the waste is going back to the nearby river. So, so there may be sometimes problem, etc., but after that, we have reduced, we have find method so that there is the complete wastewater, we want to reuse it, so that we have a zero discharge to the Chitrapada river. Now we have designed the system. So what I am trying to say, we have so many, earlier if you see when we are going to have so many heaters with the stack going up to the stack, the temperature may be going 370-degree exhaust gas. But nowadays we are using it back so that we will discharge to the atmosphere only just above the dew point. You may be knowing dew point, I am not talking technically, but still what I am trying to use, extract maximum wastage. So what the point, we have to really look such and such alternatives rather than focus. So limit the use, find the alternatives, reduce the waste, reduce the losses, and finally we have to come to the other alternatives of fossil fuel. But for the time being, when people are discussing about renewable solar energy, wind energy, or even the hydrogen cells, everything. But for the time being, if you still look at it, it is a very capital intensive project. Even when I am coming back to our Kerala government, where my intention to make our public sector units profitable. That was the point, the job was entrusted with me. Then I have found that many of our systems where in Kochi refinery, we were always going for whichever the new method, new modernization, where our energy savings like VFD drives, variable frequency drives, or any alternate system. In our Kerala government sector, many of the systems are 40 years old. We have not done any energy efficiency study. So now that is why when our energy management center is calling me, I am part of it to understand what are the latest developments so that I can implement in our public sector undertakings. We have done a lot of initiatives in that respect in our TCC, KMML, and so much companies to reduce the loss. What I am trying to say, we have in our company, earlier company, we have a fuel. 1% fuel and loss is almost equivalent to 100 crore rupees, 1% fuel and loss. So what is that, the point what I am trying to say nowadays, we are going for a best burner management system, low cost fuels, any other alternatives, and going for lot of other alternatives so that we can bring more energy efficiency in the system. And also I can proudly say we now started with, we have an automobile company in Kerala, only one company in Kerala which produces automobiles. It is called Kerala Automobiles, KL. They were all in diesel engines, but now we have started producing EV autos, EV pickup, even EV where we can use it for our waste management, such items. And recently we have tied up with a two-wheeler company with loads to produce electric two-wheeler, which is the best alternatives in Kerala to produce. So what I am requesting, we are also trying to develop our own systems so that we can have a clean environment. That is the advantage. So, my dear friends, there are so many young fellows are also sitting. We have to have a clear mantras for our energy conservation and energy management. We have to restrict the use. We have to find alternative. We have to reduce the losses, and we have to go for alternate resources. Thank you very much for giving such an opportunity, for giving this thing. And also I really thank Damodaran sir wife for being present in this wonderful occasion. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, up next, here we have the results of the debate competition. And I may kindly request Mr. Ajit Kumar sir, Executive Chairman, Board for the Public Sector Transformation, to please hand over this prizes for the winners. The first prize goes to Ahdiya Aisha and Shivahari Pradeep Kumar from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, APJ Abdul Kalam, Kerala Technological University, winning a cash prize worth ₹10,000 rupees. Hearty congratulations, Ahdiya Aisha and Shivahari Pradeep Kumar. Ahdiya Aisha and Shivahari Pradeep Kumar from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, from the APJ Abdul Kalam, Kerala Technological University. Hearty congratulations, both of you. Up next, the second prize goes to Muhammad Faiz MP and Abhijit Saji from College of Agriculture, Vellanikara, from the Kerala Agricultural University, winning the silver medal as well as a cash prize worth ₹7,000. Cash prizes worth ₹7,500 and a silver medal goes to Muhammad Faiz MP and Abhijit Saji from the College of Agriculture, Vellanikara. Hearty congratulations, both of you. The third prize goes to G. Amrita and V.R. Viju from College of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Manuti, from the University, Kerala Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, winning a cash award worth ₹5,500 and a bronze medal. Congratulations, G. Amrita and V.R. Viju from the College of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Manuti, from Kerala Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. അടുത്തതായി എനർജി ക്ലബിൻ്റെ 2023-2026 കാലയളവിൽ മികച്ച പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെ വിലയിരുത്തി തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കപ്പെട്ട എനർജി ക്ലബ് കോർഡിനേറ്റർമാരെ EMC അനുമോദിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സെറമണിയാണ്. സോ ലെറ്റ് മീ പ്ലീസ് വെൽക്കം ദോസ് കോർഡിനേറ്റേഴ്സ് ഓൺ ടു ദ സ്റ്റേജ് ആൻഡ് ലെറ്റ് മീ ഓൾസോ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് Dr. R. Harikumar sir to hand over the mementos. Balagopal sir to please kindly do the honor. For Sri Jayaraman PK. Please put a big round of applause for our coordinators. Mr. Jayaraman PK, hearty congratulations sir and thank you so much for your wonderful contributions during this period. Next, let me please welcome Mr. Vinod Kumar KP to please kindly join us on stage to receive this honor. Let me also welcome Mr. C.S. Ramesh.
BPCL കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇപ്പം ഒരു സർക്കാർ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തം ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് നടത്തുന്നു. അതുപോലെ വേദിയിൽ സദസ്സിലിരിക്കുന്നവരും എല്ലാവരും മേഖലയിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നവരാണ്. Probably I may be very few biologists sitting in this dais. Of course, Dr. Sajeevan, who is the contact point of this particular program, is there, and Pramila is there. Likewise, we are very little, very few in numbers, because most of Shaji sir is there. Most of you are engineers or technocrats or like that, and my friends are there from outside Kerala. So I belong to this particular institution, which is the first state fisheries and ocean science university in this country. So we have a great legacy in fisheries and ocean science. As you know, we have a long coastline, 600 kilometers, and we have a long series of stakeholders. We have fisher folk, we have fish farmers, we have vendors, we have exporters, we have a number of, ultimately the consumers. So in this sector, as like Balagopal sir put in and other speakers, including Harikumar sir, actually we are very much concerned about the energy, for sure. Because like everywhere there, we are concerned about the food traveling from long way to this country, and we are taking food from outside, and food mile, of course. And also the carbon credit, anything, everybody is concerned. We are also concerned about water footprint, because how much water is being utilized. We are actually going to have the war for water, right? Within 200 years, and like India is not in a, green zone. We are also in red zone. Only the countries like Canada and all are there in good zone, somewhat. But we have a feeling that we have 41 rivers, 44, 3 to east, 41 to west. No, we are in problem. In Himalayan, so much is there, glaciers that it will provide. No. So these things are there. So that's why now everybody is actually shifting. As you know, fisheries and aquaculture, it's a sunrise sector. Everybody is looking into that for food, for livelihood, for employment. But at the same time, we are concerned about energy. So we cannot run this show a number of years without actually protecting the energy, without conserving the energy. That's why we are talking about new systems wherein we are not at all using fossil energy anymore, to the extent possible. So we have our fisheries science faculty, we have our engineering faculty, wherein Dr. Sajeev is the dean, and we have the MBA, the management, MBA and LLM, this kind of things, and also we have ocean science, wherein we have all sorts of MSc programs into different disciplines. So this university is very much perfectly actually matching with your domain area, wherein we have similar people, like-minded people over here. So I will request the, your EMC people, including Harikumar sir, you can extend it. No, you conducted 2 series in Trivandrum. So this is the 3rd, 4th, 5th, everything. We can host it. No, every year you are increasing the, scalability. So next year, so you make this university as your permanent point, because Cochin is a beautiful place, very easy to travel, very easy to everything is very, very logistically correct. So that's why I will request on behalf of the university that we can continue this relationship, and we can so With this, I conclude. Namaskaram. സദസ്സിൽ ആരുമില്ല, എല്ലാവരും ഇങ്ങനെ പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് കൂടുതൽ ദീർഘമായിട്ട് പറയുന്നില്ല. നമസ്കാരം എല്ലാവർക്കും, എല്ലാ വിന്നേഴ്സിനും, കുട്ടികൾ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് സ്കൂൾ കുട്ടികൾ. നിങ്ങൾ സയൻസാണ് ദ ബേസ്, സയൻസാണ് ദ ബേസ്. സോ വിത്ത് സയൻസ് ഓൺലി വി ക്യാൻ ഗ്രോ. ബിക്കോസ് ഭക്ഷണം വേണം, വെള്ളം വേണം, എല്ലാ പാർപ്പിടം വേണം, എല്ലാത്തിനും സയൻസ് ഇസ് ദ ബേസ്. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് ദ ആക്ച്വലി ലൈക്ക് ദ ഫൗണ്ടിങ് ആക്ച്വലി ദ സ്റ്റെപ്സ് ലൈക്ക്. താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for that wonderful support for the International Energy Festival of Kerala this year and hopefully in the upcoming years. Thank you so much. And up next, as we all know, an event of this magnitude will never be a grand success just like this without a wonderful team tirelessly working behind it day and night. So I'm here to introduce all such people who have supported us in various ways in making the International Energy Festival of Kerala that was happening here for the past 3 days a grand success and this magnitude which is it today. So first of all, let me please welcome on stage the moderator and judge of the Energy Club debate competition, Professor Bennett Thomas, sir, to please kindly join us on stage to receive the honor. I would like to request all the chief delegates to please hand over the honors. Balagopal sir, requesting you to please hand over the mementos. Requesting moderator and judge of the Energy Club debate competition, Professor Bennett Thomas, to kindly join us on stage. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution towards this 3rd edition of the International Energy Festival of Kerala. Thank you so much. Up next, let me please welcome Mr. Joy Verghese, CET Institute Innovation Center, to kindly join us to receive this honor. This small token of gratitude from EMC. Thank you so much. Up next, let me please welcome Professor Adil Nazir, State Coordinator NSS, to please kindly join us on stage. Up next, let me please welcome the KUFU's Registrar, Dr. Dinesh, to kindly join us on stage to receive the honor. He's already with us on the dais, requesting you to please step forward. Thank you so much, Dr. Dinesh. Up next, let me please welcome the KUFU's University Engineer, Sri Krishna Kumar sir, to kindly join us on stage. Up next, let me please welcome the court judge, Professor Joy Luman Murangodi, to please kindly join us on stage to receive the honor. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. And up next, let me please welcome the KUFU's NSS Coordinator, Dr. Unnikrishnan Shivan, to kindly join us on stage to receive the memento as a small token of our love and appreciation from EMC. KUFU's NSS Coordinator, Unnikrishnan sir, Dr. Unnikrishnan Shivan. KUFU's Professor Sajeevan sir, to please come onto the stage. Up next, let me please welcome Jenny and John, Assistant Professor, KUFU's Seafood Fest Coordination, to join us on stage to receive the memento. Thank you so much, Jenny and John, the KUFU's Seafood Fest Coordinator. Up next, let me please welcome the moderator and judge of the Energy Abhinav seeded. As we all know, an event of this magnitude will never come true without an event team that is tirelessly working day and night behind the scenes. Representing Team Seeded, we have Mr. Abhinav receiving this honor. Thank you so much, Abhinav and the whole team from Seeded. Thank you so much, Team Seeded. Up next, let me please welcome the Center for Management Development, the team from the Center for Management Development to come and join us on stage to receive the honor. And next, let me please welcome Sabir, EMC Resource Person. Mr. Sabir, EMC Resource Person, to please kindly come and join me on stage to receive the honor. Thank you so much. And up next, this would be one of my fond memories on stage. I would like to welcome myself, the MC for the past 3 days of the International Energy Festival of Kerala, to receive this. Up next, let me please welcome Sri Rajan Menon. Welcome, sir. Up next, let me welcome Mr. Sandosh, KETA President, to please come and join us on stage to receive the small token of our gratitude. Thank you so much once again to all the teams, all the technicians who have been working behind making this event a grand success. And with that, let me please welcome Mr. A.N. Dinesh Kumar sir, Joint Director, Energy Management Center, Kerala, for the vote of thanks. And post that, let's all raise for the national anthem. Now, let me please welcome Dinesh sir for the vote of thanks.
വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലും ഇരിക്കുന്ന മാന്യ വ്യക്തികളെ, ഈ വൈകിയ വേളയിൽ വലിയ വോട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സ് എന്നും പറഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളെ മെനക്കെടുത്താൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നില്ല. എങ്കിലും രഞ്ജിനി ആൻറ്റിയോട് നന്ദി പറയാതിരിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ വന്നു എനിക്ക് EMCയിൽ ജോലി തന്ന സാറിൻ്റെ വൈഫാണ്. എന്തോ ഐ എം ഫീലിംഗ് ബാഡ്. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു വാക്കിൽ നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുകയാണ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Please raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries who have joined us for the valedictory address. And thank you so much, everybody. Hope the 3 days have been a very productive 3 days with the technical sessions and several presentations from industry experts. And now this is the good time and real time to turn words into actions. All the best, team. Until next time, we all meet again. This is me, Dr. Harsha, signing off. Thank you. Thank you so much.